The boy played games since childhood, as he was very sick and spent a lot of time in the hospital. It was boring to just lie down, and this became an important part of his life. And this time the hero was playing a mobile game, but suddenly he was defeated and began to complain about the NPC artificial intelligence. But if you do something for a long time, you get tired of it, and one day it just becomes uninteresting to play. Neither puzzles, nor RPGs, nor first-person shooters, nothing could interest the young man. The story and lore were simple and stereotypical, the system had no depth, and there were no unique games. But suddenly he found an RPG indie game with 2D pixel graphics, which had long been unpopular. It was called Dungeon and Stone. The game was only in English, and in general the hero didn't really like such games. But it was free, so despite everything, the guy, out of boredom, decided to download and install it. There were many types and classes here, but the young man didn't have much hope for the game and didn't plan to spend much time in it, so he chose at random. He noticed that he hadn't played a vertical scrolling game in a long time and began to take his first steps in and get used to the mechanics. So, without even noticing it, the hero spent the whole day in the game and the room began to be illuminated by the setting sun. Only by looking at his watch did the guy realize how late it was. The game seemed incredibly interesting and exciting to him, despite its graphics. Dungeon and Stone had a few mechanics that could be called either interesting or shitty, the first being that you absolutely needed an NPC ally. And the second one implies that after death, the player has to start the whole passage from the beginning, and at first, everything seemed very funny, but with each death, the guy became more and more angry and could no longer contain his anger and began to scream loudly. But the doctor quickly calmed him down. The hero apologized for his behavior and, despite the negative emotions, continued to play because he was so stubborn that he decided to complete the game at any cost. Dungeon and Stone was so unpopular and a failure that there were no tutorials for it in either Korean or English, and so the young man decided that he would complete the game on his own. Time flew by quickly, and the hero continued to play and work in the civil service at the same time, despite the lack of time. He entered university, graduated, got a job, and was already working full-time. Life went on as usual. And all this time the hero continued to play Dungeon and Stone, but he could not complete it, and kept dying and starting over, dying and starting over. But then 9 long years passed, and finally the guy was close to the end he had been striving for so long. He reached the final boss room of the entire Dungeon and Stone game, and was incredibly happy about this event. He was so overwhelmed with emotion from this simple picture of a door on the screen that he couldn't hold back his voice, filled with joy and pride. He wasn't sure that anyone had made it here. The hero shed tears of joy because he had been working towards this for 9 years, but he gathered his courage and agreed with all the pop-up notifications when entering the room. Among them was a strange window with information that he might never return, and the guy decided that it was just because it was the final boss. While waiting for the loading, the young man thought that he would hardly pass the first time, and now he needed to collect as much information about the enemy as possible. He also assumed about his features, ultimate attacks, and so on. The hero also allowed himself to dream that thanks to all his experience and preparation, he would be able to defeat the main boss the first time. The download was complete and new notifications appeared, among which was one that made the hero surprised and even scared, and it said that the training was complete. But what made him go crazy was the Korean language in the notifications, because he thought that Dungeon and Stone only had English. And he spent almost 10 years racking his brains trying to get through tons of dialogue and descriptions in English, which made him very frustrated. Suddenly, a bright light began to shine from the monitors, which blinded the hero. He did not understand what the hell was going on here. Suddenly, this light burst out from the monitors and swirled around the guy like a beam, causing hellish pain throughout his body. A moment later, the hero's body disappeared without a trace, and the rays rushed back to where they came from, into the monitors. The guy lost consciousness, but through his oblivion, he heard a voice congratulating the young fighters and saying that they would soon become real warriors, and when he opened his eyes, a crowd of savages appeared before his eyes. The hero found himself in an unimaginable situation. The darkness was illuminated everywhere, not by the usual LEDs, but by real, smoking torches. There was a crowd of wild, pumped-up barbarians standing around, wearing a variety of very primitive clothes and covered in tattoos. And some strange and no longer young, judging by his gray hair, man reads out an equally strange speech, and now he called for choosing a suitable weapon for himself. The hero was completely confused. He did not understand what kind of weapon was being talked about. He did not understand where he knew the language that the leader apparently spoke, and why the young man was here at all. The guy quickly pulled himself together and decided to sort out the situation and gather information, and the first thing he noticed, remembering the recent terrible pain, was his body. And I couldn't help but be surprised again. Rough hands, powerful muscles, tattoos, all this was extremely strange. The guy couldn't believe all this, but he couldn't think forever, because the situation continued to develop, and the leader shouted out to those who would be called to come out. Despite the complete confusion and lack of understanding of what was happening, the young man began to observe the situation because a cry was heard calling a certain third son of Vanon, Karak, and the barbarian standing in front of the young man walked forward. Standing in front of the gray-haired man, he began to quickly look around, as if searching for something. It soon became clear that the young barbarian was choosing a weapon, for he picked up a double axe and raised it upward, to which the chieftain praised his choice. And with all the power of his mighty lungs he declared him a warrior, after which he shouted the next name in the same style, only now it was Fenelon's second daughter, Einar. And then a strange thought came into the hero's head. Because he remembers something like that, this is a familiar situation for him. The young fighters choose their weapons and are recognized as warriors, the boy thought as the ceremony continued. And with the leader's words about blessing Raphonia, it was as if a city from his fantasies and memories appeared before his eyes. An incredible guess pierced the guy's head, his pupils narrowed, his breathing became intermittent, and cold sweat appeared. This is the world of the game dungeon in stone. He chose a barbarian as a starting character and just played for this class. The hero simply couldn't comprehend how this was even possible. Heavy thoughts occupied his head. Completely focused on his thoughts, he didn't even notice how the rest of the sounds of the ceremony seemed to be muffled. But suddenly, the hero heard the barbarian standing nearby say the name of the game, which aroused serious interest in the young man. He was different from other barbarians because he had horror on his face, his eyes were darting, and he was afraid of everything. The guy realized that he was not the only one who got into the game and that this barbarian was the same player as he was. Suddenly, a threatening voice was heard very close by, asking who dared to open their mouth. Raising their heads, the two young barbarians saw the figure of the leader towering over them. He had a threatening look, and his very appearance inspired terror. The hero was feverishly thinking about how the chief had ended up here so quickly and unnoticed, but his occupation was interrupted by the chief's question, asking if it was he who had done it. The guy shouted out decisively, denying it and trying to hide his fear, excitement, and worries. The hero glanced sideways at the barbarian standing next to him, mentally blaming him for what was happening. The leader realized who was guilty and turned his terrifying gaze on him, to which the barbarian tried to apologize hesitantly. And he asked if this was all really dungeon and stone, and there was horror in his eyes, cold sweat running down his forehead. But the young barbarian's words were interrupted by the chieftain, who simply swung his fearsome axe without the slightest mercy. The hero looked in horror at the place where the head of someone as unfortunate as he had recently been, and could not move from the fear that gripped him. Despite the emotions that overwhelmed him, the guy stood straight and tried not to show anything on his face because he could become the second victim. Without taking his eyes off the hero, the chieftain reported that Kadua's son, Orm, had been captured by an evil spirit. Seemingly satisfied that the second barbarian was okay, the chief turned around and walked back, ordering everyone to forget the evil spirit's words along the way. The ceremony continued, and the hero thought hard and realized several things, namely that people like him are called evil spirits. If someone finds out about them, they kill them, and that his head could be lying on the ground. The following names of the barbarians were heard, and the guy realized that he had one small problem. He didn't know his new name. There was no character screen, but the hero was able to figure out what to do. He would just wait 2 seconds after each name and then go. Of course, it could be the name of another evil spirit, but he would have to take a risk with that. After some tense anticipation, the next name was called Jandel's son, Björn. The hero quickly glanced at the crowd of barbarians, but none of them moved, which meant it was time to take a risk. 2 seconds passed, but no one came out, and if so, it was time to cast aside fear and doubt and go to the merciless leader. Gathering all his will into a fist and not showing a single emotion on his face, the hero confidently stepped towards fate, hoping that this was truly his name. The guy crossed the distance between him and the leader and stopped. Now he would decide whether to live or die. The man's menacing eyes, as if glowing with a golden color, carefully examined the guy in front of him, eventually meeting his gaze. The hero looked firmly, without showing a single emotion. This continued for some time until the leader decided something for himself. He smiled, turned to the young warrior, and with a wave of his hand ordered him to choose a weapon for himself. The hero expressed his emotions with a small grin and thought about the fact that Jandel's son, Bjorn, was now his name. But now the guy was faced with a second important decision, so he tried to calm down and pull himself together. Bjorn looked at the racks of weapons, thinking along the way that barbarians had no talent for magic, but they had outstanding physical abilities. He's going to pick something that will help him as a beginner, so the weapon he chose is this. The shield, and the boy was sure that this was the best choice. The cry of the chieftain sounded, declaring Bjorn a warrior. Meanwhile, the guy's computer continued to work in the house, but not as usual, and by itself, it acquired the status of Björn Yandel. The hero went into recollections of how, during his first game as a barbarian, he chose a two-handed sword because it looked cool. But he died too much and too often, and could do almost nothing to the monsters he fought against. He couldn't figure out how to play a barbarian at all and increase his survivability because he died over and over again. Then he tried out a variety of weapons that would be suitable for a barbarian. These were double axes, huge hammers, a flail, and many others. It was a very unstable build, because every fight was like the last, and he barely survived, leaving the fight on his last breath. But one day, while browsing through the wares in a gun shop, he noticed a simple shield and an interesting idea came to his mind. And the barbarian should definitely be a damage dealer, because they are tenacious and strong, and although dwarves are better suited as tanks, his class also has everything needed for this role. The hero didn't like this fighting style because it required training, but he didn't want to waste time, so he decided to try it. And surprisingly, with such a strange build as a barbarian with a shield, the guy managed to fully implement this playstyle in a serious fight with one of the bosses, a basilisk, and defeat him. And although in reality the graphics and dry lines of what was happening on the screen were not at all impressive, in the player's head all this turned into an epic battle with a huge monster. The player realized that this was complete MBA, but in reality he summed up his thoughts and memories by saying that this was the most rational decision he could make now, and he would not regret it. Björn was brought out of his thoughts by the loud voice of the chieftain, who ordered the gates to be opened, which the adult barbarians immediately began to obey. Today, young fighters who are going through the coming-of-age ceremony are sent to the labyrinth, and among them is the hero himself. Their destination was just beyond the gates, in the city of Rafdonia, and the leader ordered the warriors to go forward, for in this city their fate would be determined. After these words, the crowd of barbarians ran in disorganization through the gate, and with them ran the son of Jandel. The hero decided to run with them for now so as not to stand out, although he was not sure if they even knew where to run. After running around the city for some time, the barbarian who ran first reported that they were lost. At this, the rest of the crowd began to resent, and it was necessary to choose a new leader, and Bjorn thought to himself that they were no better than this leader. To which the ashamed leader lowered his shoulders calmed everyone down and was about to say that he was handing over his position, but in the middle of his speech he was interrupted by a barbarian girl. And she said that she would be the leader, to which the others supported her, and shouted the name of Einar, the second daughter of Fenelon, and also that she was wise. The hero remembered her name and they continued their search, but very soon the girl reported that she was lost. The barbarians were outraged and began to quarrel with each other for the right to the place of the new leader, and Bjorn thought that at this rate they would never reach the labyrinth. But he did not want to attract attention and lead them himself. Then the hero turned to the former leader girl, Einar, to which she decided that he had come to condemn her. But Jandel's son explained that he wanted to tell her how to get to the labyrinth, to which the surprised girl asked how to achieve this. In response, Bjorn pointed his index finger at the group of adventurers and explained that they simply had to follow them. The adventurers looked at the group of barbarians with disdain and mocked them, and they were also sure that they would not find the way. The pair of barbarians paid no attention to this, and Einar exclaimed that she would try to do just that. The girl exclaimed that she had found the way to the labyrinth, to which the naive barbarians immediately believed and returned her role as leader, and also began to praise her wisdom, while the hero wondered if they were really that brainless. Soon, following Bjorn's advice, the group actually reached the entrance to the labyrinth, and a huge crowd of various intelligent beings had already gathered there. The hero was overcome with doubts about the advisability of sending him to the labyrinth, because in this chaos no one would notice his disappearance, and he himself had been an ordinary person all his life. He had never even fought with anyone in his entire life, and would he be able to defeat the monsters? Would he not find another way to pay Rafdonia's taxes? Taxes are one of the strange systems of Dungeon and Stone, the essence of which is that upon reaching 20 years of age, each resident must pay money to the state, but the peculiarity is that if you do not pay, you will be executed. There are several ways to earn money. The first is by fighting various monsters in the labyrinth. The second is to go to work in the most ordinary positions, for example in bars or somewhere else, but the hero will have certain problems with this. He is a barbarian, and in this world, barbarians are not preferred for employment and are generally viewed extremely negatively. Because of this limitation, at the beginning of the game, the barbarian, unlike other classes, immediately receives a weapon. If not for this, Bjorn would not have to fight monsters. The entrance to the labyrinth is closing soon, and you need to think faster, because you can only get inside once a month, and if you don't go now, you'll have to survive here for another month, which, given the difficulties with earning money, will be difficult. Even if he survives this month, he will be in terrible condition, so he needs to leave right now, but his legs won't budge because this is not a game, and his life is at stake. Suddenly the same Einar turned to Bjorn. The guy greeted her, but made a mistake in calling her the third daughter. She corrected him, saying that she was the second, and said that the others had already entered, and they needed to hurry. The last adventurers, except for a couple of barbarians, were already running through the portal, and the man next to him said that it would close in 5 minutes, while the guy noticed that the passage was getting smaller. Bjorn told Einar to go ahead, and he followed her, but she stopped to thank him for his help. The girl also wanted to ask what she needed to do to become as wise as he was, because she had never seen such wise barbarians and wanted to become the same. Bjorn thought that she would have to be reborn for this, but decided to give a vague answer and said that before doing something, you need to think first. In response, Einar said that if she returned from the labyrinth, she would thank him, but the hero seized on this reservation and realized that, unlike in the game, barbarians are also people and can be afraid of death. Putting on a serious face, Bjorn asked the girl if she was afraid of death, to which he received a rhetorical question about whether this was abnormal. Einar immediately continued that she was afraid, but she was born a warrior and would die if she did not fight, and the hero realized that he was in the same situation and would have to fight to live. The girl decided to say goodbye with words about how they needed to survive and meet again, and the guy thought that this is why barbarians learn to overcome their fear, and they are incredible. He took his shield in his hands and began to gather his courage, and also mentally shouted that he was now also a barbarian. A warning sounded that there was 1 minute left before the labyrinth closed, and the hero immediately took off at an impressive speed. Bjorn is afraid, but he has no other choice. He has not only the body of a barbarian, but also the mind of a dungeon and stone player who has raised thousands of characters, and with this knowledge he will definitely survive, he thought, running into the labyrinth. Having run into the ever-shrinking passage, the hero found himself in a place completely devoid of light, and did not understand where he was at all. Standing in the darkness, Bjorn reflected that he was an expert in the world of dungeon and stone, and he came to this conclusion for a simple reason. Because the body of a mighty barbarian was combined into it, with his strength, durability, and so on, he has a good advantage, and knowledge of 9 whole years of playing for different classes and builds, which gives simply a huge amount of information. Bjorn tried to make out at least something in the pitch darkness. He hoped that his eyes would soon get used to it, and at least something would be visible. But no. In the game, on the first level, in the crystal cave, there were crystals on the walls that gave off enough light that torches were not needed. Suddenly the hero remembered that on the first level there was a location with no light called the Dark Region. But in the game, this is not the starting location. But since this is the real world, then nothing can be guaranteed. And even in such places, you can end up at the very beginning. In the meantime, you can finally try to call up the characteristics window or something similar, which is what Bjorn did, starting to pronounce various terms, from inventory to daily log. But, as expected, nothing came of it, which did not stop the hero from beginning to resent the injustice of life. There was no point in standing, the barbarian decided, and began to move, but due to the darkness, progress was extremely slow. And just as Jandella's son began to think that there might be traps here, a sharp pain pierced his leg, and he could not hold back a scream. But the next moment, Bjorn began to hold back his moans, and tried to calm his emotions and ignore the pain. Goblin, this is a monster that uses traps on the first level, and it may be nearby. After these thoughts, the hero began to carefully look and listen into the darkness. He could have gone somewhere, and the barbarian would have been lucky, but such thoughts are extremely dangerous, and if he is not sure of the situation, then he needs to assume the worst possible outcome. If his trap is here, then its owner is nearby, and if he hears my scream and sees that I am caught in the trap, he will wait until I weaken from blood loss. Since this is the situation, then you need to do what is necessary, Bjorn thought, and began to remove the trap from his leg. He also noticed that it was smeared with a paralyzing poison, and if he had been given normal boots and not sandals, then everything would have been easier. But in any case, it's useless to think about it now. You need to quickly get out of the trap and be ready for battle. Your leg is numb. Because of the paralyzing poison, it's not even scary. The hero began to aggressively shout at the goblin to come out, because he didn't want to leave the vile creature behind him. But everything was quiet. Suddenly the goblin really was gone. But even if he behaved like an idiot, he would be an idiot who survived, Bjorn thought, and said into the darkness to stand still, and he himself would leave. His mind was clouded by the loss of blood, but the barbarian continued walking, when suddenly he heard someone else's footsteps. Although the hero now knows that the goblin is here, he still can't see anything, and he decides to try running. After running a bit, Bjorn suddenly stopped and turned around. The goblin's steps also died down. He was pursuing, but keeping his distance. In the pitch darkness, the goblin's vile laughter was heard. He waits for the victim to bleed to death and rejoices at the imminent dinner, not even hiding his voice. Then Jandel's son decided to pretend that he was completely weak and fell on the cold floor of the labyrinth, waiting for the goblin. The goblin came a little closer and began to carefully examine his victim and, as he thought, soon food. But the goblin was careful and smart enough to check if the victim was alive by throwing a pebble at the head. The monster's intelligence surprised Bjorn quite a bit, and he even thought that he was definitely smarter than the barbarians, while the object of his thoughts continued to throw pebbles. The goblin began to approach the victim, when unexpectedly for the hunter, he himself became the prey. Bjorn tried to throw his fist straight at the green-skinned creature's face, but missed, which even amused the monster a little. But the next moment, the hero felt as if his body began to move on its own, which was completely unexpected. This body is very different from his past. Instincts are highly developed in it, and the hero could even feel how his opponent moves. These thoughts went in parallel with how the goblin received blow after blow. With a loud, wild growl, the barbarian beat the already lying monster, who could no longer resist. How could the puny green-skinned one compete with the mighty barbarian? And now the hour of the final blow had come. Bjorn was not going to spare the monster, because what was the point? Even if it had intelligence, it was not even close to human. Besides, it would not spare the barbarian himself. A short time after death, the monster's body began to evaporate just as it happened in the game. In place of the corpse, there was only a small red object. It was the currency used in the world of Dungeon and Stone. To be more specific, it was a 9th-class magic crystal. His price is just a piece of bread, and for this Bjorn Yandel went through such a dangerous situation. This is a place where labyrinths and monsters exist that, after death, leave items and disappear. And outside the city, there are other places familiar to the guy from the game, where life goes on as usual and other races coexist. This is definitely the game world that the hero knows about, but he can never consider this reality a game, and with these thoughts, the barbarian continued to move through the labyrinth. The barbarian has been crawling in complete darkness for a long time now, but the bleeding still refuses to stop. The rejection of the human method of movement begins to bear fruit, because this way the guy does not use his injured leg, and he moves faster than you might think. And the most important advantage is that it is now impossible to step into a trap, and Bjorn is ready to endure inconvenience for the sake of survival. Continuing to move, the hero thought that bleeding was very dangerous, and he couldn't stop because he needed to find someone who would help him with the wound. In such a dangerous situation, Bjorn remembered a guy like him, who was killed by the leader at the very beginning, and began to wonder if he died or woke up in his world. And he also realized that it is in such cases that faith helps. It seemed to the hero that he was coping, because light was already visible in the distance. After all, the entrance to the first floor should not be covered in darkness. The guy is sure that someone will help him there. Suddenly, Bjorn saw himself, but different. It seems that the loss of blood and the stressful situation itself are already causing hallucinations. The figment of the imagination began to tell that no one would save the miserable dying barbarian, because he was not a beautiful girl or an intelligent man, but a savage that no one needed. Jandel's son felt his personality splitting and then joining, and then becoming silent again, and he was definitely going crazy. Despite his condition and the constant mockery of his own mind, Bjorn continued to crawl, and soon it brought results. He finally got out of the pitch darkness into the light. Almost immediately, the young warrior noticed a group of adventurers, and one of its members noticed the dying man himself. He turned to what appeared to be the leader of the Otrada, Drouse, and pointed to a wounded barbarian slightly off to the side of their squad's path. The blonde walked up to Bjorn and leaned over him, thinking out loud that he looked like a newbie, to which the guy mentally resented the fact that he was looking at him here instead of helping. Drouse continued his thoughts and said that it was suspicious, because this newcomer had arrived here before them, and Jandel's son could no longer even speak from weakness. The blonde grinned and asked the squad's priestess, Ursina, if she could heal this man, to which the barbarian himself could only be surprised that their squad had such a useful girl. Bjorn had already managed to rejoice at his salvation when the woman destroyed his hopes with her cold refusal. Then he asked the adventurer, Patsran, who had noticed the barbarian, if he could give him his potion, to which he pointed out the value of the potion, and the blonde added that he would pay for it later. Besides, there were quite a few of them. Having received what he wanted, the leader began to uncork the bottle and explain that this was not divine power, so it would hurt a little. After the potion hit the wound, Björn's body was pierced by such intense pain that it felt like his body itself was melting. After some time, the pain went away, and the wound on his leg was gone, the weakness almost receded, and the hero began to rise from the floor. As soon as Björn recovered, Draus began to ask about how the newcomer got here before their group, and also whether there was a secret passage, to which the barbarian explained how everything happened. The blonde began to think out loud about the fact that once every few hundred years, due to spatial instability, there is a chance to end up in the dark region. Bjorn began to rise from the ground as the adventurers passed by, and Draus informed him that he should not worry about the price of the potion. As the barbarian watched the group move away, he reflected that time in the labyrinth was extremely valuable, and it was a miracle that they had spent so much time on it. Björn should have been glad that he had survived, but he hated feeling sorry for himself. Meanwhile, the group continued on their way, and its members talked about the unexpected meeting, in particular arguing about his luck or bad luck, because on the one hand he got into an unpleasant situation, and on the other, he met them. The archer noted that his luck was to meet Draus, and not him, Patsran, because he was sorry to even give his potion. To this, the adventurer replied that there were many such worthless ones, and did not the priestess agree with him? To this, the archer said that if it were not for the rules of the temple, the barbarian could have been cured without any problems. Continuing the argument, pointing out the kindness of Draus, because he gave the dying man the opportunity to pay for help with information, and barbarians do not like to accept help from others, they also noticed that the bloody trail had been going on for a long time. The priestess noted that it was convenient to have a guide, who was the blonde man, to which the archer noted that he had memorized the map of the entire first level, which was an extreme rarity. But when the group finally reached their destination, they noticed that they were the first to arrive, and Draus came closer. And he activated the portal that leads to the second level of the labyrinth, and the adventurers began to move to the next location. But the archer made everyone pay attention to the sandals of their recent acquaintance and the trap nearby. The magician illuminated the cave, and everyone saw that the bloody trail stretched all the way from here, which surprised everyone, because they had lost him. The magician asked Draus how long it was to walk from here to the place where they met the barbarian, to which he received the answer that it was about 15 kilometers if you didn't take a shortcut. Patsran, having learned that he had crawled for so long in pitch darkness, wondered whether he could repeat it. He also remembered that the barbarian had then pulled his magic crystal towards them, which he carried with him all the time, no matter what. He simply had nothing more to thank them with, and after these thoughts he informed the group that he took back all his unflattering words about this guy. He realized that people like this barbarian never give in, no matter what, and never escape from problems through death. After his recovery, Bjorn continued to encounter green-skinned goblins in fairly large numbers. The first time, the barbarian was in pitch darkness and was also nervous, but now these monsters pose practically no threat. The traps are set randomly and not even camouflaged in any way, making it almost impossible to get caught. Their attack directions and ambush sites are extremely predictable, and they cannot pose a serious threat. But a new problem has appeared, and it is extremely simple. It is hunger, because enough time has passed, and the energy has gone to recovery and physical activity. Suddenly I remembered that they were given provisions at the very beginning, but while crawling the bag got damaged and a fair amount of food was lost. There was only enough for 2 days left from the 7-day ration, which meant he would have to economize, Björn thought, eating the bread, which seemed quite tasty to him. Only the first problem, the need for food, was more or less solved, as I wanted to drink, but this will be more difficult. Dungeon and Stone only had a hunger system, which worked in the labyrinth, and it had no information about water. But this is not a game, but the real world, and since they were not given water to take with them, it means that there must be natural springs somewhere, and the hero went in search of them. After some time, Björn heard the sound of water and went there, where he met a lonely adventurer resting. It was the first time he had met anyone outside of that blonde guy's group, but in the labyrinth there was an unspoken rule not to interact with others unless absolutely necessary. Having quenched his thirst, Björn decided to count the crystals he had obtained from the goblins, of which there were 44, which turned out to be quite a good haul for him. And now, the third problem has arrived, also connected with the needs of the body, namely, the need for sleep. And there are two ways to rest in the labyrinth. The first is to simply go to bed and hope for luck. The second is to find people who can protect you in your sleep. In other words, temporarily unite with someone. But here too the hero was in for a failure, because some were openly afraid of the barbarian covered in blood, some did not trust him, and some simply did not like people like him. This whole situation was extremely irritating to Björn, but he couldn't do anything about it, and he just wanted to sleep. But suddenly, some lonely adventurer approached him with an offer to become night companions, which at first angered Björn, but he explained that he had nothing reprehensible in mind. The barbarian agreed with the proposal, and also remembered that a night companion is an in-game term, although in real life it sounds strange. After that they introduced themselves to each other. The new acquaintance was called Hans. The adventurer said that it was pointless to look for another comrade, and that they would spend that night just the two of them, which made Björn tense up because of the ambiguity of the phrase and the manner of speech of his new acquaintance. They played rock, paper, scissors to see who would be on duty first, and the barbarian lost, which didn't surprise him, since his luck had clearly deserted him lately. Hans handed Björn a mechanical watch and told him how to know when to wake him up. He clearly didn't have the best opinion of his friend's intelligence. Looking at the obviously expensive device, the hero thought that in the future he would certainly have a chance to use the prejudice about the stupidity of barbarians to his advantage. Looking at the sleeping Hans, the warrior wondered if all adventurers behaved so carelessly, and whether he would lend him his sleeping bag. And so when the right time came, Björn woke up his temporary comrade so that he could take up his post. Hans replied that it was now the barbarian's turn to sleep, and then he realized that he wouldn't be able to sleep because he didn't trust his friend at all. The hero decided to just pretend to be asleep, simulating a loud snore, but in reality he listened attentively to the actions of his temporary comrade. But during the entire dream, Hans did nothing, despite all of Björn's expectations and suspicions. Looking at the carefree sleeping man, the barbarian doubted whether it was all justified, or whether he was just winding himself up in vain. So, while thinking, the hero began to feel sleepy, because recently he had had very intense adventures, an injury, and the very fact of getting into this world. Björn was brought out of his sleep by a sharp cry of his name. It was Hans. After all, 2 hours had already passed, and now it was his turn to be on duty again, and he did not argue with his night companion since nothing had happened, and sent him to sleep. And although intuition told me not to trust this man, the facts said otherwise, because he was the first to turn to him when the barbarian was in a difficult situation. He didn't scold him for his mistake, so he could sleep. But suddenly Björn woke up and saw Hans hanging over him with his huge hammer, who was surprised at his light sleep and said that he should sleep a little longer. The next moment, the adventurer's weapon rushed straight at the barbarian's head with impressive speed. But not enough, because Björn had good enough speed and reaction to dodge and jump away from the opponent. Hans clearly did not expect such agility from the barbarian, and now he was confused and did not know what to do next. Björn was furious about the attempted murder, and Hans began to try to justify himself, which only made the big guy even more angry because he thought his people were so stupid. Quickly closing in on the enemy, the barbarian delivered a blow similar to an uppercut, but with his metal shield right at the man's chin. Hans' jaw was strong enough to continue his excuses. He tried to stop Björn, saying that he had an explanation. The hero didn't even listen to him. He was thinking that, unlike the goblin, he didn't die from the first blow, which meant that he needed to hit again. The barbarian immediately put his thoughts into action, delivering a direct attack with his shield right into Hans's face, likely knocking out a couple of his teeth. He flew away from the force of the blow, but before he could recover, the terrifying figure of Björn appeared in front of him, the mere sight of which made him lose all will to fight. Hans began to beg for mercy, but the hero was not concerned with these screams. He was interested in the reasons for this vile attack in his sleep. The man began to explain that he needed magic crystals, and the hero could not believe that they tried to kill him for this. Seeing the distrust in Björn's eyes, Hans continued that he also wanted to take the shield, since the barbarian's equipment was considered to be of very high quality and was quite expensive. The hero decided that this man was hiding something else, and decided to loosen his tongue by kicking him in the head. Putting his foot on Hans's body, Björn threatened that this was the last chance to tell the truth, but he decided that this was not all, because in the world of Dungeon and Stone, killing an adventurer is a serious crime. Then the would-be assassin confessed that he also needed his heart, the barbarian's heart. They sell for a good price, and he heard that it was an ingredient for some new spell. Then Björn realized that for this man he was like a goblin, just a very difficult but also valuable prey. The barbarian also learned that Hans had not attacked the first time only because he also wanted to sleep, and the former knight companion asked that since he had told everything, would they forgive him. At first there was a few seconds of silence, and then Björn explained that he would probably meet more people like him later, and he was not going to forgive anyone. These were the last words that this man heard. 2 days had passed since entering the game. Despite his first kill, the hero tried to find some positives. Among them was that he received new equipment. These were shoulder pads, a backpack, a hammer, and leather boots. In his backpack he now carried a flask of water, a compass, that same watch, bandages, and potions, and he got all of this by killing a man, which did not improve his mood, but he himself was to blame. With the new weapons, it became much easier to kill goblins, and during the fight, the instincts of the body took over, which on the one hand felt like being in someone else's body. On the other hand, it made it easier to fight. It's already the second day of the labyrinth's life, so the goblins began to appear in pairs, but the hero also became stronger thanks to equipment and some experience. Also, the young warrior's progress became much faster than before, which could not but please. But there was one serious problem among this news, because he had not slept for a long time, and this threatened significant problems, and remembering the previous experience of searching for a comrade, the hero decided to sleep alone. But as soon as Björn began to fall asleep, these green-skinned people appeared, which irritated him greatly, as a result of which they lost their lives. Then the barbarian tried to kill all the goblins in the area, hoping that they would not appear again, and fell asleep. He was awakened by a sharp pain in his chest, and opening his eyes he saw a monster in front of him who plunged a dagger straight into his body. But the green-skinned man did not rejoice for long, because he received a fist in the face and died instantly. His friend, seeing the fate of his comrade, hastened to flee, and the barbarian did not even have the strength to pursue the fugitive. Reflecting on the fact that due to overwork, he did not notice the danger at all, the hero decided to use a healing potion, which brought even more suffering than the injury itself. It's been 14 hours since the meeting with Hans. At this time, the adventurers begin to look for companions for the night, which Björn decided to do, but now he decided to look for a fellow barbarian, because only he can be trusted. This time, other groups of adventurers also invited him to join their company, and at first, the hero, due to exhaustion, did not understand why. He refused everyone and explained that he was looking for a relative, and he also understood the reason for such hospitality, simply and trivially. With new equipment, he looks not like a tramp without one sandal, but like a completely reliable comrade. One of the people I met explained that it would be difficult to find a barbarian on the first level of the labyrinth, because all of them, 3 to 4 months after the ceremony, go to the second or higher levels, and it is difficult to meet young ones. Then the hero decided that since he couldn't find his relatives, he would look for representatives of other races. For example, elves who kept their promises, or dwarves who were as lively as he was, but not people. They wouldn't attack other adventurers, blinded by the thirst for profit, Björn thought, and after an hour of searching, he was lucky enough to find the elf sitting right on the floor of the cave, with a bow and quiver lying nearby. The barbarian asked the elf if she was alone, to which he received a tense silence, She was clearly afraid of the big guy who had suddenly appeared. Björn also noticed that the girl was wounded in the stomach, and it did not look like the damage was caused by goblins, so he asked if a human did it. The elf suddenly fell to her knees and asked for mercy, which greatly stunned the hero. Her eyes began to water, and she continued to beg for him to let her go, and also said that she had a little brother at home. Björn just stood there the whole time, thinking that in the game all the elves were very cold and very different from this representative. In order to calm the elf down, the hero tried to smile kindly, which clearly didn't work out, and on the contrary, he scared her even more, and even added that he didn't plan to kill her, as if an even worse fate awaited her. The next moment, the girl burst into tears and began to say that she knew that the warrior opposite her was a barbarian, but he did not have to kill her. At this sight, the hero could only marvel at the bad reputation his fellow humans had, and he could only guess how they had earned it. Bjorn decided to throw the elf some bandages and some herbs that he didn't know, but the pointy-eared one recognized them. They were the healing leaves of Liko. When the girl asked why he was giving it to her, he replied that there did not necessarily have to be a reason for helping, although in fact he wanted to make as positive an impression as possible. When the elf finished bandaging the wounds, the couple decided to introduce themselves to each other. The possible friend's name was Erwin. Sitting down opposite, Björn asked the reason for her fear of him, to which she simply replied that it was because she was an elf, and he was a barbarian. And she explained in detail that their races had fought with each other about 10 years ago, which made the hero surprised and made him think about how much time had passed since the situation that was presented in the game. But then Erwin said that enough time had passed, and now there was peace between them, and she did not hate his people, and also did not want to fight with them. In response, Björn said that he also held no grudge, which made the elf happy, and then asked her if she would like to be his companion for the night. Erwin was wary of the barbarian, but remembering that people like him value their military honor, she asked him to swear by it that he would not harm her, and seeing the displeasure on the big guy's face, she assured him that she would swear by her tribe. Bjorn agreed with this, but decided to first deal with the fact that the girl constantly calls him Mr., which makes him feel old, and once again reminded him of his name. When this question was decided, the barbarian and the elf began to pronounce mutual oaths, and the full name of the pointy-eared one turned out to be Erwin Fornaci de Tercia. Björn decided that he would sleep first, and gave the girl the watch that he had gotten during his last attempt to spend the night. Lying in the sleeping bag that used to belong to Hans, the hero thought that he would never have thought that it would be so difficult to get the opportunity to sleep, and also that he needed to pretend to sleep a little. But he didn't succeed, and soon Erwin woke him up, because 2 hours had already passed, and he decided that it was the power of the pillow and the backpack as a pillow. And he decided to let the elf use these things for sleeping, because this way she would also certainly not be able to pretend and would fall asleep, and she, it seems, was no less tired than he was. This made Erwin extremely happy. She could not even imagine that such a barbarian as Björn would take care of her. As soon as the elf laid her head on the backpack, she immediately fell asleep, and the hero began to guard the sleep of his night companion. Bored, Björn sank into his thoughts. Memories of his past life began to penetrate his head, and as a result of his reflections, he came to the conclusion that even if he could return, there was nothing to do there anyway. The barbarian and the elf swapped places a few more times, and soon it would be time to go their own way. But looking at the sleeping Erwin, the hero thought that he could unite with her in a group, but would have to share the crystals. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a pair of adventurers who came out from around the corner of the cave, preventing him from seeing them in advance. As they approached, Bjorn immediately took a fighting stance, and one of the unexpected guests asked about his relationship with the elf. The barbarian replied that they were companions for the night. The adventurer asked how much time was left until the end of their cooperation, to which the hero replied that he was not obliged to answer and looked at them coldly. A very menacing appearance and chilling gaze frightened a couple of uninvited guests, and also, it must be admitted, surprised It is not often that people like him stand up for elves. Having assessed their chances of winning the battle with the mighty barbarian as negative, the adventurers hastened to move away. Björn had a bad feeling, and based on their interest and his intuition, he assumed that they needed Erwin, so he started to wake her up, but she, like a child, asked for 5 more minutes. The hero noticed that she was actually just pretending to be asleep, which was evident from the fact that she was holding the blanket near her face. Grabbing the elf by the shoulders and lifting her up, Björn asked the reason for her behavior, to which she put her hands up in a defensive gesture. Erwin replied that if she stood up, the guy would leave her alone, and the hero understood the situation because they were just temporary allies, nothing more. And as soon as the elf opens her eyes, the oath will end, the barbarian continued to think, getting ready for his further journey. He also asked about what connects her with those 2 recent guests. She answered that nothing. But Björn noticed that they knew her from somewhere, and Erwin had to admit that they were from the same clan as the people who had wounded her. This could be seen from the symbol on their clothes. They were from the Crystal Union. The hero began to think that this promised big problems, because there was a whole group of them, but looking at the worried girl, he could not leave her alone. Björn told her to get ready and that they were leaving, and the delighted elf asked if he would help, but the guy replied that first they needed to listen to her story. Erwin said that she was with their squad as companions for the night, but at night she felt something and woke up, and upon awakening she saw a man approaching her. Continuing to run away from the place where they spent the night, the girl said that only later she found out that he was the director of their clan, which operates on the first level of the labyrinth, and since then she has been persecuted. They are helped to coordinate their actions in her search by stone transmitters, magical devices that allow them to communicate at a distance of up to 300 meters, if they are synchronized. The hero began to think hard. They are the equivalent of walkie-talkies. They are a bunch of people. There is nowhere to run. If he abandons Erwin, she will die. Björn asks why they continue to pursue her if she has done nothing significant, perhaps to silence her, to which the girl hesitantly replies that there is a compelling reason. And feeling awkward, she began to tell that when she ran away, she threw her knife somewhere, and that this is what happened, and she fell silent. And after a pause, she continued to talk about how he had ended up in a so-called bad place. At this news, an unpleasant guess appeared in the barbarian's head, and the same unpleasant emotions appeared on his face. Smiling awkwardly, Erwin ends the story by saying that she heard that the director was so injured that even potions couldn't help him return everything to how it was. But after a few seconds, the emotions left her face, and she reported that they were being followed, and the distance was 150 meters. Looking out of the corner of his eye at Erwin, the hero thought about how she heard this from a very impressive distance, and also noticed the opening of her wound, and she was not complaining. Although they have sped up, the elf reports that the distance is still the same 150 meters, which means they cannot break away, and during this time the pursuer has probably informed his people about the situation. The only way out is to destroy them, but then there will be no way back. Is it worth risking for the sake of a companion, because he is not the target? While the hero decided to gather more information before making a decision, so he asked what Erwin was good at, and she replied that she was good at washing and cleaning, although her cooking was not so good. When asked if Björn meant battle, the elf replied that she was good at archery, which was understandable, but she also had mastered the magic of the spirits of the element of fire. When asked whether the girl had killed anyone, the answer was negative, but she tensely assured that she was quite capable of doing so. The hero had made up his mind, so he asked if Erwin would become his ally until he left the labyrinth, on the condition that she would only get 10% of the loot, to which he agreed. When the distance was clarified, the answer came back, 100 meters, which means that the pursuers are faster, so something needs to be changed, and Björn said that they are changing direction and ordered the girl to call the spirit. The fiery spirit illuminated their path to where the hero did not expect to return so quickly, to the dark region, and as soon as they had gone deep enough there, An order was given to cancel the summoning, after which they were left in the darkness. The pursuer had his own source of light, which left him in plain sight, but he could no longer see those he was pursuing, so Erwin gave a short order to shoot. A moment later, an arrow, torn off the bowstring at great speed, pierced the enemy's head and got stuck in it. No one can live with such injuries. The barbarian tried to cheer up the elf after the first kill. Coming closer, Björn picked up the stone transmitter, after which he began to listen to the negotiations of the opponents, from which he learned that in connection with the loss of the man they had killed, everyone was ordered to gather in the goblin district. The barbarian had hoped for a decent haul, but received only a bag of crystals, 2 knives, and 1 potion from his belt. And also, plus the leather armor that Erwin took for herself, because it's better than what she had before. When Björn asked how to use these stone transmitters, the elf replied that there should be a button on the side. Soon a voice was heard from the magic object, telling that one of them had been killed by a barbarian and a pointy-eared one, and a reward of 1,000 gold had been announced for the latter. This news did not please Erwin at all. Rather, on the contrary, it caused feelings of fear and uncertainty. Björn, however, did not lose his head, ordering the spirit of fire to be summoned, because they would be moving through the darkness to go to the 2nd floor, which surprised his companion. Erwin hastened to clarify that the level they are at now and the next one are fundamentally different. The barbarian explained that they would succeed, because they were a great couple, and continued mentally in game terms, a tank melee and a damage-dealing archer. Besides, in any case, it would not be possible to earn much here. But Erwin doubted it because this was their first trip to the labyrinth, and she made a comparison that they were running from goblins to end up in an orc's lair. But the conversations coming from the stone transmitter about what the clan fighters would do to the elf if she was captured made the girl decide that it would be better to go to the 2nd floor than to stay here. While moving through the dark region, or alternatively known as the Goblin Lair, the pair talked about how to get to the 2nd level, and Björn told them that on the way north, they would definitely come someday. After all, based on his knowledge, the dungeon is designed in such a way that by continuing to walk into the darkness, you will reach the portal in any case. Soon a goblin trap appeared on the couple's path, which Erwin immediately noticed thanks to her excellent eyesight. Based on the fact that they encountered the trap quite late, Björn decided that he was unlucky to encounter it at the very beginning, and while the hero was lamenting his failure, his companion said that she would disarm the trap. The barbarian called out to her and told her not to use the fire spirit for this purpose, to which the elf agreed with an uncertain look, inwardly surprised at how he knew about her plan. As soon as the girl came closer, those who had set the trap jumped out of ambush. The monsters decided that she would be an easy target. But they were wrong, and a moment later an arrow pierced the head of one of the greenskins, causing him instant death. The 2nd goblin tried to strike with his claws, paying almost no attention to the death of his kinsman. But the attack was unsuccessful. The elf turned out to be too fast and agile, and before the monster had time to understand what was happening, his, as he thought, victim was already behind him, with a drawn bowstring. A moment later, Erwin was already relaxing, and the bodies of the goblins evaporated around her, leaving behind their prey. The elf asked the barbarian if she had done well, to which she received well-deserved praise, which made her seem to glow with joy. Erwin handed over 2 magic crystals to Björn, after which she said with shining eyes that at this rate she too could earn something. From the stone transmitter came information about the update of data regarding the elf. Now the reward had increased to 2,000, and alive or dead, and the barbarian tried to console his companion. Suddenly, Erwin noticed a new danger in the darkness ahead, ghouls, which surprised the hero, because according to his information, such monsters should live in the south, not the north. The meeting made the guy think about the strange experience system in Dungeon & Stone, which consisted in the fact that EXP is given only when a representative of a new species is defeated, and there is no reward for a repeat kill. After closing the distance, the ghouls turned their ugly heads towards the living, and in their eyes one could see only hunger and no glimmer of reason. These monsters are faster and stronger than goblins, but they are still only rank 9 monsters, so they don't pose much of a threat. Plus, he's not fighting alone now, which makes the battle even easier when you have a comrade covering you. The pair walked north until their 3rd day ended, and soon they came across a long trail of blood and a piece of bread. At first, Björn had an unpleasant guess that he did not want to believe, but soon it was confirmed, because they found the very same trap, next to which lay one sandal. And very close by there was an already open portal. Remembering what the hero went through when he could have simply crawled back a dozen meters, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Soon, all other feelings were driven out by the barbarian's rage, and Bjorn gave vent to it by hitting the floor, which frightened his companion. The girl took the guy's anger personally, so she asked what she did wrong, and moisture began to gather in the corners of her eyes. But the hero calmed her down, saying that it was not because of her. Erwin then put all the factors together in her head, including the bloody trail, the pieces of bread, the sandal, and her companion's reaction. And she said in a mournful voice that he had been through so much, which made the barbarian wonder if she had really guessed what had happened. But it soon became clear that Erwin had come to the wrong conclusions. She thought that the hero had lost a precious comrade here, and uttered a phrase about the certainty that he had gone to paradise. Having gathered their courage, the pair of the elf archer and the barbarian tank went through the portal straight to the 2nd level, which is called the Goblin Forest. The next moment they were transported to a new area, but no one could have expected that they would appear not on solid ground, but above it. Upon landing, the hero noticed that he felt as if he had been chewed and spat out by a giant frog. Erwin also said that she was surprised herself, because she had never heard of such a thing before and her friends had not told her about it. While scouting the area, Björn came to the conclusion that the lighting from the stars was so-so, but there was no point in waiting for dawn because they were in the labyrinth, and also decided that in case of a threat, they could return to the 1st floor. Erwin asked if this was really the 2nd floor, since she had never heard of this forest, to which the hero explained that from the 1st level you can go through different portals and end up in other locations. And he continued, besides the Goblin Forest, there is also the Beast's Lair, the lands of the dead, and the dark rocky mountains, and when his companion asked about their next steps, the barbarian asked if she knew how to get back. When told that they would simply be thrown out when the labyrinth closed, Björn confirmed, but added that the 1st level would close in 168 hours, and the 2nd in 240. And most likely the Crystal Union will not go to this floor, so they will wait until the 1st one is about to close, and will be transferred there through their portal, and then they will be spat out into the outside world. But the hero decided not to sit around doing nothing all this time, and the couple set off to explore the surrounding area. Erwin, walking through the forest, felt nostalgic, and also reported that this place felt just like the abode of fairies, one of the species of which she is in the world of dungeon and stone. While scouting the surroundings, the elf noticed traps everywhere, although the barbarian was unable to notice their presence. So the girl decided to show their location and threw a stone straight into the trap, causing it to go off. Unlike the previous floor, here they were camouflaged. After that, Erwin started begging for praise, but Björn decided not to overdo it and simply said that she was throwing stones well. However, seeing the girl's displeasure, he still added that there was no need to rejoice over such trifles, and that he already considered her to be a fairly experienced adventurer, and she was pleased with this. After walking around a bit more, the girl expressed concern that there were enough traps, but there were no people who set them, and the hero remembered that their presence in this location was more of a feature of the zone. In the game, this place was also called the Goblin Forest, and in addition to the traps, there should also be many times more goblins here, and among them there should now be mutants, archers, and warriors, and the deeper, the more and more dangerous. Björn ordered to first deal with the traps in the area and then explore further, so that in case of danger, it would be possible to run to the portal without fear of getting a leg injury. After that, the couple simply searched for traps and disarmed them to secure their escape route. But they had to stop abruptly, because Erwin noticed traces of a group of goblins nearby, which she did not hesitate to tell Björn about, and also soon clarified that there were more than 10 of them, and they were about 50 meters away. The hero decided that the threat should be eliminated, so he ordered to get as close to them as possible and attack while they were unknown. The girl walked quietly and silently, and the barbarian decided that this was some kind of fairy trait. But be that as it may, a group of monsters was soon discovered. The pair decided to start the fight with Erwin's shot, so soon the sound of a bowstring being pulled was heard, and they prepared for battle. The arrow shot forward, and a moment later, the barbarian shot too, not even sure whether his companion had hit due to the distance. The boy and the goblins ran towards each other. Erwin, as an archer, stayed behind and did not rush forward. Both sides were confident of their victory. The second floor is different from the first. There are 3 times more enemies, and you can also encounter new species, and most likely the hero should have felt fear. But the barbarian did not feel it. On the contrary, the warrior's heart, which he received in his new life, trembled in anticipation of the battle. With a loud battle cry, the hero burst into the crowd of greenskins and began to scatter them in different directions. But there were too many enemies, and one of them almost cut off the barbarian's head with his dagger, but he was fast enough to dodge. And Björn jumped back, thinking about the situation, because if he had been a little less agile, his head would have flown off his shoulders. The enemy has the advantage in numbers, and injuries would be inevitable if he were here alone, but it's good that he has an ally. To prevent the goblins from running to Erwin, the hero began to shout loudly, attracting the attention of the green-skinned shorties. It was time to finish. From defeating the group of goblins, 11 magic crystals were obtained, which was quite good compared to the first floor. After all, Björn earned about 44 in a whole day, and although he wanted to take the armor or weapons, they dissolve along with their bodies. The barbarian decided to give Erwin 2 crystals, because those that fell from the goblin warriors were more valuable, which made the girl happy. After which he ordered them to move on, because he was impatient to see the results of the whole day's monster hunt. As the pair went 3 kilometers into the floor, groups of goblins began to appear every 5 minutes. This time they had a new type of enemy with them, a goblin archer, whose specialty, among other things, was camouflage, with the help of which he could disappear right before your eyes. The barbarian and the greenskins rushed towards each other, because even though the shooter would make things more difficult, he would not lose. While the battle was going on, the archer took an advantageous position in the bushes and began to aim at the hero, and now the right moment for the shot arrived. But thanks to the excellent reaction of the new body, the guy managed to notice the arrow flying straight to the target. At the last moment, Björn was able to dodge the dangerous projectile without receiving any injuries, after which he began to search for the shooter's location. The goblin realized his mistake too late and could no longer hide, so he was killed with one powerful blow of the hammer. After 15 hours of continuous fighting, both were very tired, so they finally decided to rest. This time Björn was the first to take up duty, because despite the fact that they were very well prepared, the elf could not boast of the barbarian's endurance. It seems that it has already become a tradition to reflect on duty, and this time the hero did not break it. They hunted for 15 hours and earned more than they could have dreamed of on the first floor. But the further they went, the more often they encountered other adventurers, who not only often had numerical superiority, but also included different races. Adventurers are much more dangerous than goblins, especially now that the guy has someone to worry about. Björn said out loud his thoughts that the biggest problem was that he was very beautiful, which embarrassed, in fact, only the girl who was falling asleep. In the following days, the couple actively hunted goblins to earn crystals and gain experience. Together they rested from physical activities and protected each other's sleep from monsters and other possible dangers. So the 6th day of their stay in the labyrinth passed, and the 7th came. The couple decided to get out of here because there were only 2.5 hours left before the first floor closed. They were both very tired these days, but it affected Irwin especially strongly. She already dreamed of going to bed immediately after returning. Soon they came across a group of goblins on their way, and despite their fatigue, the adventurers decided to fight their opponents. The mere sight of the stern barbarian already instilled in the green-skinned monsters a feeling of insecurity in their own strength. While scattering the enemies, Björn decided to deal with the warriors first, and Erwin would deal with the archers. After so many battles during these days, the hero became a master of such battles and gained enough experience. And Erwin also didn't stand still and now always knows exactly who and when to shoot so as not to interfere with the guy. Although there were 2 archers among the goblins, not a single arrow flew towards the barbarian, and the enemies were already defeated. The pair had already worked together perfectly. The time it took to kill goblins had been significantly reduced, and looking at Erwin and noticing how much she had grown in recent times, Björn even began to feel proud of her. Suddenly, among the evaporating corpses and magic crystals, the elf noticed something unusual, something they had never seen before. It was an essence, part of the dungeon and stone skill system. It gives passive or active skills. You can only absorb 1 per level. Skills vary greatly depending on who dropped the item. For example, the guy who chased the couple downstairs most likely had the essence of a razor wolf, which enhanced his sense of smell. When asked if the elf wanted to take the essence for herself, she answered positively, since he didn't need it anyway. But then, suddenly, a group of aggressively minded adventurers emerged from behind the trees onto the recent battlefield and began to accuse the couple of something. Erwin tried to justify herself, but Björn took her by the shoulders and told her to stop, because he had already guessed why they were here and what they wanted. After which, he simply threw the girl's light body into the essence that rose into the air, because that was exactly what these people had come for. A bright light flashed and blinded the adventurers, who realized what had happened and were extremely outraged that the valuable prey had slipped out of their hands. Bjorn Yandel decided to try to intimidate the adventurers by making a brutal face and saying that he was ready to fight right now. After some time, the couple was already running through the forest towards the portal to the first floor. The guy ordered his companion not to slow down until the portal itself. The 4 adventurers still did not risk encountering them, but Erwin asked if they would pursue them, to which she received the answer that they were hanging around near the portal, which meant they were going to leave this place. And also, there are only 4 of them. They have the same tactics as their couple, to which Erwin praised the guy's intelligence. Soon the girl reported that there was a group of goblins ahead, and they were running straight towards them. Björn realized that he would not be able to simply get around them. This was suspicious, because goblins usually don't behave like this, and they didn't want to run into them now, when the pair's goal was the portal, so the barbarian ordered to change direction. But before the girl could answer, a projectile flew towards her, and Björn pulled her out of the way by the collar. Rubbing her injured neck, Erwin noted that she herself would have dodged the goblin's arrow, to which the hero responded that it was a crossbow bolt, which meant it was those adventurers. Most likely it was they who lured the greenskins, and they themselves are sitting in ambush on the other side, wanting to exhaust them. Bjorn decided that there was no other way out. They would have to fight, but they had an advantage, the power of the essence. The goblin archer's essence, based on game knowledge, should increase stats and give 1 passive and 1 active skill. The first is arrow poisoning, and the second is camouflage. When Erwin remarked that she didn't know how to use them, Björn pointed out that she was already using them, and it seemed to be done simply by the power of thought. The hero handed over the backpack and sleeping bag to his companion and said that he would deal with the goblins himself, and her task was to find the enemy crossbowmen. When asked about the danger of separation, the guy replied that they didn't have time. She needed to keep her head down and shoot her target after the signal. And he rushed at full speed towards the goblins, no longer hearing the question coming from behind him about what kind of signal this would be. The hero decided that if those adventurers did not show up after the shot, they would show up when he defeated the greenskins and entered the fight. There were more than 10 of them. 2 of them were warriors. It was more difficult to fight without support. There were no archers in sight. But suddenly one of the shooters showed himself by shooting at the shield, which means you also need to watch the arrows. Taking advantage of the hero's distraction, one of the goblins snuck up behind him and plunged a dagger into his body. Without Erwin's help, alone against a group of enemies, needing to watch out for goblin arrows and not forgetting about the crossbowmen, the situation is extremely lousy. More and more wounds appeared on the warrior's body, although none of them were serious, but there were more and more of them. A crossbowman suddenly intervened in the battle. At that moment, 2 projectiles, an arrow and a bolt flew at Bjorn. Both could not be blocked, and there was no way to dodge. The hero decided to defend himself from a more powerful crossbow shot, and he will have to take the goblin gift on his body. The arrow pierced right into the elbow, and it also turned out to be poisoned. Now one arm is not working, which means I will have to choose what to throw. The hero decided to leave the shield, because although it would be easier to kill goblins with a hammer, the real threat comes from the crossbowmen, and without a shield it will not be possible to defend against a bolt. The battle with the greenskins became even more ferocious and difficult, but despite the advantage they had gained, the monsters could not win. Very soon, there were only a few goblins left, and they decided to run away. This man had instilled fear in their little hearts. As soon as the battle was over, how did the adventurers who had been watching the hero's battle all this time show themselves? The crossbowman was not with them, the barbarian noticed, and their leader began to ask about Erwin's whereabouts. But the hero was not going to answer and simply said to attack. There was nothing else left anyway, because he was not going to give up. The adventurer gave a speech about how, although the barbarians had a lot of energy, this representative of theirs already had enough wounds, and now they would defeat him and find out where the elf had gone. Finally, the leader said to imagine that they were fighting a huge monster. The group rushed towards the hero. Choosing a unique gesture for this world, suitable for giving a signal, the guy decided to raise his hand higher and put out his middle finger. Seeing the suspicious movements, the adventurers became wary and stopped, and the hero wondered whether Erwin had understood the signal. But in any case, it doesn't depend on him, and all that remains is to trust his companion, thought Bjorn, making a dash towards the enemy. He met his onslaught and blocked the blow, but realizing that he would not be able to compete in strength with the barbarian for long, he called his comrade for help. An elderly man with a katana named Elias intervened. He drove the hero away with a blow from which he had to move away and break the force contact. But despite the less than ideal situation, Bjorn could not retreat, because in order to help Erwin, the enemies needed to be distracted. So the son of Yandel entered the battle against the 3. But everyone had to turn away from the battle because some kind of projectile was flying towards them, and no one knew whether it would be a crossbowman's bolt or an elf's arrow. The above-mentioned projectile would have hit one of the adventurers, if not for the shieldman, from which it was concluded that it was Erwin. The warrior with the shield shouted to his comrades to focus on the barbarian, and he himself would protect them from the arrows, and the hero realized that this was his original plan, and that was why he almost did not interfere in the battle. And since you can no longer count on help from Erwin, it's enough that she practically took one of the 3 enemies out of the battle. You need to win yourself. But despite the barbarian's strength, the battle was not in his favor. His opponents were noticeably stronger, more skilled, and more cunning than some goblins. The hero decided that in order to win, he would have to sacrifice something, and perhaps by exposing his non-working hand to the blow, he would be able to incapacitate the red-haired leader of the squad. He succeeded. Elias's blow failed to penetrate deeply into the barbarian's muscles, but the guy's target received a powerful blow to the face from the shield. Taking advantage of the moment of vulnerability after the blow, the older man attempted to cut the hero in half with a downward swing of his katana, but Bjorn was able to dodge. Elias was extremely surprised that such a mass of muscles could move so quickly, although he seemed like a clumsy brute, and froze in surprise. Erwin tried to take advantage of this, but the shield man covered his comrade and urged him to be more attentive and not get distracted. But this arrow turned out to be a trick. The elf was counting on the warrior taking the shot, because this arrow carried fire magic, and now the wooden means of protection would soon burn out. Erwin's next attack pierced the shoulder of his opponent, who was now unable to hide behind his shield, while Bjorn was thinking about how extremely skilled his archer was. The situation on the battlefield changed dramatically, and now the scales tipped in favor of the hero, although victory was still far away, because the red-haired man was already recovering from the blow to the face. The adventurer decided to deal with the elf first, and the barbarian could not stop him, so he only believed in his companion. The fight continued, and in an instant Elias opened himself up for a strike, which Bjorn couldn't help but take advantage of and tried to strike. But the elderly warrior managed to dodge, but the barbarian saw an opportunity in the fact that a former shield wielder was running behind the warrior with a katana who could no longer boast such dexterity, and the blow landed right on his skull. Now they were left alone. The other driver was unlikely to get up. Bjorn was thinking about the fact that Elias was very strong, and it was unclear how he ended up on this team. They fought each other. In this battle, the fury and strength of the barbarian met with the dexterity and technique of the swordsman, and no one gained the upper hand. They were worth each other, although they were almost complete opposites. But it is worth noting that all this time, the elderly warrior practically did not attack, but only dodged, because he was stalling for time and waiting for the return of his red-haired comrade, which Bjorn could not allow. The hero came up with a trick. He pretended to hit, but in fact threw the shield straight at the enemy's head, which he did not expect and was unable to dodge. The barbarian's primal rage took over Bjorn's entire being, and he bit off a piece of Elias's throat with his teeth, thereby condemning him to a very painful death. Soon the rest were finished off, and while the hero was recovering from the feelings that overwhelmed him, Erwin approached, who, apparently, dealt with the red-haired one. Noticing Bjorn's condition, she gave him a healing potion and advised him to drink it, since it was more effective, and besides, he was also poisoned. The hero felt like his insides were boiling, all his veins were hurting badly, and his skin was burning and itching, but the wounds were healing, and that was the main thing. Bjorn asked about the time, and after receiving the answer, the guy realized that there were 40 minutes left before the first floor closed, which meant there was no time to rest. The hero ordered Erwin to take everything off. She was embarrassed, but obeyed, to which the barbarian clarified that he meant to take all the loot from the enemies. But he soon realized that there was no time for this, so he said to take only equipment, magic crystals, and backpacks. By the time they finished sorting through the trophies and ran to the portal, there were only 50 seconds left before the first floor closed. After the transition, the hero landed unsuccessfully again, but Erwin showed her agility, and she also said that it was fun. Bjorn wanted to meet and talk with his companion on the other side, but he couldn't get the name of the tavern out of his memories of the game, and there was less and less time left. And only in the last seconds he remembered that it was the Black Whale, about which he hastened to inform his friend before they were transported. And finally, after going through many dangerous situations, the hero finally returned to the city, to Rafdonia. Although it was expected, since all the adventurers appeared here at that moment, Bjorn was still surprised by their number. In the labyrinth, time does not pass like in the city. No matter how much time you spend there, you still return at noon the next day, so the hero immediately moved the hands of his pocket watch to the correct position. Making his way through the crowd, one of the barbarian comrades, Karak, son of Vannin, hurried towards Bjorn and shouted his name along the way. Soon the rest of the relatives began to gather nearby, and the one who found the hero was very popular in their circle. The entire disorganized crowd of savages headed out of the square, and Bjorn decided not to lag behind and not stand out from the group. Soon all the barbarians began to take turns exchanging magic crystals of various values for money, while simultaneously finding out who had managed to earn more. The woman behind the counter worked extremely quickly and professionally. Her vast experience was clearly visible. It turned out that the hero had earned significantly more than the others. The amount was over 180,000, which was significantly better than the others, in connection with which the relatives began to congratulate one of their own. The barbarian did not hesitate and accepted the praise, and also raised his hammer and shouted that he really was the best warrior. Others also noticed that he returned with better equipment, which only added to the joy. The savages began to throw Björn up in the air and chant his name, but the workers of the establishment did not like this noise, so they were soon calmed down. Soon the group of barbarians left the building and sat on the stone steps, waiting for everyone to receive their money, and the hero decided that he would follow the others, because he did not yet know the local layout. While examining the city, Jandel's son noticed a small detachment of elves, and among them he managed to discern Erwin. The girl also noticed her friend and waved awkwardly to him. Björn also greeted his friend and quietly asked to meet tonight, and despite the distance, the sharp ears heard everything. But the attentive elven eyes of one of the group of adventurers noticed the couple exchanging glances, so the attentive person asked if Erwin knew this barbarian. But only the pointy-eared can boast of excellent vision, so Karak also noticed what was happening and asked Björn about his acquaintance with this girl. Both began to deny the connection between themselves. As soon as the two groups turned their attention to each other, it became possible to notice with the naked eye the enmity between the two peoples. The tension grew. The last barbarians left the establishment just in time, and Björn hurried his relatives to leave, since in such a situation it would not be possible to have a normal conversation with Erwin anyway. Walking through the streets of Rafdonia, the hero noticed touching reunions of relatives who had returned from the labyrinth. But also everywhere there were grieving people who were unlucky enough to lose loved ones on this day. They cried, blamed themselves or others for what happened. Many did not wait for their parents, children, brothers and sisters, and loved ones that day. The hero had already seen all of this in the game Dungeon and Stone many times, but looking at all of this in reality, and not in a 2D picture, caused completely different emotions. But be that as it may, life went on. So soon the barbarians reached the tavern, where they began to celebrate their successful return with the spoils. Björn didn't like all this because he followed them because he thought he might accidentally miss some necessary step, and not for this reason. Therefore, he decided to leave without even trying the drink, and some of his relatives decided to see off the most successful warrior. Walking through the streets of the city, Björn's tension gradually eased because there were no monsters or hostile adventurers here, so there was no need to fear attacks, and he could finally relax a little. The hero became interested in the clothes shop. He wanted to buy himself a clean shirt, but his things needed to be cleaned of blood and other dirt. Lost in his thoughts, Björn didn't even notice how he had reached a quite decent hotel. His head was occupied with thoughts about the serious differences between the two worlds. Having paid for the room, the guy went to the shower to finally wash properly after so many days in the labyrinth, and also thought that living in this city might not be so bad. But lying in bed, the hero admitted that he was deceiving himself, and had done the same thing before, because in fact he wanted to go home, even though no one was waiting for him there, and with these heavy thoughts, he fell asleep. Björn woke up already at night and decided that now was the time to go meet Erwin, so he started getting ready. Having asked a local resident about the Black Whale Tavern, the hero received the answer that this place had had a different name for 10 years already. Finally, Björn became convinced that the game world was lagging behind this in time, and having learned about the current name of the tavern, he went there. Nowadays it was called Python's Paths, and the hero noticed that he could read the local language because he understood what was written on the sign, which meant that he should visit the library soon, but now he needed to go inside. The tavern had a good atmosphere, there were many customers, and finding Erwin here would certainly not be an easy task. But the hero was lucky. The girl was the first to notice and call the guy, but there was another elf sitting next to her. He had seen her during the day. She was clearly in a negative mood, and when asked who she was, the answer was that the pointy-eared one was Erwin's older sister. When the guy asked if she had a name, He answered Tessia, which was part of his girlfriend's full name, from which it was concluded that she simply did not want to introduce herself normally. The hero asked why she was here, to which the girl flared up and said that it was because the barbarian invited such a young elf to such a tavern. And she continued that the meeting was scheduled for last night, but the guy never showed up. He's just an insensitive barbarian. The hero was surprised why it was last night, and Tessia thought that he was just making a fool of himself. Björn decided to make sure, so he asked Erwin how many hours had passed since leaving the labyrinth and received the answer 30 hours. The hero thought that only 4 had passed, but it turns out that he had slept for more than a day, which made him feel guilty. Jandel's son decided to apologize and explained the situation he found himself in. He didn't think it would turn out like this. Erwin's elder sister was shocked. She couldn't even keep her face. It seemed like she had never seen barbarians apologize. After this, Tessia asked about the reason for the meeting, but the hero did not want to talk in front of her, so he said that she could find out everything from her sister after the meeting. Further dialogue did not take place. Sparks seemed to fly between the two of them, and Erwin was torn, trying to calm her friend and relative. During the argument, Tessia suddenly slammed down a heavy bag and said that these 350,000 magic stones were payment for the essence. Björn began to explain that he would like to continue hunting in the labyrinth with Erwin, and she could earn the necessary amount with him, and they would divide the spoils in half. At first the girl was happy about this, but a moment later she became gloomy and refused, and the hero could not understand the reason because they made a good team. Tessia explained that now Erwin would be on the same team with her, and before that he was alone, due to the tradition that the first entrance to the labyrinth should be solo. The hero realized that now his girlfriend had people who would take care of her and decided to take the money, but noticed that based on the agreement he had made with his girlfriend about dividing the spoils 1 to 9, there was still 280,000 missing. To this Tessia responded with a bag she had prepared in advance, and Björn realized that she was simply trying to trick him, but he kept it all to himself and asked her to leave, because he still wanted to talk about something with his friend. But she didn't want to leave her little sister here and was about to start objecting when Erwin herself intervened. She really appreciates her sister's concern and is glad that she came here with her, but she needs to thank Björn and say goodbye to him. Tessia agreed, but only on the condition that the barbarian swear that he would not sleep with Erwin, which embarrassed her sister. Björn calmly swore an oath on his military honor, because he didn't give a damn about it anyway, just like he didn't give a damn about the oath itself in principle. Tessia was satisfied with this and was already heading for the exit, but halfway there she turned around and thanked the hero for saving Erwin's life. Left alone, the friend said that she had never contradicted her sister before and asked if she would be angry about this. The hero calmed Erwin down because Tessia didn't look angry when she left and even thanked him with a smile. The girl tried to apologize for having already decided to be on a team with her sister, but Björn stopped her, and also thought that he himself would not have refused if a high-level elf had invited him. After that, Erwin handed the hero a bag with the red-haired man's and the crossbowman's magic crystals, and she had already taken her share. She also left the rest of the equipment in her house, and tomorrow they should sort it out and decide what to do with it. Erwin said that she wanted to somehow thank Björn for saving her, and he realized that this was precisely why Tessia had demanded an oath, but nothing had come to his mind yet, and the guy suggested ordering something. The girl's eyes lit up, and she said that she had deliberately not drunk anything yesterday so that she could share her first return drink with the hero. It is a special drinking tradition that involves having something to drink upon returning from the labyrinth, and for young elves it is quite important. Erwin was a little worried that this wouldn't be Bjorn's first return drink, but the hero said that this would actually be his first as well. The girl was very surprised by this, to which the hero replied that he had already said that he was only 20, and she thought it was a joke. Soon the table was covered with all sorts of dishes, because Björn had slept all day and was terribly hungry. The couple spent their time culturally drinking the first return drink, and it didn't take long before the table was almost down. Björn decided it was time to take a break, and announced that he had come up with a way for Erwin to repay him for saving him. The elf decided that she already guessed what the guy would ask for, so she suggested going to his room. But what awaited her was not at all what she thought. The barbarian decided to check how the essence affected the girl's characteristics. And in real life, an increase in the flexibility parameter by +4 is not particularly noticeable, the hero thought, watching the elf check her hand. Erwin asked if he really thought she came to the room to check her stats, to which the guy replied that you can't check your skills in the city, and some people were clearly disappointed with this development. Although the game dungeon in stone had only 3 main characteristics, these are strength, spirit, and abilities, but each of them had hundreds of other parameters. The guy spent thousands of hours studying them, but still couldn't understand the effects of some parameters. Looking closely at Erwin, the hero thought that the goblin essence should have increased her obsession parameter, and he didn't know what it was doing. When asked whether she had felt any obsessive thoughts or lack of restraint, the girl replied that she suddenly really wanted cookies, although she had never liked them before. The hero concluded that this characteristic strengthens desires, and in the future some other unknown effects may appear, but his thoughts were interrupted by Erwin, who said that she wanted to lie down. Soon Björn woke up and thought about the oath he had made to Tessia not to sleep with her sister. And then I decided that it didn't matter, because you meant a completely different dream, and I continued sleeping. The next morning, the pair decided to sort out the equipment of the dead adventurers. Erwin asked if the barbarian was going to sell everything, to which he agreed, but specified that he would leave a couple of things. The elf then asked if she could keep the leather suit and belt, to which she was granted, but it would be deducted from her share. After this, the couple began to go to various shops and stores, and in order to sell all their loot, they had to go around a lot of places. The total came to 1,450,000 stones, but taking into account the equipment, 50,000 is Erwin's share, which does not change the impressiveness of the remaining amount. This would be a great start, Björn thought, since even in the game he hadn't managed to get that much on his first outing. When the girl heard that it was time for them to say goodbye, she was upset, because she wanted to spend more time with the guy, and to console her a little, the barbarian suggested that they go to the central square together, since they were on the same path. Upon arrival, the couple noticed that a crowd of onlookers had gathered in the square, and a guillotine had been erected in the center. When the girl asked what was going on, the guy replied that it looked like the execution was beginning, while looking at the condemned man. There were other unfortunates nearby, whose only guilt was non-payment of taxes. People have no other choice, because the rest of the world was destroyed by the witch's curse, and only here, thanks to the labyrinth, there are resources. But they are limited, and in such a cruel way one has to control the number of hungry mouths, the hero thought, watching the locals dip bread in blood and eat it. When the girl asked about the reason for their actions, the guy explained that there is a belief that the blood of the executed brings financial luck, and then asked about the amount of crystals for the first year's tax. To which I received the answer that the amount is 700,000 for non-humans, but in the second year it is already 800,000, and a commission appears upon exchange, which is slightly different from the game, but close. Taxes are growing every year, which means he can't stop training, otherwise his blood will end up on someone else's bread. You need to save up as much money as possible so you don't have to worry about it, so you need to get to at least the 6th floor in order to avoid execution and survive. After saying goodbye to Erwin, the hero went to the library, where he continued to collect surprised glances from other visitors, since barbarians are rare guests in such a place. Walking through the reading rooms, the hero suddenly noticed a familiar girl. It was Einar, the second or third daughter of someone there, he didn't remember, who seemed to have fallen asleep right on the book. Björn decided to wake up the blonde, because he was curious what she was doing there. She woke up easily. The girl was glad to see her son Jandel, which she announced very loudly to all the visitors of the library. When asked to be quieter, she justified herself by saying that she did not expect to see a fellow barbarian in this place. The hero asked about the reason for her stay here, to which the girl replied that she decided to follow his advice to think before doing something, so she decided to gain new knowledge here. She also said that while in the labyrinth, she realized that it was not only monsters that posed a danger, so Einar decided to study, but she faced a problem, which was her poor reading skills, and now she is going to the Temple of the Barbarians to fix it. As she was about to leave, the girl remembered her promise to repay for the advice, so she said that she should be looked for in the Angry Bull Tavern. The library was simply huge, and the hero couldn't even imagine how to find the books he needed here. Björn decided to approach the female librarian, but noticed that she had fallen asleep at her workplace, so he tried to wake her up with a soft cough. She immediately opened her eyes and began to find out what was required of her, to which she heard about the need to help in the search for books. But before the hero could explain the details, the librarian cast some kind of spell and cast some kind of effect on the barbarian. And yawning, she explained that he would find the book he needed if he simply wandered around. Taking them with him was forbidden. He had to read them in the library. Before Björn could find out exactly how it worked, the girl closed her eyes and fell asleep again. He quickly understood how magic works. Just looking around a little, it turned out that magic simply highlights the desired book, which was very convenient. Now it became clear to the hero why only one person looks after such a large library. Magic makes life much easier. The first book Bjorn picked up was called The Fallen World, and it told the story of how the lands had been cursed for thousands of years, and only Rafdonia survived, thanks to the ruling family who opened the way to a dimension called the Labyrinth. The second, Basic Notes on Alchemy 4, covered ways to turn magic crystals into food, water, steel, and other resources. The book Holy War 3 described the reasons for the enmity between the barbarians and the elves, but he was already impatient to touch the fourth, the most useful for him. Bearing the name Evil Spirits of the Abyss, which was the name given to those who came from another dimension to take over someone else's body. The reasons are not described here, but it is clear that the ruling family and the church have done a lot to get rid of this phenomenon. For him, as an evil spirit, the information from the book was very useful. As long as he didn't give himself away in any way, he would be fine. The fifth book on the death of the king told of the death of the first ruler, who was called the Immortal, Ravigian III, and he died 150 years ago, and it is from this event that the events of the game begin. Next, records of dimensional instability, which suggested that he himself was to blame for ending up in the dark region, as interference in teleportation could cause passage through a closing portal, which is what he did. Those events could have been entirely his fault, but even thinking about it was disgusting to the hero, and so, while reading books, night approached. Lying in bed, Björn thought about the fact that 3 days had already passed since returning from the labyrinth, and there were still 27 days left until its next opening. Tomorrow he would look for companions, and with his thoughts, he fell asleep. In the morning, the hero was awakened by a knock on the door and Erwin's voice calling him to wake up. The guy had no choice but to obey and go open the door. Before Björn could say hello, a powerful gust of wind hit him in the face, causing him to lose his train of thought. Erwin began to happily tell that she managed to make a contract with a new spirit. This time it was the wind element, although she spent 10 spirit stones. Showing a creature that looked like a small tornado, she continued to say that she was very lucky because the elements of fire and air go well together. The hero remembered that spirit stones are a rather expensive item, which allows you to make a contract with a spirit, a 10% chance. After finishing his thoughts, Björn asked to call the creature back, as a strong wind was currently causing a disturbance in his room. As an apology, Erwin decided to confirm her words about her good cleaning skills, and the barbarian admitted that she really did it very quickly and efficiently. After this, the hero asked the girl about the reason for the visit, because she has more important things to do, for example, preparing for the trip to the labyrinth. Erwin explained that she wanted him to be the first to know about her successes. Based on these words, Björn decided that he was her first friend, or something like that. The barbarian said that he would live here for a long time, so if the girl had problems, she could come, and he himself thought that they could very well remain friends, despite the fact that they would be on different teams. Erwin, sitting on the bed, beamed at these words, and the hero thought that having many connections is always useful. Having said goodbye to the girl, the hero went to the Angry Bull Tavern, where the barbarians were staying. One of the relatives told them all sorts of things as they walked through the establishment, in particular that they lived 10 people in a room of 5, but paid only 300 crystals. Soon they met the one for whom Jandel's son had come here. It was Einar, Feneline's second daughter. When asked why he needed her, the hero explained that he wanted to fight her for training. In response to this request, Einar explained that there was no point in spending her debt on this. She could just go to the site, and she was not against training in her free time. Björn didn't want to put this matter off for later, so he suggested that the girl fight right now. It didn't take Einar long to defeat the guy. It was just a crushing defeat. She was very good, which meant he would not waste his time in vain, so the hero was not going to limit himself to one duel and demanded another. The fights continued one after another. Einar emerged victorious from each one, but Bjorn was not upset. Because she was very strong, the main thing was that he learned. The moon had already risen in the sky and both fighters were tired, so they decided to finish training. Looking at the girl, the hero found her very strong, smarter than the other barbarians, and she was also unlikely to betray him. Björn decided to find out if Einar had a team, to which he received the answer that she was going to go alone, because she did not have the money to assemble a group. Having learned the information he was interested in, the hero decided that the best choice would be to invite the girl to join him. And he began to explain the conditions under which he would take 80% of the spoils for himself, but would pay for the creation of the team himself. But in the middle of the speech, Einar interrupted Björn and said that, not a word more. She looked determined. The hero tried to explain the benefits, to convince. But this was unnecessary. The girl meant by her words that she agreed without any words, since she wouldn't understand anything anyway, and simply trusted him. This brought a smile to Björn's face. He was glad that he finally had a reliable teammate. The next day they went to the Temple of the Barbarians, where the hero had recently begun his journey. There they were met by the same man who had conducted their ceremony back then. Björn had no desire to return here, but there was no choice. The man recognized them and asked the hero if he was following in Einar's footsteps in wanting to learn to read and write, to which he received a negative answer. When asked why he was here then, Björn replied that he wanted to obtain a certain spiritual seal, or more precisely, the seal of the immortal. The non-human races have different features. For example, elves can make contracts with spirits to borrow their power. Dwarves can also gain the blessing of armor, which increases the effectiveness of their equipment. Beastmen have the ability to form contracts with ancient beasts, called spirit beasts, and the barbarian race has the ability to apply a spiritual seal in the form of a tattoo on the skin of the back. The man began to question the source of information from which Björn learned about this method of amplification. But the hero had thought this point through. He had checked in advance whether this information was available in the library, so he replied that he had read it in a book. The man laughed at this and patted the boy on the back, and also said that he was proud of him and Einar. The chief noted that he had no reason to refuse, but the cost of this service was 800,000 stones. To the rhetorical question of whether the newcomer could handle such a sum, the hero answered in the affirmative, which surprised both his companion and the man opposite him. The chief became serious and asked where the young warrior got so much money. It was very suspicious. But the hero thought this through too and began to talk about how he was lucky to meet a wounded elf in the labyrinth. He used her as a slave and took away the magic crystals he obtained, and also gave her essence. And upon returning from the labyrinth, the guy forced her sister to pay for the provided item. With his story, the hero greatly pleased both the leader and the barbarians who gathered around to listen to his story. As a gift for his good mood, the man gave Björn 2 coins worth 100,000 stones each. The hero shouted that he would continue to bully these useless elves in order to become a cool warrior, and the more he looked at his new relatives, the more he became imbued with their spirit. Spiritual seal is a kind of strengthening technique, the purpose of which is to fill the body with special ingredients that will give special strength. Barbarians tattoo newly born children when their souls are still pure, so that the paths of the soul are visible even after they grow up. So every one of his kind has tattoos. The shaman gave the young warrior a chance to think better, because he would not be able to choose another spiritual seal, but would remain with this one until the end. The seal of the immortal is the main requirement for a tank barbarian. Other seals are also very useful, but the hero has already made his decision. Getting the tattoo was excruciatingly painful, and Björn was already shuddering at the thought of having to go through that again in the future to level it up. Its effect was a significant increase in natural regeneration and physical characteristics. At parting, the guy thanked the shaman, which surprised the latter because for the first time he saw a warrior who thanks people like him. At this news, Björn hurried away as quickly as possible, hoping that his unusual behavior would not reveal his nature. The next morning, the hero went to the shopping district to buy the necessary equipment, thinking along the way that thanks to training with Einar, it became clear that the sword would not suit him. Björn plans to focus on learning shield techniques, so the weapon should be easy to handle. The hero's choice fell on a medium-sized mace, the cost of which is 220,000 magic stones. The barbarian also took half armor for 360,000 and a custom helmet, since he couldn't fit into the usual ones, for 170,000. After that, time flew by. Although the days were full of worries, they very quickly became routine. At 7 in the morning, he woke up and had breakfast with Erwin. After that, Björn stayed in the library until 4 in the evening, which greatly surprised other visitors, and the librarian slept constantly. After this, the guy goes to different taverns to listen to the conversations of other adventurers. He does this in order to obtain information that cannot be found in books. After this, around 5, Björn goes to the barbarians to fight with various relatives, with whom he began to fight a week later. After regular training, the hero even began to defeat Einar sometimes, and his efforts began to bear fruit. He succeeds in this because the girl, although strong and skilled, has direct and predictable movements. He told her this, but it has long become her habit, which she is unlikely to easily correct. At 9, Björn returns home, washes up and meets Erwin again to have dinner with her. They finish around 11, after which the elf leaves, but this time she reminded them that the labyrinth opens again tomorrow. The month has passed extremely quickly. The next day, Björn and Einar went to the Explorers Guild to establish a magical connection. Its price for rank 9 seekers is 15,000, and it works for 24 hours, but it is necessary so that after teleportation, you end up next to each other, and not in random places. The hero decided to order an expensive dinner, a whole feast for 800 stones before entering the labyrinth, which made his partner happy. Having finished with the last things to do, the couple headed towards the square, where the rest of the researchers were already waiting for the portal to open. Suddenly, a group of barbarians burst in here. They were newcomers who had just come from the coming-of-age ceremony. Their appearance brought a pleasant nostalgia to Einar, even though only a month had passed since she had been in their place, and Björn thought about how they managed to find their way every time in an unfamiliar city. Soon, it was possible to enter the portal, but the hero stopped his companion and said that he wanted to check one of his guesses. The portal became smaller and smaller. Einar began to worry, but Björn was still waiting for the right moment. And so, when the security guard at the entrance shouted that it would soon close, the guy rushed forward and shouted for the girl to do the same. The next moment, the hero's guess was confirmed. They found themselves in the dark region, as he thought. To his companion's concern about what was happening, Björn explained where they were and said that this time he had torches, and the last reservation surprised the girl a little. Right in front of them was a passage to the second floor, and thoughts flashed through the hero's head that every gamer should know how to use bugs to their advantage. Without delay, the portal was opened, and the first person to do so also received some experience as a reward. This time the location was different, the dark ground, The remains of stone structures and heartbreaking screams indicated that this was the land of the dead. But unfamiliar feelings distracted Björn from examining the area. He felt as if something was moving through his veins and filling his body. The barbarian shared this with his companion, to which she replied that according to the description, it looked like an increase in the level of the soul, that is, an increase in the level of the character, as it was in the game. He now has more energy to use skills and can also have 2 essences. Einar congratulated the hero on this, but noticed something strange because he did not kill the monsters, and the hero told about the reward for opening the portal first. In this world, experience can only be gained the first time you kill a certain type or subtype of monster, so the further you go, the harder it is to level up. Opening the portal first is a stable and relatively easy way to earn EXP, so many people try to get to the transition as quickly as possible. Björn told Einar that this would be their secret, and if anyone asked, it took them 2 days to get here. Sooner or later other explorers will get here, so you need to get away, because they will wonder how the newcomers got here faster than them. The hero tied a torch to his helmet, and the steel did not heat up due to its magical nature. Although this method has long been used by adventurers, the guy still felt a little ashamed. The land of the dead contains various types of strong, undead-type monsters, unlike the goblin forest. But there are no traps here, so it's a bit easier, in other words, an ideal place for 2 barbarians. The first enemies the team encountered along the way turned out to be a trio of ghouls, but this is only because it is only the first day. On the 3rd, their number will triple. These enemies did not pose any threat, so they served only as a light warm-up for Einar, and the hunt began. After some time, a terrible scream was heard nearby, and the companion, although a barbarian, was also a lefty, so she pressed herself against the guy in fear and asked what it was. Bjorn explained that these were banshees, and they should not attack these monsters, because their physical attacks would not damage the ghost's body, and the curse could easily be obtained. The next monsters that appeared on the barbarian's path were skeletons, on which Einar could just vent her fear. Björn tried to advise the girl that monsters had a vulnerable core between their ribs, but it soon became clear that she didn't need that. She could just smash the bones with brute force. They walked through the lands of the dead for another 7 hours, and encountered various monsters, such as elder ghouls that were twice the size of normal ones, or mutants that turned into skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, and all the new species brought the desired experience. They did not pose a danger, both because of their small numbers, and because of the hero's increased combat capabilities. The mace was perfect for the guy in terms of weight and length, so it breaks the skulls of enemies much more effectively than with a hammer. The vest-style armor reduces the area that needs to be covered by the shield, allowing for more aggressive fighting. And the new helmet, although it won't protect against any crossbow, can easily deal with the rotten bows of skeletons. The hero has become better at destroying the enemy, but there is also someone nearby who is no worse at this. She went into battle with the battle cry of Yahello, the name of the goddess of the barbarians' ancestors, and having tried to shout as well, Bjorn did not notice how this cry began to fly off his tongue extremely easily. It was a refreshing feeling. Compared to fighting with Erwin, having a fellow barbarian's shoulder next to him felt completely different. During the fight, Björn received a small wound on his arm, but it closed very quickly, causing delight in Einar. The seal of the immortal improves natural regeneration. Healing a wound half a centimeter deep takes only a minute, and stamina is restored faster, although the pain is terrible. Soon the earth became dry, the soil changed, and the banshee's cry became much louder. All this meant only one thing: monsters of the 8th rank would appear soon. And he didn't keep us waiting long. It was the demon of death, who somehow miraculously managed to quietly approach the couple almost right next to each other. The monster looked more terrible than Bjorn had imagined, but fear did not stop the barbarians, and they rushed into battle. Einar attacked first, and while the monster blocked the blow, the hero slipped past and found himself behind the enemy. But the maneuver was useless, because the creature's body was so hard that the blow felt as if it were a stone and not the flesh of a living creature. Despite the lack of visible damage, the demon still tried to kill the impudent barbarian, but the latter was fast enough to dodge. But we shouldn't forget about Einar, who decided to take advantage of the monster's distraction and struck the creature with her huge sword. But the weapon was unable to enter the monster's body, and the young warrior was thrown further away by the attack. The death demon in the game had high defense, but the guy didn't think that in reality it would be such a difficult opponent, and even small scratches on it healed extremely quickly due to the body preservation skill. But soon, the situation worsened even more because the monster used its active skill for summoning ghouls, which was called the Call of Death. Björn ordered Einar to deal with the dead first, while he would distract the monster. Weaker attacks could be easily taken on the shield, especially with the physical stats boost from the Seal of the Immortal. More powerful attacks had to be dodged, using all possible agility from one's body. Bjorn was quite successful in distracting the death demon, although he was unable to land any blows, but that was not necessary. Soon Einar was able to deal with all the ghouls and immediately went to help her partner. She slipped behind the monster's back and prepared to deliver a devastating attack with her monstrous weapon. The next moment, the warrior struck the death demon with her sword, but the strong skin withstood it. When the monster was distracted by a new target, Björn had the opportunity to attack in the same place where Einar had hit, which he took advantage of. Finally, the battle began to turn in favor of the barbarians, and they finally managed to inflict serious damage. But, not paying attention to the pain or possible problems from a head injury, the demon drove his opponents away from himself. The team couldn't keep up with the monster's regeneration. It recovers too quickly thanks to its passive skill of body preservation. Already thinking that they wouldn't be able to cope with the demon and would have to return to hunting 9th-rank monsters, the hero saw that Einar had grabbed the enemy's leg in an attempt to upset his balance. This seemed like a great idea to Björn, and he hastened to support his companion in the attack on the monster. And in the end, the barbarians managed to drop the monster on its back. Now it's time to quickly take advantage of this. But it turned out that there was no hurry, because nature, or whoever created the demon of death, did not think of a way for him to get back on his feet after falling. Now the barbarians can take advantage of their advantage, and the monster began to feel like a victim. The pair of researchers began to joyfully beat and cut the helpless enemy, who not long ago seemed to them, if not invincible, then at least an extremely difficult opponent. After defeating the demon, a very large magic crystal remained in its place, which made Einar happy. But Bjorn hastened to explain to her that the cost of extraction was actually only 100 stones. But it turned out that for the girl, this sum was quite good, because for this price she would be able to buy the delicious bread that she ate at the feast before leaving for the labyrinth. The hero decided that it was not right to limit himself to one demon, so it was time to go and continue hunting, and also realized that hunting with barbarians was quite good, and Erwin was a little passive. In this battle they managed to find an excellent tactic, so the barbarians first threw the monster on its back as soon as they discovered it. After which they joyfully beat him on the head until he died, and as a result, they finished off 70 of these big guys. It was time to set up camp, and the hero again fell into thoughtfulness. He thought about the fact that it was extremely profitable for him to hunt death demons, because there was, albeit a low chance, but a chance to get an essence that would suit him very well. The next day, the number of monsters doubled, but this caused practically no problems. The barbarians simply felled them one by one, and then finished them off. True, if the demons could not be neutralized before they used the Call of Death, then they had to run away, because the creatures do not pursue prey outside their territory. After midday, the monsters began to appear in threes, which was already too difficult, so the barbarians wisely decided to give up the hunt and not take such risks. Soon the couple began to look for a place to stop, but when they had already succeeded, they met a group of searchers. With a threatening expression on her face, Einar informed the uninvited guests that since they had no business here, they should get lost. The group decided not to mess with the terrible barbarians and decided to leave quickly, and the girl watched them go. Einar said that now they would have to change their camp location, because these guys now knew their location, and people cannot be trusted. Walking after the girl, the hero recalled that she had previously disliked them, and also came to the conclusion that some story had happened to her during her first exploration of the labyrinth. Björn decided to ask Einar about this another time, and in the meantime his companion complained that they most likely would not be able to find such a good place for a camp. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by desperate cries for help, and such sounds are not made by those who are attacked by monsters, which means that the seekers are cutting each other. The couple was about to get away, but it turned out that someone had heard their conversation and fired an illuminating spell into the sky. Now it was possible to examine the situation, and it was not rosy. There were 4 bodies lying on the ground. There were no monsters nearby, but there were traces of a camp and poisoning. And in the middle of this picture stood a woman clutching a bloody dagger in her hand. Most likely, she was a marauder. Marauders are people who hunt other explorers instead of collecting magic crystals from monsters. They collect equipment from others. Naturally, in Rafdonia this is punishable by death, although if you think about it, no one convicted him of killing his colleagues, which means no one will know anything if there is no one to tell. Looking at the girl, the hero realized that she was very strong and professional, and also had a noticeable appearance, but nothing was known about her, which meant that she did not leave witnesses of her work. Looking over the dead people, Björn noted that they had very high-quality equipment. The mage seemed to have reached the 5th floor. 3 apparently died from poison, and the 4th seemed to have resistance. Without any concern at all, the woman began to search the bodies. She was not at all afraid of the 2 new barbarians. Judging by how that huge sword fits, she must have an expensive spatial traveler's bag. Most likely the marauder was much stronger than them, which means the only chance to survive was to escape. Along the way, Björn left marks on the trees, just in case if they followed them, they would soon reach the portal to the 1st floor. On the way, the barbarians met a group of other labyrinth explorers, among whom there were no representatives of non-human races. People were hard to trust. Einar was especially sure of that, but they had no choice, so they reported that a marauder was chasing them. At first, the researchers didn't believe it, but Björn used the warrior's oath again. Then they said that they would take the things for themselves, and would also now use the camouflage skill. Everyone within a radius of 3 meters merges with the surroundings. This is very useful. But there is a drawback, which is the inability to move, otherwise the haze will dissipate. The barbarians came closer, but instead of using camouflage, a suppression skill was used, which paralyzed the couple. These people also turned out to be marauders, and this skill was obtained from a high-level stone golem monster. The victims would be paralyzed until they took any damage, the hero thought, as the researchers quickly searched their backpack and other belongings. They were also already anticipating the huge amount of stones they would receive from selling the valuable barbarian hearts. The man with the dagger was going to kill them both with one blow, as he always did before, so as not to free the victims from paralysis. The next second, the blade rushed straight at the hero's neck, but he already had an idea about how to get a chance to survive. As soon as the dagger penetrated Björn's flesh, he took enough damage and began to tilt his head back before it could penetrate deep enough. Now the paralysis had lifted from the barbarian, allowing him to grab his mace and kill the man who had just recently been about to take his own life. The searchers were shocked and even slightly horrified. They had never encountered such an extraordinary situation before. Taking advantage of the confusion of his opponents, Björn pulled the dagger from his neck and threw it straight at Einar in order to bring her out of her paralysis as well. But this also accelerated the blood loss even more, and the barbarian began to weaken quickly, so he had to leave everything to his partner. The warrior took full advantage of the opportunity and immediately released her anger on the people, instantly cutting one of them in half. Soon the rest of the enemies lost their lives, except for one, who, seeing the quick reprisal against his comrades, decided to escape. Einar was about to chase after him, but she heard Björn's request for help, so she hurried to use the healing potion. The hero was able to survive thanks to the seal of the immortal, but now there will be a scar on his neck that is unlikely to heal. His partner was only happy because he would be the only barbarian with such a mark, which could be considered an excellent reason for pride. Soon the barbarians caught the escaped enemy. Einar held him tightly, and they were already about to interrogate him. But suddenly, from behind their backs, a small dart flew at the man, which killed the man almost instantly. All this time the female marauder followed and watched them. They were never able to break away, which is an extremely bad sign. If they couldn't escape, then the only way out was to fight, so the barbarians rushed towards their new enemy. Even though they are newcomers, and this woman looks very experienced, they have the advantage in numbers and should have a chance to win. The next moment, the marauder dodged the young warrior's blow without any noticeable difficulty. And then she took on the dagger and attack of Bjorn, who, although he expected something like this, hoped for the best. Since she can compete with him in strength, it means she has probably absorbed more than one essence, and this once again confirms how high a level it is. Since the barbarian cannot overcome her in a normal confrontation with force, he will use his superior mass and start pushing. But the marauder did not expect that the enemy would pierce his armor with a simple, albeit poisonous dagger, which indicates that the woman knows how to use aura, which means there was no chance from the very beginning. Einar tried to correct the situation. She tried to stab him in the back with her huge sword. But the enemy flew past at lightning speed, inflicting serious wounds on the warrior, much worse than those received by Bjorn. Throwing a dagger into the air, the marauder addressed the hero with the words that the basilisk's paralyzing poison had already spread throughout the body, which meant it was time to surrender. The hero feverishly thought about the fact that the enemy was superior to them in strength, speed, and in everything, so would they really die here? The woman interrupted these thoughts by putting a dagger to the guy's neck and saying that if they swear not to say anything, then she will spare their lives. The marauder continued by saying that she had intended to suggest this from the very beginning. She didn't want to kill the barbarians because she was indebted to them. Now it became clear to the hero why she simply watched their fight. She wouldn't have had to kill them personally if those researchers had succeeded. The wounded Einar extended her hand and said that they couldn't trust this woman because she would definitely deceive them. When asked about the consequences of refusal, the marauder replied that in this case they would die, so there was no choice. The hero once again took advantage of the oath of military honor, and now it was Einar's turn to have her say. But the girl did not want to do this. It seemed that her dislike for people was extremely strong, as was the pride of wine, and even in such a situation, she could not agree with this. Since Einar has spoken her word, it means the woman has no other choice, and today the warrior will leave this world. But Bjorn categorically disagreed with this, so he began to persuade the girl to take the oath anyway. He desperately reminded her that Einar had said earlier that she would follow all his orders. She just needed to trust him. The warrior did not want to swear by her military honor, but still gave in to her partner's persuasion. The marauder was satisfied with this and was about to leave, but the hero finally asked what floor she had reached, to which he received the answer that she had reached the 8th, which meant that there was no hope of victory. Soon the pair of barbarians returned to the first floor, and the guy noticed that Einar took it all much worse than he thought. It seemed that for his kind to beg for mercy, with the honor of warriors, was extremely shameful. Bjorn tried to console the warrior with the words that they survived, and that was the main thing. And in the future they would still have a chance to defeat that woman in the future. Einar responded to this by saying that she would endure the shame and the desire to kill herself in order to become as strong a warrior as the hero. Seeing his partner's attitude towards this situation, the hero understood that he would hardly ever understand her feelings, and the reason for this is simple. He is not a real barbarian. They began to rest, and Bjorn again plunged into thought. After these events, he was morally destroyed, although Einar was even worse. The guy felt about the same as he did on his first trip to the labyrinth when he hoped for help from that blonde guy's group. When the priestess refused to heal him, and the swordsman threw the potion as if his life was worth nothing, as if he were a wounded dog, Although he was happy to survive, he cannot forget that feeling. Björn believed he was making the best choices in the situations he faced, focusing on survival, and he didn't understand what he could have done wrong. As soon as the hero got into this world, a man was beheaded before his eyes, and then unpleasant things continued to happen, and the barbarian decided that something needed to be changed. He had a new plan. Björn woke up Einar and asked her if she would agree to try to become stronger if it involved great risk. The warrior agreed, because if they didn't achieve this, they would most likely die anyway. This life will always be filled with chaos, no matter which path you choose, so it is better to attack first, Björn thought, and told his companion that they would go into the rift. The team headed to an area that was also shrouded in darkness, but there were 4 types of monsters there. In addition to the goblins and ghouls they had already encountered, there were gnomes and razor-maned wolves. Soon, an ancient monument appeared before them, and when Einar asked what it was, Björn told them about the memorial to the man who first found the labyrinth, dedicated to Deflon Grandel Gabrielius. The hero said that he was going to open the rift and asked to keep it a secret. His partner agreed, but asked to tell what it was. Roughly speaking, it is a labyrinth within a labyrinth. In the game it was called an instanced dungeon, which was cleared by a selected number of characters. To open the rift on the first floor, you need to place the magic crystals of 4 types of monsters on the memorial, and with the stone of the death demon, 1 specific instance for 5 people will be opened. The difficulty depends on the number of participants, and the hero was interested in who else would be included in their temporary cleanup group. The rift is a passage to another reality that appears randomly on each floor, and they also have a recovery time, and the passage on the first floor opens once every 3 months according to city time. On the first level there are 4 rifts. The one they are going to has a red sky, clouds of crows flying across it, and a dark castle rises up ahead. This place is called the Bloody Citadel. Björn knew where they would end up because he used the death demon's magic crystal, but in real life it all looks much scarier. The most important thing now is who will appear here next, because the rest of the group members will be chosen randomly. Meanwhile, Erwin and his sister were on the first floor, and the elder was teaching the younger that she needed to be able to defend herself without a bow and spirit, but with just a dagger. To this, the girl replied that Björn told her that you need to concentrate on what you are good at and leave the rest to the team. Everyone should do their part. Tessia explained to her sister that he was also right in his own way, but you can't always trust your companions because this world is not particularly welcoming. Walking through the labyrinth, the elder elf told them that before heading to the second floor, they should look for a rift, because although it was difficult to find them, 8 months had already passed since the last one, so they had a chance. Erwin said that it was interesting. Björn didn't tell her about it, to which Tessia thought that it was natural. After all, he was just a barbarian, and a newbie at that. He probably got to the top in the most ineffective way. Their conversation was interrupted by some suspicious sound, and when they followed it, they realized that this was exactly what they were looking for, a rift. This was their chance to become stronger and make some good money, so the elves immediately rushed into the rift before anyone else got there. The girls had almost reached it when the entrance to the rift closed right in front of their noses. It looked like some researchers in other places had managed to get into other entrances earlier. Meanwhile, in the Bloody Citadel, the barbarians waited for the first comrade to appear. It turned out to be a dwarf. And after him, a sorceress and a guy with a backpack stepped into the passage. The hero was surprised and glad about the presence of a magician. Einar noticed this and asked about it, and learned that magicians are valuable for the city, and only the strong can go to the labyrinth. In other words, she was strong enough to be here. The blonde heard this, so she praised the barbarian's intelligence. After which, she introduced herself. Her name was Aloa Raven, and she was a 6th-rank mage. The hero noted that she looked a little arrogant, but in the game all the mages were crazy, so the girl looked almost like a saint. The sorceress meanwhile introduced her companion. He turned out to be a professional porter whom she hired. His name is Tarjan. The explorers continued their acquaintance. The next one was a dwarf. His name is Hikuro Murad. He has been exploring the labyrinth for 3 years. After the introduction of the barbarians, the hero asked about the fact that they were not like those who would work on the first floor, since they ended up here. They decided not to reveal the details. They both just heard that a rift was about to open, so they were here. Everyone agreed to the proposal that Raven would be the temporary leader, and when Bjorn also wanted to accept this proposal, Einar interrupted him, because she considered him to be an intelligent, wise, and capable warrior. All this praise went on, causing the hero to feel ashamed and awkward. After hearing all this, Hikuro Murad laughed and said that it was difficult to find a wife who would respect you so much, and he was even jealous, which embarrassed the warrior. Their conversation was interrupted by the sorceress, urging everyone to move forward. It seemed she was not interested in this dialogue, so she changed the subject. The dwarf noted that they still needed to learn about each other's abilities, but Raven arrogantly noted that there would be monsters of the 7th rank and below here, and she and the porter alone would be enough. The sorceress continued by saying that she would also take the spoils from the keeper, which caused a conflict with Hikuro Murad, who was dissatisfied with the distribution of the spoils. The argument grew more heated, and the hero reflected on the fact that for successful magicians, research comes first, while for simple adventurers it is money, and here their interests clashed. Alua Raven tried to compromise. She said that she would give them all the magic crystals from this rift. Bjorn noticed that the argument was causing tension in the sorceress. She was very depressed. It seemed that she did not expect such a development of events. Raven agreed that she would give up some of the items, but the essence would be hers. The dwarf agreed to this, and also said that they would roll dice to decide who would get the rift stone. But Bjorn didn't agree that they were thrown out of the discussion altogether. But the two didn't agree that he had the right to the stone, but they did agree to give 2 essences from ordinary monsters. This was the maximum that could be bargained for. There would be no suitable essences for their level here anyway, and Murad and Alua had already resolved their differences and calmed down. Looking at the Blood Citadel, Bjorn became determined to conquer its peak and become stronger, so that he would no longer get into unpleasant situations, and so that high-level researchers would not treat him with arrogance. This rift is divided into 4 parts: a drawbridge, a battle zone behind the walls, an underground prison, and a place of worship for demons in the Lord's room. These thoughts flashed through the hero's mind as the squad approached the entrance to the fortress. On guard were gargoyles, rank 8 monsters that stand still most of the time and look like statues. But once you notice the enemy, they attack them and use their active skill petrification, which covers the one it was applied to with a layer of stone. Usually, explorers have to sacrifice one of their own, exposing him to the gargoyle's ability. But if there is a mage in the team who knows the magic of removing curses, then everything changes. And without their skill, these monsters turn into very simple opponents that can be dealt with without any problems. Hikuro Murad showed what his skills and 3 years of experience are worth, crushing his opponent without any problems. The magic crystals that remained in place of the enemy corpses began to fly up on their own and go to Tarjan's backpack. It was a spell for collecting stones. It would make their lives much easier. Now that the guards were down, the team could enter the citadel, which was quite dark, and magic helped with that as well. Now the researchers could see that they were not alone here. There was a group of ugly monsters nearby. These were the dead, monsters without a rank that do not give experience or crystals, and their bodies do not disappear unless an essence drops. The part of the squad that was melee fighters took aim at the opponents, because it would be wasteful to waste mana on such weak monsters. These opponents could not cause any difficulties for any of the squad members except, perhaps, the porter Tarjan, but he did not participate in the battle. As a reward for exterminating the enemies, the researchers received a forge, which they took with them, because they would soon need it. After walking a short distance along the corridor, the team encountered an obstacle. It was a steel door. The sorceress volunteered to solve this problem. It's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to overcome this obstacle with brute force, but a huge fireball is a completely different matter. Looking at the result of the magic, Björn could only marvel at how overpowered magicians could be. The next obstacle on the squad's path is the first part of the fault, the drawbridge at the entrance to the fortress. It was raised. But Alua Raven knew how to lower it, so she asked Einar to blow into the horn she had recently received. With this action, the bridge began to slowly descend, and the long dormant magic seal was activated. And the dark bloody water began to rise higher and higher, and in it swam a crowd of the same monsters that the team had encountered not so long ago. The goal of this test is to survive the onslaught of countless undead. This is a pretty difficult part, but only for those groups that don't have an experienced mage who has area attacks. The next moment, Raven destroyed the crowd of enemies with her magic, making it much easier for the group to pass this test. Bjorn guessed that the sorceress was quite powerful, but he didn't think there was such a big gap between them. The first part of the Blood Citadel was completed, the bridge was lowered, and the team was about to move on. But Bjorn was tense, because it had been ridiculously easy to deal with, which, given his luck, was highly suspicious, and there was certainly trouble ahead. The group of explorers easily crossed the drawbridge of the outer wall and headed towards the inner castle. Normally, they would have had to fight their way through a lot of monsters, but they had Raven, which was a big help in conquering this rift. Soon, she was no longer destroying all the enemies with one blow. This time, there were about 10% of the enemies left. Among them, the most dangerous were the death demons, who survived thanks to their durability and regeneration. Einar and Björn had already worked out their tactics for fighting these monsters on the second floor very well. This sight greatly surprised and discouraged Hikuro Murata, but the barbarians seemed to be having fun. Raven also decided to contribute to the victory over the monsters by hitting them with the spell Worsening Wounds, which negated the monsters' regeneration. Without one of their greatest strengths, the death demons have been reduced from fearsome foes to mere lumps of meat. Having seen the possibilities of magic, Einar understood why wizards are treated specially, which she told Bjorn. The dwarf supported her in this matter. Hearing the praise directed at her, Raven simply beamed and said that they study hard for this, but talent is also essential. Now the hero began to better understand her character. She pretends to be modest, but loves to brag and conduct research. The sorceress asked for help in collecting some materials, which no one refused her, and soon Targan's backpack became almost full. Björn noticed that she had examined the entire area, but had not paid attention to the statue. Did she really not know about it? Some gamers have a habit of pressing the interaction button when they see a unique object or a suspicious wall, and the hero was one of them, so he discovered a lot during 9 years of playing Dungeon and Stone. But it might hurt the sorceress's ego if a common barbarian knew something that she hadn't discovered, even though she had spent her entire life researching, so she would avoid things that might arouse suspicion. Soon, the group of adventurers entered the inner castle, which lay in ruins, and there were no monsters or possible prey nearby. So they did not stay here long, and quickly found the steps leading down and went under the thickness of the earth. The group fearlessly entered the first floor of the underground prison, the third part of the Blood Citadel, and began to explore it. Hikuro began to ask Raven about the monsters encountered in this location, to which he received the answer that they were a skull rat, a banshee, a death demon, a ghoul lord, and a corpse golem. To this, the dwarf noted that he had fought with all of these species except the last one, since it was found only here in the Bloody Citadel, after which the sorceress began to talk about its features. Soon the terrifying cry of a banshee echoed through the dungeon, and Einar again showed that she was not only a barbarian, but also a girl. She was afraid of these ghosts, and pressed herself against Bjorn. Raven couldn't help but scare the warrior, and began to ominously talk about how meeting these monsters would be terrible and indescribable. But Bjorn reassured his friend that magicians actually have ways to fight banshees, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The sorceress was surprised out loud at the barbarian's knowledge, after which she decided to stop joking and lured a group of ghostly monsters with her spell. And as soon as all the banshees gathered next to her, Raven used fire magic and incinerated all the opponents. Even their intangibility did not help them. and standing right in the middle of a branch of the fiery hell, she invited her companions to follow her, as if she did this every day. This display of strength, coupled with her behavior, caused surprise and even fear among the rest of the team, except for Targan, who seemed to have long known what his employer was capable of. Soon, the researchers found themselves on the second floor of the underground prison, where they encountered new monsters, such as a chimera wolf. Or the Lord of Ghouls, and the interior of the environment began to resemble the laboratory of an evil scientist, since there were ugly monsters and objects everywhere. The sorceress did not feel fear, because she herself carried out autopsies. Aloha Raven had previously researched the first floor's rift maps, so she knew where to go and had no problem finding the secret door behind which the corpse golem's lair should be. Having prepared themselves, the group opened a passage, behind which they were met by endless piles of corpses, and a terrible smell instantly filled their nostrils. In the past, the hero would have definitely lost consciousness from all this, but the effect on the barbarian's strong body is not so strong. The first to succumb to the nauseating smell of rotting bodies was the porter Tarjin, and he parted with his breakfast. Next was Raven. She was used to looking at something like this during autopsies, but it didn't change the disgusting smell. Björn, Einar, and Hikuro were more resilient, so the squad moved on, with the melee fighters in front and the rest behind them. Soon, they reached the largest pile of corpses, and suddenly began to hear strange voices that became louder and louder with each passing second, and soon it became clear that these were the bodies talking to them. It turned out that this pile was the monster that the group came here for. The first boss, the corpse golem, awakened. The terrifying appearance coupled with the human-like voices caused fear in Hikuro, and he froze in place, as did Raven and Targan. The hero had thoughts about how they had always pretended to be tough, but now they were useless, which meant he would have to sort things out together with Einar. Dungeon and Stone is a niche game, but it has details that could appeal to anyone. One of them is the terribly realistic illustrations that look like photographs they often flashed on the internet. The hero was once again faced with the fact that no matter how plausible the pictures were, reality was on a completely different level. Aloha Raven still couldn't recover from her dissection experience, so she wasn't just useless, but also a burden that needed to be protected. Hikuro Murad, a dwarf who had seen many terrible monsters during his 3 years of exploring the labyrinth, was no better. Tarjan, the porter, who looked quite stoic, especially for his role, was also of no help, which was to be expected. They all treated Björn and Einar like trash because they were newbies, and in the end, they, the barbarians, were the only ones left sane. And the corpse golem was not going to wait for the researchers to come to their senses, so it attacked them, releasing acid mixed with corpse poison from its body, from which the warrior protected herself with a broadsword. But Hikuro didn't defend himself in any way, and the splashes hit him right in the eyes, taking him out of the fight in an instant. Raven couldn't recover and was still vomiting. She couldn't even stand on her feet while Targan tried to help her with something. Seeing the dire situation, Bjorn ordered Einar to take the dwarf with him and go protect the magician, and he would try to distract the monster until the others came to their senses. The hero knew the boss's attack sequences from the game. He preferred to throw a corpse bomb at distant targets. But up close, he used his vile semblance of hands to catch opponents in order to absorb them, making them a part of himself. The vile corpses that made up his body stretched out their arms in an attempt to grab the living one, shouting out various phrases along the way, which instilled fear in the hearts of the researchers. Björn couldn't get too close. Otherwise, the golem would hit the mage with long-range attacks, so he had to stay at a medium distance all the time, balancing on the edge. After some time, the hero's efforts were rewarded, because Raven was able to gather her will into a fist and strike the monster with magic. Watching the huge wall of flames, from behind which came the screams of the undead bodies being burned, Björn was impressed by the power of the spell, as it alone ended the first phase of the boss fight. The outer body of the corpse golem was destroyed, and the second phase, the skeleton golem, had arrived. this was not the end yet. Einar and Bjorn rushed forward, because now the monster had no long-range poison attacks, and the two barbarians had every chance of destroying it. With their brute force, they would crush its bones. It wasn't long before they managed to break through his chestbone plates and reach the golem's vulnerable core in the center, and the monster was defeated. At the sight of his death, as a reward, a beautiful ball of energy quickly formed. This was his essence. Elite monsters that do not appear in the regular labyrinth are highly valued by explorers, as they can be used to obtain valuable experience, which is very difficult to earn. Various magic rings, amulets, earrings, and other things that can be obtained from the Rift Keepers are also very good loot. But still, the main value of these instances is that the chance of essences dropping increases several times. After finishing his thoughts, Björn informed Einar that it should go to them, since they had contributed the most to defeating the boss. He himself wanted to get 2 essences, from the Death Demon, which gives powerful regeneration, and from the Wolf Chimera, which gives strength. Corpse Golem Essence is also good for a tank. It slightly dulls perception, but increases bone density by 55, as well as weight, which helps to knock down the enemy, and reduces damage from enemy weapons by 21. The pain resistance is also useful, and the extra strength and poison resistance are a nice bonus. But the main problem is the essence skills. The active skill Flesh Explosion deals a lot of damage, but the price is your health points. The passive skill, Acidic Bodily Fluid, turns blood into acid, and with each injury will damage equipment, reducing its durability. The essence is good, but you'll have to spend a lot on potions and equipment, Bjorn concluded his thoughts, and told his partner that the loot wouldn't dissolve for another 30 minutes, and for now, they needed to help the dwarf with healing. Soon Hikuro was as healthy as before. He felt shame and regret for his behavior, and only thanks to Einar he saved his life. But it seemed to him that he had already seen all sorts of monsters, but the hero was irritated, because due to mental problems they almost died from a monster, with which otherwise they would have dealt without problems. Alua Raven had more or less recovered, so it was time to discuss payment. He said that it was thanks to him that their group survived this fight. So as a token of gratitude, he demanded that they take the Rift Stone for themselves, since if it weren't for it, everyone would have died, after which a tense silence ensued. The silence was broken by Hikuro Murad. He supported Bjorn, because he was in great debt to his partner Einar, and also, in principle, to him himself. Raven was against it, but decided that if they came across a Rift Stone, the barbarian would have a chance to get it, and he decided that he shouldn't count on more. After this, Bjorn decided to report that the corpse golem had dropped essence, which surprised his teammates. The sorceress simply beamed with joy and excitement, because this essence is extremely rare, so even large guilds do not know its effect, and she really wants to study this thing. Bjorn had a proposition. He could give up his loot from the boss, but in return he wants to get the essence of the keeper if it drops. Alua Raven was confused by this deal because the keeper might not drop anything at all, which she told the barbarian. Bjorn replied that he was ready to take the risk, which pleased the sorceress, since she was more interested in the rare, unexplored abilities of the corpse golem. When Hikuro asked how she was going to take the essence, she showed him the artifact vial and said that she had everything she needed. It was an extremely expensive magic item that wouldn't pay for itself with essences below rank 6, but she didn't seem to care. Soon all the work was completed, and the team hurried to leave the terrible lair of the corpse golem, moving on. On the way, the researchers came across statues that resembled gargoyles, but turned out to be, in fact, the most ordinary sculptures. Coming closer to examine them, Raven reported that the Lord's room should be very close now. After touching a certain point on the statue's face, a book fell from somewhere on the ceiling and was deftly caught by the sorceress. It seems she had read about the cache in advance, and the volume itself was called the Necronomicon and contained rich knowledge about black magic. Raven said that she was taking the book for herself. The dwarf agreed with this, because none of them possessed the magic of distortion, which was needed to carry out of the labyrinth what should usually disappear. These are usually the weapons and equipment of monsters. But this book was actually an ordinary item, and the sorceress decided not to report it, and the barbarian was forced to remain silent so as not to reveal his excessive knowledge. After that, they wandered around the rift and destroyed monsters until they finally met the second intermediate boss, the Bone Rider. Raven noticed that luck was clearly on their side, since they had obtained the essence of the corpse golem, and now they had also encountered a successful opponent. She was right, because the monster of the 7th rank, the Bone Rider, is divided into several types. The first one is called Sadness and uses fog, which causes psychosis, annoying the enemy. The second is Hatred. He uses the Soul Kill skill, which lowers the target's level, the hardest enemy. The team encountered a Desire type that could regenerate using the Life Force Absorption ability. Normally this would cause some problems, but the party's mage knew the spell Worsening Wounds, which could negate the effect of his skill. Without his main advantage, the boss was unable to cause any problems and was soon defeated by the researchers. And they were lucky again. The second elite enemy dropped Essence, which happens very rarely. By agreement, this was the spoils of the barbarians, and Björn decided to give it to Einar, since it did not suit him very well. Since the life absorption skill is only fully revealed with swords, and he is not going to change weapons, it is better to try to get another essence with the help of the enhanced warrior. And during the adventures, the hero realized that Einar could be trusted, and the girl herself, meanwhile, beamed with joy and hurried to devour the prey. The only thing the hero forgot to do was to tell about the side effect of the Bone Rider's essence. At first, Einar did not understand what had happened, and why all her companions began to seem larger to her, but Björn explained that it was she who had become smaller. Raven explained in more detail that this is a standard effect for the essence of the Bone Rider. The density of the bones increases, but they shorten, and the hero already knew all this from the game. Einar was very upset about this, because her relatives already looked down on her because she was a woman, and now no one would see her as a warrior at all. The sorceress tried to console her by saying that she had become more beautiful, her facial features were softer, and now her appearance would impress even aristocrats. But this only upset Raven even more, because she no longer looked like a warrior at all. Bjorn told her that everyone already knew about her excellent fighting abilities, and he himself thought that if it weren't for the tattoos, she would look like a very ordinary girl, while the dwarf joked that if he took this essence, then everyone would stop noticing him. Soon a death demon appeared in the corridor, and Bjorn told Einar to stop being sad and try out her new powers. The girl didn't seem to be particularly excited about what had happened and didn't expect much, but she still had a duty, even though she didn't look like a warrior. After which, without burning with enthusiasm, she approached the monster and swung her sword, as a result of which she divided the monster into 2 unequal halves. Björn immediately pointed out her new power, and the girl looked in disbelief at the demon's dissolving body and quickly came to her senses. The hero encouraged the girl by saying that she was now not a simple warrior, but a great warrior, and Einar finally regained her good mood. Soon the team came to the door behind which the Rift Guardian should be. Their adventure was coming to an end. The hero thought that they had been lucky throughout their journey, since Einar had absorbed a good essence, and they had also received a large share for the corpse golem. But there was one thing. Has there ever been a time in his life when everything went easy and simple? What could be the worst-case scenario in this situation? After all, it was always like this for the hero. It just seemed that everything was fine, but then he would receive a new blow from fate, as happened, for example, with his personal life. And his arrival in this world, maybe someone would call it luck, but not him. For the guy it was the same trouble, only even worse. He was brought out of his thoughts by Hikuro, who was about to open the doors, and Björn finally noticed one peculiarity. The handle was red, so he tried to stop his comrade. But the danger was discovered too late. The door itself opened all the way. The master of the bloody citadel woke up from a deep sleep. And it was not the Death Rider that was usually found here, but a vampire, a monster that only appears after the 6th floor, who greeted them with the words that he had not seen living beings for a long time, and also an advanced mutated version, with intelligence and a named monster, the vampire Duke Cambermere. In general, monsters are divided into 4 categories. The first is mutants, which do not change race or characteristics, but receive a new class, such as goblin swordsmen or goblin archers. Advanced monsters, the rank significantly higher than the average for the floor. These include, for example, the Death Demon, a rare category like the Corpse Golem which can only be found in rifts, or the Mimics, which are very difficult to find on normal levels. And the last ones, those with an individual character and name, are advanced mutants, named monsters, which is exactly what their group met. The researchers sensibly assessed their chances now, so they immediately decided to run, and the hero shouted not to be distracted by conversations when Hikuro tried to ask about what happened. While running, the hero thought about the essence of the monster. This is a 5th-rank boss that can act in an unconventional way. He is strong both in close combat and in black magic. The conversation was brought up again by Raven, who was surprised that the Guardian had become an advanced mutant, since this had never happened before, and the hero could understand her surprise. After all, even he, having spent thousands of hours in the game, had never met the Vampire Duke, and only knew about him because he saw him on the stream. Even in such a situation, the sorceress could not suppress her curiosity, so she asked how he guessed about the trouble, because he said to close the door in advance. Björn couldn't come up with an explanation for his gaming knowledge, so he blamed it all on his well-developed intuition. And he understood everything thanks to the red pen, because he had tried many times to find the Vampire Duke himself, and when he watched the recording of his appearance again, he was able to notice this small difference from the usual rifts. Björn partly blamed himself, because if he hadn't been distracted by his own thoughts, he could have noticed this in advance and changed something, but now it was useless to think about it. Hikuro noted that they wouldn't be able to leave without finishing off the Guardian anyway, so shouldn't they turn around and fight, to which he responded that they needed to get to a place with sunlight. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the vampire in front, who said a phrase about ill-mannered guests. It was one of the spells of black magic, spiritual form. A frightened Raven began to prepare some kind of spell, and before using it, she called on everyone to close their eyes. After using magic, the vampire disappeared, which surprised Einar greatly, but it was clear to everyone that everything could not end so simply. Spiritual form is one of the spells available to vampires. It allows them to move quickly, but their real body remains in place. Only with the help of release he can switch the real and spiritual bodies, and they would have been in huge trouble if Raven hadn't reacted in time, but they gained about 3 minutes. But it seems that the meeting with Cambermere did not pass without a trace for the group. He somehow managed to cause internal bleeding to the sorceress, which surprised the hero because vampires do not have such an ability. This means that the boss has the essence of another monster, which the hero does not know about, because in the video, the player did not have time to not only win, but even do anything, so he could not show his techniques. Bjorn interrupted his thoughts and urged everyone to continue running towards the exit, to which the dwarf noted that only Raven knew where to go, as she was studying the map of the Blood Citadel. The hero shouted that he also knew, which surprised Hikuro, and the latter asked how he knew this, since this was the barbarian's first trip to this rift. Björn replied that he had simply memorized the route, thinking to himself that he did not want to seem like a suspicious barbarian, but right now survival came first. On the way to the exit, the hero thought that technically he had told the truth, but he had only received this knowledge after visiting this dungeon hundreds of times in the game. Soon the exit was already visible ahead, but the Vampire Duke was also already close and, if such words are appropriate to apply to the undead, was practically breathing down their necks. But the researchers still managed to run out into the street, and the boss's spiritual body still caught up with them a little, but quickly dissipated. The weakness of this spell is sunlight. Like vampires, their group was very lucky that the sun had not yet set, and it was also very good that the fake luminary inside the rift has the same properties as the real one. Now that they were temporarily safe, Hikuro noticed that Björn had indeed remembered the entire route the first time, and asked if he had really completed the ceremony just a month ago, causing the barbarian to tense up. The situation was defused by Einar, who began to praise the hero, saying that he was a great warrior who was capable of more, which amused the dwarf, and he said that in the future he would truly become one. Putting aside idle talk, the group began to think about further actions, because the sun would soon set and the monster would emerge from the dungeon in search of prey. Although Raven was wounded and needed rest, Bjorn said that they needed to find at least some cover, so they needed to retreat to the outer wall. Soon a place for a camp was found, and the hero decided to temporarily leave his companions to take something that could help in their situation. He went to the statue that was located near the fountain, where he knew there was a hiding place that Raven had not discovered. Inside was the so-called tear of the goddess, a disposable item that heals well and is also useful in fighting monsters that have the attribute of evil. Upon returning back, Björn found that the sorceress had already woken up, so he decided to find out what happened to her. She replied that the vampire's attack was similar to the skill pain sharing, a low-level skill. The hero asked how much time she needed to heal, and received an answer about 20 minutes, after which she would be able to use a 7th rank spell 5 times, which was not enough to fight the boss. Then Björn asked about the presence of solar-type magic, and although in this world it was rude to ask a mage about his arsenal of spells, he took advantage of the reputation of barbarians. Raven accepted the uncouth savage's behavior and replied that she knew the Sunspot Sphere spell. This is a 6th tier magic that is similar to a normal fire sphere, but instead of fire, it has a solar attribute. When asked if she could use the attribute strengthening spell at the same time, the hero received the answer that only if she had enough mana, which needed to be pumped up for 10 minutes. Bjorn interrupted her explanation, telling her to prepare for 30 minutes to increase the power, and he would try to delay the monster for that period while she should not interfere and save mana. At first, Raven meekly agreed, but then she came to her senses and began to be indignant at the fact that the hero was acting like the boss, even though she was supposedly the leader. Hikuro supported Bjorn's plan because in this adventure he got to know him well enough to trust him, because he has a keen eye for human nature. Soon the sun set behind the horizon and the vampire went out to hunt and slowly approached the group, along the way saying that he could not contain his thirst for blood at the sight of them. The enemy is already here. Raven needs 30 minutes to prepare the spell. The team needs to hold out during this time at any cost. The fight began with the vampire deciding to fly into the sky on his wings, and from there, choose his victim. The next moment, Cambormir made his choice and swiftly dove down on the group of researchers. His attack was taken by Hikuro Murad's shield, and surprisingly, he was able to withstand this powerful attack and not even move from his place. This was possible thanks to his ability with the essence from the 7th rank Yantro monster. It's called counterweight, and it prevents the dwarf from being thrown or knocked down as long as his feet are on the ground, and comes with the bonus shock absorption skill, which is very useful for tank-type fighters. A pair of barbarians rushed to their comrade's aid with lightning speed, because despite the excellent ability, it would not be possible to use it forever. Einar came from the left and tried to hit the monster with her huge sword, but the enemy was too fast and cautious to fall for this attack. The truth is, what he didn't expect was that Bjorn would already be waiting for him behind him, and the vampire flew his body straight into his shield. The hero struck with his mace and Cambormir no longer had time to dodge, so he took the attack with his crossed arms. The force of the blow dragged the monster along the ground for several meters, but it did not appear that it had sustained any significant damage. But the hero experienced the use of the pain-sharing skill, and the vampire was not even embarrassed by this attack. The next moment, the entire body of the Rift Guardian began to transform into terrible 6-eyed crows. Soon, a large flock of birds appeared in the place of the enemy, heading straight for the research team. The dwarf used his 2nd essence from the living armor, emergency restoration, and the barbarians defended themselves without any special abilities. When hit, the crows were torn to pieces, blood splashed everywhere, which allowed the enemy to use another of his skills. It was a sacrificial seal that enhanced the vampire's physical abilities, depending on the number of victims within 100 meters. Cambermere also had skills such as Eternal Life, which increases regeneration proportionally to lost health points, and Bloodmaster, which allows you to obtain a skill from the victim's blood. Vampires rely on these three skills to make them very strong, but they also have black magic, which allows them to, for example, turn into mist to avoid physical attacks, transform into crows that cause an explosion upon impact, as well as splatter blood, which helps the monster in applying the seal, as happened recently. They can also use blood to summon various disgusting creatures to help them. In short, a vampire is a high-ranking monster with frightening characteristics and abilities. While the hero was thinking, the world did not stop in place. The battle continued all this time, and now Hikuro missed the monster's blow. And he immediately tried to develop his success by attacking Bjorn, but he managed to put his trusty shield under attack, and looking at the enemy's strength, the hero remembered that this was exactly why everyone abandoned the game when they reached the 6th floor. There were still 5 minutes to wait, and the dwarf, who was the main force in the battle, was defeated. Einar and he himself were exhausted. Then a plan appeared in Bjorn's head, and he immediately ordered his partner to take Hikuro and retreat back, and he would hold off the vampire. He wouldn't need the weapon anymore. This wasn't a battle anymore. A feverish thought flashed through his mind, and the hero quietly uttered the cry he'd learned from Einar, Yahello. After this, the vampire duke pierced the barbarian's body with his long claws right through the armor, and the hero began to drink the health potion, healing the wound right in the fight, mentally urging the enemy to continue. Seeing this, Raven was confused. Was the barbarian really going to take potions the entire fight to survive? Her thoughts flashed through her mind. She had never heard of anyone fighting like that, because it made no sense. It was just absurd. After all, the pain from taking potions is already very strong, but it becomes even worse if the wounds are serious. But the hero did not fall from pain shock, and therefore more and more empty flasks fell to the ground at his feet. The potion's effects were already causing smoke to billow above his body, but he didn't stop and continued to fight despite the terrible pain. In such a situation, his heart could stop at any moment, but Bjorn even manages to block some attacks, and even moving in such a state is already a miracle. Of course, he can't block every attack, but he didn't miss any of those that were aimed at vital points. It was now, looking at what was happening, that Raven understood the expression she had once read in a book about how the real value of a barbarian was not in his physical strength, but in his strong mind. Tarjin said that the situation was becoming too dangerous, so it made sense to get out of here, but the sorceress responded sharply negatively because there was nowhere to run. They were locked here until they killed the monster. Raven wondered what she was doing. Even a young barbarian could think rationally and make rational decisions. But what was she, a wise sorceress, doing? She made a decision, so she sent Tarjin to help Einar with healing the dwarf, so that the warrior could quickly return to the battle. As Raven rummaged through her backpack, she thought about how mages weren't just about firing spells from afar. They were also supposed to analyze the situation based on their knowledge and choose the best path for the team. She found what she was looking for, that very test tube, and made the best decision in this situation, in her opinion, because she wants to live. Raven conjured a number of magic circles that increased accuracy, helped with range projection, and performed automatic targeting. And when everything was completed, she threw a vessel with essence at Bjorn with magical telekinesis. This should help in defeating the Keeper. The test tube shattered on the barbarian's armor, and he instantly absorbed the loot from the corpse golem, which instantly increased many of his stats. When fighting the vampire, the hero's head became empty and his vision became clouded. He had to choose what to sacrifice and what to save. He forcibly threw away his weak heart and fought with all his might. He had to ignore such insignificant things as his arms and legs and protect only his vital points. But suddenly something changed. The picture of the battle changed. The vampire duke's claws couldn't cut through the bones. Could it be that he was fed essence? The hero thought. It was painful for Björn to think about how he would have to change his training and development plan because of this, but if we look at the current situation, it is a very fortunate development. After all, the doll that was beaten one-sidedly can now move, and even such a small thing increased the guy's chances of survival by an order of magnitude. The thought flashed through the barbarian's mind that he couldn't just keep taking damage, and suddenly someone seemed to hear it, and a restoration potion hit him in the back, increasing his regeneration. It was Raven, who had already come to her senses and seemed determined to use up her potion reserves in this life-or-death battle. If he can regenerate at the same level, then there is still a chance the immortal barbarian mode is activated. Björn no longer cared how his muscles were being cut, because the main thing was that his acidic blood from the essence of the corpse golem would cause damage to the vampire. And the damage will be immediately healed with the help of Raven's potions, so he doesn't care about his own wounds, he just needs to keep fighting. Finally, Einar was freed and immediately rushed to help her relative, which distracted the monster's attention. Björn dropped his weapon when the enemy began to hold him back, so now he had to attack the enemy with just his bare hands. The fight went on, and for the two barbarians the battle lasted for hours, although in reality it had not even lasted 5 minutes. And then Raven's voice was heard, saying that the spell was ready, and the hero realized that the time had come. The barbarian lunged at the vampire and grabbed him, briefly stunning him, and then tensed his entire body. And with a cry, Yahello threw the body of the monster high into the sky. Although Cambormir had enormous strength, he was still quite light. After this, Björn shouted at the light Murad to use another of his skills to hit the vampire. The dwarf began to charge the lightning. Discharges gathered around him, hitting his shield, and the power grew. To strike the airborne Rift Guardian with full force in the next instant, inflicting a stun effect on him. After this, Björn decided to use his trump card. These were the very tears of the goddess that he pulled out of the statue. In the confusion of the battle, he was able to save this item no matter what. Running up to the vampire, the barbarian shoved the flask into his mouth without even opening it. But that was not necessary. After all, immediately after this, the hero delivered a powerful uppercut to the monster's jaw, which damaged the flask, and the liquid was released. At the place where the item was destroyed, grace was formed, which temporarily sealed all of Duke Cambormir's resistances and increased the damage dealt to him. The monster's intense shock changed its stunned status to paralysis, leaving it temporarily defenseless. Raven finished preparing the 6th-tier Sunspot Sphere spell, so she shouted at Björn to get away from the Guardian. But it was too late. The hero should have run away earlier, and now he would fall under the influence of magic, along with his enemy. Soon everything was engulfed in flames, but Björn, despite his terrible wounds, did not lose consciousness, and also noticed that it was too quiet around. He did not realize that the vampire had used pain sharing. It was necessary to make sure that the keeper was defeated, so, overcoming the weakness in his body, the hero began to rise. What he saw did not leave him indifferent, because the vampire was still alive, despite the terrible wounds and the fact that most of his bones could be easily seen, which began to quickly grow flesh thanks to the eternal life skill, and the hero remembered another skill of his, Source of Darkness, which allowed him to live until the heart was destroyed. The rest of the team passed out from the pain, and only the barbarian could do something until the keeper woke up. Overcoming the pain throughout his body, the hero slowly walked towards the boss to finally finish this fight. The weapon was lost long ago, and now there is no time to look for it. But after absorbing the essence of the corpse golem, the guy has a new ability that can help. This is Flesh Explosion, which allows you to exchange your health for damage to the enemy. The skill brought incredible pain, but this is the only chance for survival. His instincts screamed at him that he was already at his limit, but the hero would still die if he did not continue to fight. So he continued and continued. It was impossible to stop for a second, because then the monster's regeneration would turn all efforts into dust, and Björn, meanwhile, held on solely by the strength of his spirit. Soon, overuse of flesh explosion meant there were no more arms left, but he had to keep dealing damage. The hero then decided to use the rest of his body, so he leaned on the monster with all his weight and used his skill again. The creature died. It was not in vain that he fought to the end. The level also increased, but in this game there is no healing from this event. The only thing that can save him now is the loss of essence, which is possible, since the chance is 33%. And the hero was lucky. The essence was immediately absorbed, thanks to which death did not overtake him today. And in the meantime, a line about an abnormal growth rate appeared on the guy's monitor in his world. The manager is watching him. The first thing Björn saw when he woke up was Einar's face, and he also realized that his head was lying on her lap. The first thing the hero did was ask about the whereabouts of the rest of the team, to which he received the answer that they had left 3 days ago. But now it was more important whether he himself was okay, since the barbarian had been unconscious for 4 days. Björn immediately rose to his feet with alarm, because it turned out that this was already the 7th day in the labyrinth. And only after that did he pay attention to his body, surprised that he did not feel any changes or injuries. He also noticed that something was missing, so he asked Einar where his pants were, to which he received the answer that they were too damaged and had to be torn off. And his partner also encouraged the barbarian by saying that he had nothing to be embarrassed about, because she already knew that Björn was a great warrior, and he himself mentally asked her to stop. The hero cast aside his embarrassment and asked about what had happened during these days. Einar replied that Hikuro Murad had taken the numbered item, and Raven Alua had taken the rift stone. Björn thought about the fact that since he survived, it meant he absorbed the essence of the enemy, and this meant that they had all 3 items of the keeper, and the warrior was indignant that they had actually agreed on something else. But Raven was very insistent on her right to possess the rift stone because she had huge expenses, and the dwarf withdrew from the discussion, leaving them to sort it out themselves. And then the sorceress said that Björn had already taken the best thing, so he would not complain that this thing did not go to him. The hero realized that it seemed that she was the only one who realized that the guy had absorbed the vampire essence, and also mentally agreed with her sorceress, because Raven had spent her potions, test tube, and golem essence. Einar continued the story by saying that the sorceress then walked along the rift and collected various items and then simply walked through the portal without even waiting for the barbarian to wake up. After that, Björn thanked the girl, saying that he was glad to rely on her, and she replied that they were partners, so it was natural. The hero decided that even if Raven had gutted the place, some items should still have remained, but before starting the search, he decided to dress up, so he asked the warrior if she had any extra clothes. Soon all the business was completed and the barbarians returned to the city. There were a lot of problems this time, and the guy hoped that at least the profit would balance it out. This time, a little more than 230,000 stones were earned, but the hero did not complain, because he was able to absorb 2 essences. But suddenly, the girl behind the counter said that this was somehow too much for a 9th-rank researcher, and that it was in his backpack. The barbarian asked why he should answer, and suddenly a detachment of guards appeared behind him. Björn did not understand what was happening, and in the meantime he was informed that they would speak in the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Erwin, who went there with her sister, also returned from the labyrinth. She didn't think that it would be so hard on the 3rd floor. The strength of the 7th-rank monsters was astounding, and the senior elf was able to handle the 6th-rank monsters. This time, the trip was more like an adventure, the girl noted. While standing in line, Erwin thought that she wanted to meet Björn as soon as possible, to show him off and show him her new essence. She managed to earn 184,000 stones, and the guy behind the counter remarked that it was a bit too much for a researcher of her rank, to which he received the answer that she went to the labyrinth with her sister. When the clerk asked about the relative's name, Erwin replied that her name was Daria Wittenberg de Tercia, and after checking the list, the man concluded that she was already an experienced researcher, so everything was in order. Once at home, the girl was thinking about when Björn would return, because she definitely needed to treat him to dinner for the stones she had earned and listen to him about his adventures. But upon arrival at the hotel where the barbarian was staying, news awaited her that he had not yet returned, so the girl decided to wait, because what could have happened to him? He was strong. The girl visited there every day, and a week later she witnessed the owner of the establishment taking Björn's things somewhere, so she went to sort things out. The man said that he had already waited longer than he should have for the client. The labyrinth had closed a long time ago, and he had not returned, so everything was obvious. Erwin had been trying her best to push these thoughts away from herself all this time, but the innkeeper himself voiced what should have been obvious anyway. He had died during the investigation. Daria found her sister sitting in the rain near the same building she had just left, and said that the situation had already been explained to her, but that sitting there was not right. Erwin said gloomily that she had to become much stronger, so much so that she could protect everyone she cared about. Meanwhile, Björn has been sitting in a cold and cramped cell for a whole week, accused of being a looter. During the first interrogation, he was asked where he got the crossbow in his backpack, since barbarians don't use such things, to which he received the answer that this is a weapon of real marauders. But the investigator said that first, they still needed to find out who actually attacked first, to which the hero asked if they were really going to keep him here for such a stupid reason. After all, there is an unwritten rule not to ask questions of researchers until there is strong evidence, no matter what they bring, but it turns out that the rules have recently changed. Now low-ranking ones are checked. This is done to reduce the number of looters, the man opposite finished, and the hero realized that they decided to pick on everyone who has no connections, but a lot of loot. But his thoughts were interrupted by the continuation of the interrogation. Björn explained where he got the crossbow from. It was loot from the group of marauders that he and Einar met on the second floor. But he did not mention that girl, because she might understand that he was possessed by an evil spirit if he broke the barbaric oath. When mentioning his survival after being shot in the neck, the interrogator asked where his scar was, but it turned out that the vampire essence had even healed that, so there was no evidence. The hero tried to talk about the rift to explain that the neck simply regenerated, but he was laughed at, because everyone knows that vampires are never found there. Björn became angry and demanded that in this case, a magician be called to check the veracity of his words using memory magic. The investigator said that only researchers of the 7th rank and above could ask for this, so the barbarian offered to pay such a wizard from his own pockets. The man replied that they would take the money after his death anyway, so spending it on something so useless was pointless, but he still deigned to call a low-ranking mage from the guild. 2 days later, the wizard arrived, but was unable to pass through the hero's powerful mental barrier, so he said that a more powerful colleague from the tower needed to be summoned. The investigator said that he couldn't call such important people for such a trivial matter, and when Björn mentioned Hikuro and Raven, he didn't even listen. The man offered to surrender and then continued to pressure him to confess. The next morning, the 7th interrogation took place, to which the interrogator brought an object that was immediately identified by the hero, and the man reported that they had received significant evidence. It was the same communication stone that the barbarian had taken during his first campaign, when he was with Erwin, and they were being pursued by a certain clan. The investigator said they checked the unique number to determine its ownership and received evidence from the Crystal Union. With this irrefutable evidence, the barbarian's guilt is now proven, so the execution will begin in 3 hours. The point of no return has been passed. Words can no longer solve this matter, but if Björn simply breaks down the bars, he will still be wanted as an escaped bandit. Then there is only one way left to prove his innocence. He will definitely find a way to survive. Everything was decided. The next moment, the hero activated his flesh explosion skill, which destroyed the grid holding him back. The young guard didn't expect this from a 9th-rank researcher, and he himself was only a newbie, so he was at a loss. Bjorn simply knocked the man out with a kick to the head. Now it's time to get out of here. Right on the guard's belt was a bunch of keys to the cells of this prison. These could be used. After all, there are plenty of prisoners here who can create the chaos that is so necessary now, which will be a great help to the hero. Surely a significant portion of them committed some crimes, but the innocent researcher doesn't care about that now. Soon all the prisoners came out of their cells, and then began to shout the word barbarian, and someone soon added freedom, and a chorus of voices began to chant the phrase barbarian freedom. Directly above them, the usual life of the Explorers Guild continued, visitors and employees not yet even suspecting what had happened on the floor below. Their peace was suddenly disturbed by a crowd of prisoners who broke down the doors and began to wreak havoc. One of the guild workers called on the researchers to help subdue the criminals, for which there will also be a reward. The hero understood that the former prisoners would not hold out for long, since they did not even have any weapons, and only some were able to get hold of some improvised means, so he rushed to the second floor. Bjorn had a plan. He didn't just want to escape, so he instantly passed this floor, but at the entrance to the third, a small detachment of guards blocked the way forward. The barbarian extended his hand to the side and used flesh explosion, and then acidic blood mixed with pieces of flesh and bone rushed like rain onto the first floor. All of this fell directly on the crowd of prisoners along with the researchers, which allowed the hero to activate the sacrificial seal, which enhances physical abilities depending on the number of victims. They give their bonus at a distance of 100 meters, but this will be quite enough. The mighty barbarian received even more power than he had before. Bjorn rushed forward with a Yahello cry, and the magical doping allowed him to literally drive his opponents into the ground. It also increased defense, although not so much that the guards' swords would not cause any damage at all, but enough that the blade would stick in the muscles. But all this was pointless. The guards could not believe their eyes, because the wound healed almost immediately, thanks to the hero's new essences. Bjorn feels the power that overwhelms him. The effect of this doping is simply mind-blowing. These guys can't do anything against him. The guards were at a loss. How could a 9th-rank barbarian be so strong, since only low-ranking researchers were locked up in the branch? There is a prison for high-ranking people, but today they were just unlucky enough to meet a hero. They were clearly not ready for something like this. Soon the way was clear, and Bjorn could now calmly enter the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor. As soon as the hero opened the door, he noticed an ambush, but there was no way to avoid it. However, it was not necessary. The man's sword reached the barbarian's flesh, but he did not rejoice for long, and the reason for this was not even the enemy's rapid regeneration. Much faster than he could see the enemy's recovery speed, he was hit by the effect of the corpse golem's acidic blood, which instantly took the swordsman out of the fight. Suddenly the barbarian noticed that there were not only the two of them in the room, but also some girl in a rich dress. The man, overcoming the pain, shouted not to touch her, because she was the daughter of the head of the district, which made Bjorn think that he had hit the jackpot. The barbarian interrupted the swordsman's threats with a blow to the head. Now, due to new information, the plan has changed. Initially, he did not intend to do this, but the presence of the girl changes everything. While the hero was thinking, the daughter of the head of the district tried to interrupt his thoughts, outraged by his terrible act and calmness. She accused him of knowing about her presence from the very beginning and setting everything up. Bjorn became irritated by this and shut her mouth. The guards burst in, but did not dare to do anything, because the barbarian had the head of the district's daughter in his hands. Then, the hero demanded that they bring him the investigator who was handling his case, the leader of the Crystal Union, and the magician from the Magic Tower. But that wasn't all. Bjorn went out onto the balcony with the hostage and took a deep breath, because it was time for the next point of the plan. The barbarian shouted his battle cry, attracting the attention of the onlookers so he could deliver another blow to his enemies. There were enough people nearby, and the hero began to loudly talk about how he was a 9th-rank researcher, whom the guild tried to frame and kill, and also swore that he was innocent. The bastards set him up. He didn't do what he's accused of, and now their leadership won't be able to hide such a grand event. Now a lot of people know what's going on. Meanwhile, a respected old man from the Tower of Mages received a message from the branch manager that some psycho was wreaking havoc and they needed a wizard. And the elder decided to send Raven Alua there, and also clarified that the one who arranged this freed the prisoners and took the daughter of the head of the district hostage. The sorceress agreed to go there because she still needed to find someone, and she was also curious to take a look at this crazy man. Upon arrival at the Explorers Guild, Raven fulfilled both of her wishes, although she was not particularly happy about it, and the barbarian simply clarified whether she was the mage they had sent. The sorceress was confused, so she shouted out what Björn Yandel was thinking when he did all this. And she continued to be indignant about whether he really thought he had several lives, and she was also curious who it was, and it was the hero again. But Bjorn interrupted her, asking her to use the memory check magic faster. The sorceress agreed. Only if in the future the barbarian fulfilled one of her requests, he accepted the conditions. But the spell didn't work. Then Raven asked if he had any equipment against psychological spells. The hero answered negatively, and the hostage meanwhile tried to understand what was happening. Their dialogue was interrupted by an investigator who ran into the room and immediately rushed towards the branch manager, apparently not even noticing the others present. He asked what could have happened here, since they had taken care of most of the prisoners on the first floor. And only after that did the investigator notice the others, and immediately pointed at Björn and shouted that it was he who had caused the disturbance, to which the manager replied that he was already aware of this. And he continued his explanation, saying that this barbarian speaks of his innocence, and it was precisely the investigator who was conducting his case, and what evidence there was. The man in glasses began to say that no one had set him up, because it was impossible. Too much evidence proved that the barbarian was a marauder. The first piece of evidence is that he brought too many magic crystals for a 9th-rank researcher. Also, in his backpack, there were various equipment, such as a crossbow, swords, a shield, which seemed to have been stolen. The investigator also found the owner of the message stone that was found on the barbarian, and received information from the Crystal Union that Bjorn Yandel was killing innocent people and stealing their things. The hero noticed that this testimony was not only from a member of the same clan, but had not yet been verified by magic. This news surprised the branch manager, and he asked if these words were true. The investigator screamed that this was because the barbarian continued to lie about being wounded in the neck and surviving, and also said that there was no scar because he had absorbed the vampire essence. The interrogator continued by saying that this was complete nonsense, and that Bjorn had lied because he knew that memory magic would not work on him, and how, under such circumstances, could he bring the precious magician from the magic tower there? The man was confident that his arguments were irrefutable and was already anticipating the end of the annoying savage. But Raven indifferently reported that the information about absorbing the vampire essence in the first-floor rift was true. This news surprised the head of the branch and the investigator, and the latter, stuttering, asked what she meant. The sorceress explained that she had been there and seen everything with her own eyes, and ironically asked what to do now, since he would not be able to verify the truth of her words with magic. The interrogator did not take this information seriously and told Raven that even if she knew the barbarian, she did not have to protect him with lies. But the blonde sorceress interrupted the man and threateningly asked if he really doubted her words. And, without changing her tone or facial expression, she continued to talk about whether investigating the cases of low-ranking researchers with his pitiful powers had forced the investigator to look down on magicians as well. The interrogator, after Raven finished speaking, immediately fell to the floor and began to make excuses and ask for forgiveness. This was because the wizards of the magic tower were close in status to the aristocrats. There were many different schools of magic, but they united into a group to protect their rights. A simple guild worker dug his own grave. Björn finished his thought, and the branch manager suggested that they stop this argument already. After all, even for her, a sorceress, this might have seemed absurd if she had not been aware of the situation. Raven made an indifferent face and said that there really had never been vampires on the first floor before, to which the man began to thank her for her understanding. As a loud no came out of her mouth, this was not something that the manager of the branch of the Explorers Guild should say, placing special emphasis on the last word. And she continued her explanations by saying that even now, many years after the discovery of the labyrinth, there are still mysteries that have no answers. One can never predict what might happen there. So how can a man be confident in the impossibility of anything, and at the same time head a branch of the Explorers Guild, again emphasizing the last word? The hero, looking at the girl's passionate speech, could confidently say that she really was a magician to the core, and also ruthless even to a very influential person. Suddenly, a man entered the room accompanied by guards who immediately introduced himself as Niall Urbans. At first, Björn couldn't understand who it was, but soon everything became clear, because his hostage shouted the word father, which meant it was the head of the district. The Explorers Guild is run by clans, uses command spells, and trades information for the benefit of other explorers. Its management system is simple. Each of the hundreds of branches has its own leader. Above them, one step higher in the hierarchy, were 13 regional managers, one of whom was the man who had just entered here, and at the top was the guild master. The guards behind Niall Urbans pushed a man forward, and the high-ranking guest himself said that this was the one Bjorn had requested. The barbarian's face took on a gloomy expression, and he asked this man if he was the Crystal Union member, Hartz Jr., who had made false accusations against him. Without even listening to his excuses, Raven immediately used memory-reading magic and reported that the man had lied. Now he definitely won't be able to get out of this situation, since the sorceress from the Tower of Mages confirmed his slander. After this, the county chief said that Björn Yandel was found innocent, so there was no longer any point in keeping the hostage, and the barbarian released the girl. After this, Niall said that an investigation would be conducted against the slanderer, as a result of which his fate would be decided, to which the hero noted that it would be a good idea to take a closer look at the Crystal Union itself. Urbans agreed to this, and also added that the investigator responsible for his case would also be fired, to which he began to justify himself by saying that he had acted according to the rules. The regional manager interrupted him and threatened him not to try to shift the blame onto the guild, and that all matters he had handled would be investigated. And he ended by saying that if any discrepancies were found, the investigator would be punished accordingly, which made the latter break out in a cold sweat. Soon the investigator and member of the Crystal Union were taken away by guards, and Niall Urbans decided to move on to discussing compensation, which would consist of a promotion to rank 7 and a change of equipment. But this did not suit Björn because he himself could advance to the 7th rank with the help of the essence of a vampire guardian, which he was quick to report. Niall tried to say that the barbarian only had 2 months of experience, to which the hero said to bring him a researcher of that rank, and then it would become clear who was stronger. Björn was immediately engulfed in barbaric rage, and with a cry of Yahello demanded an opponent, to which Urbans tried to calm the hero down and explained that this had simply never happened before. Unexpectedly, Raven decided to support the hero. They met eyes, and the girl smiled at him, after which she began her speech. The sorceress stated that she was sure that there was no researcher here who could resist a 5th-rank vampire and return alive by absorbing his essence, so Niall was forced to agree. Then Björn demanded money as compensation, or to be more precise, 5 million stones, which may be a bit much, but he, as a stupid barbarian, can afford to start bargaining with this figure. But unexpectedly, for both him and the branch manager, Niall Urbans, although with displeasure, agreed to these conditions. Björn thought that it might be related to the presence of Raven here, who just now demanded another 1,000,000 stones as a reward for her services. Could this really be the influence of the Tower of Mages? Soon all the issues were resolved, and the barbarian and the sorceress went to the latter's laboratory, which was in disarray. The girl offered the guy some water to drink, although it was from a test tube, but that's simply because there are no mugs here, and if he doesn't want it, then she can offer basil concentrate. The hero did not risk drinking this liquid because, most likely, this flask had previously contained strange liquids and monster organs. Putting the vessel aside, Björn asked why he had been invited here to the magic tower. Raven reminded that the barbarian had promised to fulfill one of her requests. The hero had only agreed because he was in a hurry, and there was nothing wrong with making friends with a mage. Bjorn agreed with this. The main thing was that it was within his power. The sorceress was happy with his words, and said what she wanted. It turned out that Raven wanted to study the essence that the barbarian had absorbed, and also explained that there was some benefit to it for him as well. Listening to the sorceress's story about how this would help him discover some unknown features, the hero noticed how the expression in her eyes changed. One could see a desire for knowledge in them. The corpse golem she wanted to study was indeed rare, but it was nothing compared to the vampire essence, since it had never appeared before, or there was no one to tell about it. And then the hero guessed something, so he asked if her words when signing the agreement were true, and were precisely because of this. We are talking about the moment when Raven studied the agreement between the Explorers Guild and Bjorn, which contained a clause about the secrecy of everything that happened. The sorceress then demanded that a clause be added about not revealing that the barbarian had absorbed the essence of a fifth-rank vampire, and he was grateful for her attentiveness. The hero was right, and the girl said that in any case, now let him come once a week and help for about 3 hours for 6 months. Bjorn said that he agreed to 3 months and to share the results of Raven's research with him, to which she said that he survived thanks to her, and therefore he should be grateful. Looking at her, the hero thought that in principle this is true, but this is a separate topic, because in order for the cooperation not to end in a short time, the guy must show the girl what kind of person he really is. Bjorn stood up and told Raven that she was the one who should pay the money, which confused the sorceress. Thinking that anyone who doesn't stand up for their position is just an idiot, the barbarian loomed over the girl and said that she actually fed him the essence of a corpse golem. Raven tried to push the hero away from her and asked how that could be a problem since she gave him his powers for free. Bjorn said that she fed the essence for her own survival, to which the girl replied that she saved him as well. The hero responded indifferently that he didn't care. Raven had to pay 10 million, because that was exactly the amount needed to remove the essence in the temple. The sorceress asked in bewilderment why he was getting rid of such a precious thing, and exclaimed that he was a crazy barbarian. Bjorn explained that it was not the essence he wanted, meaning it had caused him serious damage, to which the girl responded that she had heard about the value of this thing to researchers. The hero said that this is the mage's biased opinion, since they cannot absorb essences. If he does not believe, let him ask other adventurers. Raven said that he was just sure that she didn't know any other explorers besides him, but that wasn't true. He should just wait a little. After this, the sorceress took out a magical communication item from somewhere and called a certain Patsran to resolve their dispute. The girl asked him how he would feel if someone fed him an essence he didn't want, to which he said the answer was obvious. To begin with, Patsran would be very angry, because despite the possible value and uniqueness, the essence, which was not in the plans, would only interfere. It's hard for mages to understand, but researchers can't just absorb everything and hope to move up the floors that way. And when asked about possible compensation, Patsran replied that he would demand 15 million, because the more essences a person has, the more expensive the removal, and if they cannot pay him, he may kill. This news worried Raven, and while she was collecting her thoughts, Bjorn decided to think about this Patsran. This researcher is obviously of a very high rank and experienced nature, since he understands the importance of skill combinations and has connections in the magic tower. If you were to ask the same question to some 9th-rank rookie who was barely surviving, then the answer would be completely different. Interrupting the hero's thoughts, an old magician entered the laboratory and said that he was the teacher of this lady, whom the barbarian had forced to tense up. Bjorn understood that since this was Raven's mentor, it meant that this was the person who controlled the 5 floors of the tower, the master of the great Artemian school. He was even higher in status than the regional leader. The old man said that he had overheard their conversation and drew the sorceress's attention to the fact that her sound insulation magic was working with many holes. And he explained that he did this to satisfy his curiosity, because his youngest student had dragged a man to her for the first time, and even a living barbarian, the hero, paid attention to these last words. And the old man ominously informed that usually Bjorn's relatives are delivered dead, or simply their hearts are brought. After which he changed his behavior, laughed, and said that it was all just a joke, but the hero was a barbarian who understood the mood of others well. Bjorn decided to respond with a barbaric joke, so he pointed his finger at the wizard and said that he really wanted to crack that skull. And after a few seconds he said that it was all a joke, so the old man should relax and laugh. Raven, looking at this disgrace, exclaimed that Bjorn had already gone completely crazy, although this was clear from what he had done in the guild. Having already decided that he had gone too far, the hero began to think about how to resolve the conflict, but the old man laughed and assessed the character of the boy in front of him. He also said that the older generation could easily tell the difference between a joke and a threat, although it was clear that he was actually furious. The hero decided to take advantage of the reputation of his people and praised the magician, saying that since he understood barbarian humor so well, he was not such an old man, and asked if there were any barbarians in his family. Teacher Raven decided to return to what he came for. He had heard about compensation and would like to offer Bjorn something else. He took out a box and presented its contents. It was an artifact. Number 9425, the Ring of the Frost Spirit. Numbered items are rare things. You can only get them from the keepers, and each of them contains a unique skill. Would he really just give away such a valuable thing? Bjorn asked what use he would be. The mage replied that he absorbs one of the skills of the absorbed essence, and this would be useful to him, because having acidic blood is very problematic. The hero agreed, because it seemed that even the head of the school did not know about another function of the ring. He was escorted to the exit by Raven, who reminded him not to forget about helping in research. The sorceress tried to ask her master for forgiveness, but he said that the item was useless anyway. Its market value was 1.5 million stones. Bjorn, meanwhile, was also pleased with the deal, because thanks to his game knowledge he knew about another ability of the artifact. Both parties were pleased with the deal, thinking that they had deceived each other. When Bjorn arrived at the hotel, its owner was surprised that he was still alive, and also said that he had already thrown out his things. The hero got angry because he had paid for another week. He said that he would reimburse everything, but the hero was not free of anger. He did not want to forgive. But the next second he calmed down, because he realized that this behavior was not typical for him, and he tried to remember how long he had been behaving like this. From the moment he came to this world, even when his life was in danger, the boy kept his emotions in check and remained calm. When I first killed, I only thought that it had to be done. The process was simple. Even during the escape from prison, there were no doubts. Remembering the argument with the old man from the tower, Bjorn knew that 29-year-old office worker Lee Han-soo would never do something like that. It seemed to the hero that these were all just changes under the influence of the surrounding reality. But the discomfort continued to grow, and now he is sure that after each battle the body's instincts break out. His mind becomes simple, rough, and aggressive, as a barbarian should be. It seems as if his consciousness is merging with this body. But for survival it would be even better. Bjorn summed up his thoughts, after which he demanded 30,000 stones from the innkeeper as compensation. The man was outraged by such a price, so he could not keep his emotions under control, and shouted that his trinkets were not worth half of it. The barbarian immediately drew attention to this, and pointed out that, according to this man, the things had been thrown away, and the owner of the hotel had no choice but to pay the required amount. Soon Bjorn changed his place of residence. Now the room was more expensive, twice as expensive as the previous one. It had its own bath, good windows, etc., and it was also closer to the square with the portal. The next day, the hero went to Einar, who greeted him with joy, because she was worried about her partner when he disappeared for such a long time. Meanwhile, the rest of the tribe shared the news that the whole city was talking about the so-called barbarian of freedom. Björn realized that this was all about him, so he asked cautiously for details, in particular about the name of this hero. To which he received the answer that no one knew about it, which meant that the guild was somehow able to maintain his anonymity. But the rest of the barbarians were not interested in this. They were simply happy and proud that such a man appeared in their tribe. He fought alone against 100, refuted false accusations. The relatives admired these actions, and the hero did not think that this would become such big news, and also hoped that it would not lead to serious consequences. Afterwards, Björn and Einar went to Karmelby, a middle-class area with many craft shops and merchants. Here, the team sold the loot and equipment of the hero himself, which turned into scrap metal, resulting in 800,000 stones, of which 300 went to the warrior. Einar suddenly became surprised by something and drew Björn's attention to how people had put clouds on a stick and were eating them. Of course, it was just cotton candy. The hero decided that it would be a good idea to treat the girl to both sweets and just lunch, while the warrior could not believe what humanity had come up with. But soon Einar's mood worsened. She thanked her partner for treating her as before, because the other barbarians now avoided her and did not see her as a warrior. And lately, some guys have started to hit on her, trying to get her attention, which had never happened to her before. Einar finished pouring out her experiences by asking Björn for forgiveness and saying that she would not be able to go to the labyrinth with him. As a result, the girl left the group, and although her problems were very important to her, they were not the main reason. The main reason is that the elder of the sacred land, a famous sword master, noticed Einar's talent. Therefore, the warrior decided to study the art of the sword under his command in order to become much stronger than she was now. When asked if the sword master could go to the labyrinth with them, the girl replied that there would be special training, so they couldn't leave the sacred lands for 6 months. The hero understood what kind of training this was, so he decided that Einar really shouldn't miss such a chance, and she herself said that she couldn't ask him to wait for her. And she doesn't necessarily ask to take her back when the time comes, but she will try and come back so strong that she will no longer pull Björn back. He couldn't hold her back, because during the second exploration, she was defeated by the marauder, and she also had to use the oath. In the rift, Einar could only watch as others took the initiative while she remained at best in the background. It all hit her hard, so she agreed to the training. Björn will have to look for new companions, although there is an option to go on his own because he has grown a lot in 2 months. Namely, he absorbed 2 essences, thanks to which his characteristics have greatly increased. But from the 3rd floor, it is impossible to travel alone, because as the floors increase, the absence of other roles in the team becomes critical, so finding comrades is a necessity. The hero needs companions of a similar level to climb higher and hunt higher-level monsters, and his first target for recruitment was Raven. After completing the research, Björn spoke about it, but nothing came of it. She didn't even listen and refused. She demanded to invite her only if the group was larger, everyone at least 6th rank, and there must also be a priest. Raven told him to put this nonsense aside and handed the research subject the result of this very research, which he began to study and came to the conclusion that he already knew this from the game. The growth of characteristics, among which the most prominent were regeneration, magic resistance, and soul power, as well as all of his active and passive skills, he studied and tested, except for Bloodmaster. This allows one skill of the one whose blood is absorbed to be temporarily used. Source of Darkness, Sacrificial Seal used when escaping from prison, Eternal Life, increases regeneration depending on damage. Before Björn left, Raven decided to inquire about what that thing was that the hero had shoved into the vampire's mouth during the battle in the rift. The guy decided not to say anything and said that the situation was quite chaotic then. She probably messed something up. The sorceress began to say that she saw everything with her own eyes, but the barbarian interrupted her, saying that he was hungry after which he quickly ran away. Raven was unhappy with this. She realized that Bjorn was hiding something, so the girl intended to find out everything on her own. To this end, the blonde headed to the huge library of the Magic Tower with confidence to find answers in the books, which she did. She read that it was similar to a goddess Tyr, a consumable relic of unknown origin that, when destroyed, bestowed a powerful holy blessing on the surrounding area. 150 years ago, during a dimensional collapse, Cardinal Andron used 3 such objects to save the Holy Pope, and it was never mentioned publicly again. Suspicions grew stronger, because how could a barbarian who had recently undergone the ceremony know about the location of the relic, as well as its effect? Upon arriving in his room, the hero began to think about another artifact, the Golden Mask, which drops after defeating the boss of the Bloody Citadel when many conditions are met. It changes the wearer's face for 30 days, the number of uses is 5, the item dropped for him in the game, but there was no point in changing the appearance of a 2D character, so he sold it. But this is reality, which means that in the event of a clash with the forces of law or with someone extremely influential, this may come in handy in the future. Meanwhile, Daria Wittenberg de Tercia, Erwin's sister, sat in the tavern, calmly eating and resting. But she was drawn to the conversation of the other visitors, as they talked about the Crystal Union and its disbandment in just one night. This clan created a huge information network with the help of communication stones and offered various services to newcomers on the first floor. It grew very well. At first, everything went well. Some people found salvation there, but soon the Crystal Union became mired in disgusting deeds, mocking and doing terrible things to newcomers. Take, for example, what almost happened to Erwin. The elf did not want to admit, but if it were not for the barbarian, something terrible could have happened. Daria finished her meal and was about to leave, but decided to listen to the curious information when she heard that they fell apart because of some barbarian of freedom, because it seemed ironic to her. The researchers talked about the recent incident in the Explorers Guild, and one of them said that the rule about increased search for marauders among newcomers will be revised due to the growing problem. They continued their conversation, and when it came to the fact that it was a 9th-rank barbarian, Daria decided that it couldn't be a simple coincidence. If this barbarian of freedom is that same Bjorn, then the situation with his disappearance becomes completely explainable, the elf thought, heading home. But should she in that case tell her sister about her suspicions, who still can't get over the shock? The next day, Bjorn Yandel went to the Explorers Guild to find out about the gathering teams, active above the 3rd floor. Having received the ID card and the hero's badge, the employee could not contain his surprise and exclaimed about some 5 stars. When asked what it meant, the man tried to change the subject, but Bjorn already guessed that it was some kind of internal guild code, and as a result of recent events, he received the status of a VIP client or something like that. Among the list of proposals, the hero noticed a familiar name. It was Hikuro Murad, so he immediately decided to meet him. They greeted each other and sat down at the table, but the dwarf suggested not to talk about anything for now, because another person should arrive soon. It would be a magician. He didn't keep them waiting long. He immediately introduced himself. His name was Lior Wabdvalki, and when Hikuro asked if he was the one they were waiting for, the wizard replied that it would be good luck to meet another sorcerer here and now. Murad didn't seem to be very good at understanding clever words, so Bjorn explained that the magician meant that everything was correct. They introduced themselves again. Hikuro added that he was 6th rank, and Dvalki said that he was an 8th rank wizard of the ruling family of Rafdonia. The barbarian had to explain again that he simply did not work for the guild. The hero decided to ask directly why a mage of such a low rank would go to the labyrinth, since it was dangerous for such people, and it was more profitable and stable for them in the city, to which he replied that he wanted to glorify the family of Baron Martuan. Hikuro Murad was surprised that he turned out to be a nobleman, to which he received the answer that his mother's sister's husband was the 3rd brother of the Baron's wife, to which Bjorn thought that he was not connected to them at all. Lior Wabdvalki himself continued by asking them not to be nervous, because he was not going to act arrogantly, which made the barbarian think that he looked like a fraud with these stories. From the subsequent conversation, it became clear that the magician knows how to use daily and administrative magic, knows a couple of spells like curses, and is well versed in cold magic, a wizard without experience. There are nuances, but the very presence of a mage in the team will become bait for good fighters, so Hikuro and Bjorn decided to accept Dvalki. As expected after that, requests from various researchers poured in, so they met several times a week to review documents, but it felt like the hero was doing all the work. Be that as it may, but soon the composition of the future team was approved, the group was assembled, and soon there will be their first trip to the labyrinth. On this occasion, Bjorn even decided to update his equipment, as he had some extra money as compensation from the Explorers Guild. With this, he decided to go to the Abode of Knowledge. The librarian asked what this meant, to which the hero replied that he would have to explain, since she asked. And Bjorn began to boast that this was his brand new armor and shield, made of good material, lithium, and behind his back is an extended backpack, which was not too expensive, so it was bought. But the indifferent Miss Librarian took a step back and said that the hero would be complained about by other customers, so he should not come in armor anymore. Bjorn was already returning home when he noticed one of the barbarians who was simply sleeping in the alley, but he would not have paid much attention to this if not for one thing. This kinsman has no weapons, and yet they store their weapons as if their lives depended on it, no matter how hungry, weak, or poor they are. Bjorn approached him and asked where his sword or something was and what he was doing there, to which he received a polite answer that he had no money, so he sold it. The hero smiled at his fellow man, but inside he understood from his behavior and actions that this was not a barbarian, but an evil spirit just like himself. Bjorn invited this Tarikan, son of Lien, to the tavern, where he learned that he had undergone the ceremony a month before Jandel himself. But then he got lost and couldn't find the labyrinth, but it's obvious that this is a lie. He was just afraid to fight monsters. It would have been easy to escape, but the problem is, in the consequences of this decision, he probably couldn't find any work, because no one needs barbarians. This made the hero wonder if players really end up here when they open the final boss room, since such an experienced gamer should have understood the consequences. When asked what Tarikan was doing a month later, he replied that he again did not go to the labyrinth, because he was unarmed, to which Bjorn exclaimed that he had gone completely crazy. That's why it was necessary not to lose him, the hero wondered. Did this man even play the game? And if so, how did he make such mistakes? Then Tarikan went through hunger, cold, and illness, and Bjorn thought about how he had managed to last 3 months under such conditions, and also if he had run away on his first day, the same fate would have awaited him. The barbarian, on the contrary, finished telling his story and asked how he liked it, whether the hero felt sorry for him, whether he would help his fellow man, whether they would go to the labyrinth together. Bjorn refused this, but gave Tarikan 150,000 stones so that he could buy himself a weapon and go on the campaign himself. When his relative said that they should meet again next time, the hero responded with a sharp refusal, saying that he didn't care what would happen next, but that he shouldn't even try to look for him. Already in his room, Bjorn analyzed what had happened, and his behavior. He had behaved disgustingly. Did he remember the past? A logical person would say that this Tarikan is nobody to him, and the hero is stupid for giving him his money, but an emotional person would be angry at the weak help to that barbarian. Both points of view had a right to exist, but Bjorn believed that he had made the best decision, and now he could only hope for the survival of an evil spirit like himself. Soon, the newly formed team set out on their first expedition into the labyrinth. The squad's wizard, Lior Wab Dvalki, an 8th-rank mage, 25 years old, was inspired and ran around everywhere. Brown Rothmiller, human, rank 7 researcher, 34 years old, 8 years of research experience, seems to be the most normal member of their group. Hikuro Murad, a dwarf, a 6th-rank explorer, a tank and the leader of the group, and right next to him stands the second tank, Bjorn himself, a 7th rank. The last one is Misha Karlstein, a 7th rank beast woman, 25 years old, 5 years of experience exploring the labyrinth, and someone also said that she is the 13th princess of some tribe. She has a strange habit of saying Nia at the end of her lines. She claims that it is an innate trait, but the hero has never encountered this. Thus began their team's first exploration of the labyrinth, and under Rothmiller's leadership, they reached the portal to the 2nd floor in 10 hours. It was a good result. Although someone still came earlier than Brown was unhappy, soon the group entered the portal. Bjorn regretted that he could not use his method, because he does not trust them. This time the team got to the location of the beast's lair, in which, as can be understood from the name, beast-type monsters were found, and there was always a terrible smell here. But almost all members of the group could handle him, except for the newcomer Woba Dvalka. He felt bad. He vomited. This caused an attack of disgust in Misha. Since Rothmiller had an essence that was related to the sense of smell, Bjorn asked him how he was feeling, and he replied that he had gotten used to it during his entire time exploring the labyrinth. The beast's lair is a canyon, so you'll have to find a way through a natural labyrinth. There are no traps here, but a guide is needed even more than in the goblin forest. The local monsters could not become a problem due to the strength of their team, so they became only a source of experience for the hero, because he had not encountered local species before. Thanks to Dvalka's signal magic, 4 people could sleep at once, which meant 6 whole hours of sleep for Bjorn. When the magician asked why he should be on duty at all if he had his magic, he received the answer that the spell only works on monsters. But Dvalki didn't get the hint, so Hikuro said outright that the explorers could be much more dangerous than the monsters, which was clearly not what the naive wizard expected to hear. The 3rd floor is a huge space called the Pilgrim's Path. On the 2nd floor, everyone ends up in different locations depending on the portal they choose, but on the next floor, they end up in the same place again. On the way, the squad started talking about each other's experiences. It turned out that it took Misha a year to get to the 3rd floor, while Bjorn had only been here for 3 months. The girl and the dwarf also had a playful spat about how she was more experienced than Hikuro, but was still at rank 7 while he was at rank 6. Their quarrel was interrupted by Brown Rothmiller. The hero thought that it was because of his habit of working alone that he reacted so sharply to noise behind him. Soon, the team moved to the 3rd floor of the Pilgrim's Path. They came out on a location called the Hill of Steel Rocks, and almost immediately, Bjorn, as the squad's tank, had to block the attack of a massive monster, although usually no monsters live right next to the portal. The enemy was not alone. Hikuro began to hold back the 2nd one. They were strong, and if it were not for the hero's lithium shield, it would have been bad. The dwarf had worse equipment, but he compensated for this with skills. He restored the damage with emergency recovery, and he also had the essence of the same monster, so he used its counterweight skill, which gave resistance to knockback. Thanks to all this, even a small dwarf could resist a huge monster called an iantro, which was not so easily restrained even by the barbarian Bjorn. This power struggle did not last long. The team's mage, Lior Wobdvalki, used an 8th rank spell, Corrosion, on Murad's opponent. The effect manifested itself almost instantly. The monster's tusks began to melt. Hikuro instantly saw an opportunity to attack, which he took advantage of. He delivered a crushing blow from above straight down to the Iantro's head, finishing him off. And Misha decided to help Bjorn's opponent. Using her agility, she jumped into the air straight from the barbarian, after which she attacked the monster from above. The fight was over. It was suspicious to meet monsters right next to the portal, so the hero asked Brown to check the area for people nearby. Then Rothmiller used his heat search skill. No one was found, but he informed Bjorn that their scent was still strong. They were a maximum of 2 minutes away from here. Then the barbarian assumed that these people were watching the fight, and then left. When Hikuro asked if this was a staged attack, Rothmiller replied that they were not specifically interested in their group, as luring monsters to the portal was a common tactic among marauders. Misha Karlstein suggested catching them and beating the crap out of them. Besides, they could give a good reward for them, as well as for the equipment of the scoundrels. The group continued their discussion, also considering the murder option, and listening to all this, Dvalki began to understand that this was not a fairy tale or an interesting adventure, but a harsh reality. The team continued on their way, talking about what had happened along the way. In particular, the conversation turned to the fact that there were not many opportunities to encounter marauders, which surprised Björn. The hero immediately asked about this, and it turned out that, for example, Misha met with them 8 times in 5 years, while the barbarian met them 5 times in 3 months. To this, the rest of the group could only say that Björn seemed to have no luck at all, and the dwarf said that 150 years ago, the situation was very bad, but lately the number of marauders has been less. Soon the squad decided to set up camp. It was not a very convenient place, but it was on the border of the location, where there were fewer monsters, which was more important. At the halt, Hikuro decided to inquire about Dvalka's condition, because he looked so-so, and at some point he stopped talking much, although before he never closed his mouth. Then the wizard replied that his fantasies of adventure had been destroyed. Perhaps he would be called naive, but the fact that researchers kill their colleagues in pursuit of money cannot be called a fairy tale. Dvalki continued by saying that in that case, he would sooner or later have to kill a person, so he had been preparing himself for this all the way. Then Björn asked about his success in this matter. The magician replied that he was ready, but was not sure that he would really be able to do it. When the time came, the hero noticed that the magician was full of confusion and fear, had determination without self-confidence. Björn decided that this was much better than people who acted confidently and then started to cry and wail when faced with death. Brown said it was important not to overestimate his strengths, and it was good that Wob seemed to understand everything, but now he asked the team to give him some time. He wants to show something. The group climbed to a higher ground and were treated to a beautiful sight, and Rothmiller reported that no one knew the nature of this magical phenomenon. But the reasons were not so important when you saw something like this. Soon the light disappeared, and the labyrinth was filled with the usual darkness. Everyone went to bed, but Bjorn remained at his post. But Dvalki also did not fall asleep soon. It seemed he was thinking about everything that had happened during this time. The next day, the hero analyzed his development. The amount of experience earned was about 50. 150 were needed to reach level 4. It would take a lot of time, but there was no rush, because there was another slot for essence. The barbarians' thoughts were interrupted by Brown Rothmiller, who said that they had reached their destination, and that the orc settlement began here. This is the area with the most monsters on the 3rd floor. All of them are rank 8 and above, making it the second most difficult area on the level, but if the party isn't going to the 4th floor, this is a good place to hunt. The squad leader, Hikuro Murad, said that this was the best place for the team members to get to know each other, and only then would they decide what to do next. Soon after these words, the first detachment of greenskins appeared nearby, and the explorers prepared for their first, more or less serious battle. The fight began with Wob casting the 8th tier spell Ice Spear. He and Brown Rothmiller would deal damage from a distance. Meanwhile, the squad's tank, the hero himself, and Hikuro Murad will hold back the monsters and protect the rest of the team. Misha Karlstein will kill those approaching one after another, taking advantage of their stiffness and his agility. In the back rows of the greenskins was their shaman, who no one could get close to, so he was able to begin working his magic. It was the rage skill. He cast it on a simple orc warrior, and now his resistance to physical attacks is tripled for 10 seconds. Taking advantage of its temporary advantage, the monster broke through the tanks and decided to attack the back row of fighters. No one had time to stop him, and they couldn't hit him because of the buff. But the long-range fighters weren't that defenseless, or rather, Rothmiller wasn't that defenseless, so he took out a small shield, which he used to block Dvalka's attack. The orc was unable to develop his attack and properly use the opportunity. 10 seconds had already passed, and Misha could have killed the greenskin. Soon, almost all the enemies were defeated, and the last of them, the orc shaman, lost his head from a crushing blow from the barbarian's mace. The battle was over, so the team began to rejoice and share their impressions with each other. The hero was thinking that the battle had taken 8 minutes. They were lacking damage, so it was slow, but expected, because the squad had 2 tanks and a scout who did not have much power, not fast, but stable. After that, the explorers continued to walk through the monster settlement and fight. The closer to the center, the more monsters they encountered along the way. Once they even met a great 7th-rank orc warrior, whom they managed to defeat without any particular problems. But the calm and simple hunt could not last long. Right in front of the squad, a powerful explosion of some high-ranking fire spell thundered. And after that, the unknown wizard said that the orc settlement was the territory of the Zarvi clan, so they should leave this place. Dungeon and Stone is a single-player game, but it had a lot of content restrictions. For example, at first you were forbidden to move freely around the map, but if you create a clan, you can take territories for yourself. Of course, this requires a lot of people, so they only do this for the sake of rare mobs and bosses. But why then capture the zone on the 3rd floor? The hero wondered. Hikuro Murad, the leader of the squad, asked about the reason for their presence here, since their clan was active from the 6th floor, but the magician was not going to explain anything, which he said. Then the dwarf said that he knew about the granting of territories to clans for their merits, but he had not heard that this place belonged to Zarvi. Whether it was the responsibility of the team leader or the famous stubbornness of the dwarves, it doesn't matter, but he decided to take the hard way. While the two were arguing, Misha, for some reason, tried to hide behind the barbarian's broad back. But it was pointless. The beast man, who had been standing next to the magician all this time, turned his attention to her and asked if she was stupid, at which the cat came out of her hiding place and said his name, Talon Orifring. The guy demanded that they not call him that outside, and the wizard said that since she was his sister, an exception could be made for her. But Talon refused, saying that he couldn't explain, but it was a family problem, so his father wouldn't mind. The magician agreed, but said that he could at least explain the reason why she was being driven away from here. It turned out that they urgently needed the essence of the great orc warrior for internal clan reasons, and if everything went well, then next time this zone would be free, so they would be grateful if they left. And he continued that there would be no monsters left anyway, so it would be better for their team to leave. But the hero understood that if this requirement was not met, the clan would use force. In the labyrinth, the rules are written by the strong, so it's best not to forget about it. So as not to do stupid things, Bjorn understands that the dwarf wants the best for the squad, but you need to know your place and leave while you're alive. Unexpectedly, Lior Wobdvalki stepped forward, saying that he would sort it out, introduced himself, and tried to establish a dialogue between himself and the clan mage, as if between colleagues. But nothing came of it. The wizard from Zarvi said not to call him elder, and that he was only a pitiful worm, that he was not worthy of being called by the proud word of a sorcerer. He urged Dvalki to find some shame in himself and not dare call himself a magician when all he could do was perform pathetic street tricks. Lior had completely failed. It was sad to hear such cruel words. But the hero believed that nothing could be done. He had to leave. But Hikuro Murad, as the leader, decided to stand up for his own, and Björn believed that now was not the time or the situation for arguments. The dwarf finally lost his temper and began to charge his discharge skill, and the hero was already doubting his sanity because he was going to fight the clan of the 6th floor. Additional fighters from the Zarvi clan approached the magician. They all just looked at Hikuro and were not going to leave, because what could such a low-ranking researcher do to them? The dwarf lunged towards them with a cry of rage, while the wizard seemed to be only waiting impatiently for this, since in this way he would be able to kill this squad with impunity, citing self-defense. But the hero couldn't let that happen, so he made a lightning-fast dash and knocked the commander of his squad into the ground. He pinned Hikuro's head to the ground, not allowing him to move, and told him to stop. The dwarf himself seemed to also begin to understand what had almost happened just now. The Zarvi clan members just watched the performance with predatory eyes, and their wizard said that they had a good team, and Murad should definitely thank the barbarian later. The squad moved away from the scene, and then Hikuro began to apologize for his actions, saying that he had lost control. Rottmiller began to scold the dwarf, and the hero thought that it was right, because it was better to accuse him now so that he would remember everything. But the next moment, Brown forgave him and even praised him for defending his comrade. Misha Karlstein also began to ask for forgiveness. She said that if it were not for her participation, it would have been much easier to cope with the situation, and Dvalki began to deny her guilt. Hikuro noticed how awkward but sincere this consolation was, and the atmosphere between the squad members somehow changed, and the hero began to feel some kind of shame from this situation, as always in such cases. Misha began to talk about how she doesn't like to talk about her family because she is the only one who couldn't make a contract with the spirit beast. Beastmen are able to make contracts with the spirits of ancient animals. This agreement itself can have different forms. Some of the beasts themselves aid in battle when summoned, others cause obsession, increasing the contractor's physical attributes, and some bestow blessings and abilities. Of course, not everyone can sign a contract, but the problem is that Misha is the direct heir of the Karlstein family. She cannot summon a spirit, and this disgraces her family. Meanwhile, the girl continued her story by saying that as a child, she had good relationships with her brothers and sisters. But when she became an adult and was not chosen by the spiritual beast, then everyone began to ignore her, and also called her a half-breed. They say that she has dirty blood. Misha's mother died immediately after giving birth, so there was no one to tell the truth to. The girl could not tolerate such an attitude, so she left home and learned to fight, and that's how she became a researcher. The dwarf and the beast woman had a touching scene, with the former feeling sorry for her, and the latter saying that he reacted to the recent event in this way because he considered them true partners. The hero felt worse from the sweetness of this moment. He mentally asked to stop this conversation, but this was not destined to happen. Hikuro decided to tell his story too. Murad dreamed of becoming a blacksmith, but he lacked talent and was unable to complete his preparatory training for 10 years. That's one of the reasons why he became an explorer after he was 30. He needed money for taxes, so he had to run away. Lior Wabdvalki was completely moved by all this. He shouted out that he considered himself the most untalented and also decided to talk about his failures, about how he was able to become a magician thanks to his family status. But he didn't have the talent to enter the magic tower. If he was a real magician, then that person from the clan would have shown at least a little respect. Hikuro began to console the boy, telling him that the old man was just a bad guy, and that Wab was a great sorcerer. Rottmiller, who was standing next to Björn, said that he had been in many teams, but had never encountered something like this, to which the barbarian mentally agreed that it was strange. But the next moment, Brown also became a part of all this, and the hero thought that at least someone from this squad understood him, but it turned out not to be so. He said that when Murad and Misha talked about the experience, he was very upset because of envy, because they were not born human, so they do not know what he had to go through. They were surprised by this, and they asked the question, don't human researchers have advantages because they can become magicians, priests, elementalists, and open the aura? The hero mentally noted that this was only available to the talented, but he remained silent, while Hikuro laughed and noted that it turned out that they had a team of losers, and if so, they would cover for each other's shortcomings. There was harmony between the squad members. Everyone encouraged others. Dvalki promised to do everything possible to be useful. Misha encouraged everyone to try, and Murad expressed hope for long-term cooperation. They all laid out their problems and supported each other, and now all eyes turned to the hero. Now it was his turn. This made Björn tense up. They were all looking at him so strangely, waiting for something. Would they throw him out if he didn't say anything? And what should he say at all? These thoughts were rushing around in his head. In the end, the barbarian could not think of anything better than to shout loudly that he was left without a mother, after which there was silence. His comrades looked at him strangely. The hero was still tense and decided that this, apparently, was not enough. Then Björn started screaming again. but this time about how his mother died when he was born, and his father went into the labyrinth and never came back when he was little, and now he is an adult, but he cannot see them, even if he wants to. The hero fell silent and began to wait for the other's reaction to the speech. Also, technically it was all true. Einar told him about it. Rottmiller noted that it was hard for him at such an age, and Misha decided to apologize, because she complained about the difficulties in her family, and for him, everything was even worse. Dvalki decided that the hero was just pretending that everything was fine, and Hikuro offered to replace his parents if he wanted. Björn shouted that everything was okay, but inside he was screaming for them to leave him alone. The shame inside him was beyond all bounds. Somehow the hero became the most pathetic member of the group, but he didn't care, and it wasn't like he actually had a mother. In fact, he is a barbarian who uses his knowledge from the game as an advantage over other researchers, and has already reached rank 7 in a measly 3 months. Although, if you think about it, he is a loser who somehow ended up in another reality, where he is considered an evil spirit, who are killed as soon as they find out about them, and he has already been on the verge of death. While Björn was thinking about how shitty his life was and was being consoled by Misha and Dvalki, Hikuro and Rothmiller discussed the group's next steps, eventually deciding to go to a location called the Witch's Forest. When asked why not move to the 4th floor, Murad replied that he had seen too many teams underestimating the difficulty and dying there, so they needed to work on their teamwork first. The hero remembered that the Witch Forest was a zone that was only visited in extreme necessity, a bad place for hunting, and not very suitable for warriors. But the 4th floor is no better, because in addition to monsters of the 7th and 6th rank, there are also occasionally 6th rank ones, which can be quite problematic. The hero died there many times because he went there unprepared, so the dwarf's fears are understandable. But despite this, Björn still approached the squad members with a proposal to go to the 4th floor, because Hikuro and he are pretty strong tanks, so if something happens, they can provide an opportunity for escape. He wouldn't even have to run away with the vampire essence, the hero thought. And they also had a mage and 2 experienced researchers in their squad, although the damage would be small, which would make the hunt slow, but they should be able to overcome the floor. Misha told Dvalki that Björn was saying the right things, but she was worried because he was a barbarian, but even a broken clock shows the right time twice a day, so she might as well listen. The hero didn't say anything, but he got angry because he could hear them perfectly well, and in the meantime, the dwarf suggested holding a vote. As a result, their pathetic team decided to go to the 4th floor. They had a long way to go. 3 days had passed since entering the labyrinth. Rothmiller was once again choosing a place to stop. Hikuro suggested walking for some more time, but Brown said that it would take a long time to find another suitable place. Björn noticed that they set up camp at 9 in the evening, just like the last 2 days, which was quite curious. It seems to choose its future resting place based on the remaining distance and speed, which doesn't sound very complicated, but is impressive, especially in the labyrinth, where the concept of day and night does not work. The hero asked Brown about his plan for tomorrow, to which he received the answer that they would be at the Witch's Forest before lunch, and he also advised everyone to have a good rest, because moving through the forest would require a lot of strength. Björn thought that Rothmiller didn't even think about the answer. He was just a walking GPS navigator, but he didn't expect anything else from the veteran researcher. In the middle of the night, Brown woke up the barbarian. Although it was not his turn, the hero, seeing the tension of his comrade, asked whether they were people or monsters, to which he received the answer that both. The sounds were like those being pursued. Rothmiller recalled the attack at the exit from the portal. Björn replied that the guide said that it looked like a trap for those who escaped. Brown confirmed this and said that he smelled the same scent as then, and their conversation also woke up Hikuro, who became tense from this news. It seems that for some reason they were specifically targeting them, and now they decided to deceive them by pretending to be people in trouble. In this situation, Björn decided to take advantage of the opportunity and ask the others not to interfere. Soon, 3 explorers appeared from behind the trees, screaming for help, but the barbarian stopped them with the words that if they approached, he would break their skulls. Orcs appeared behind the night visitors, and they themselves began to talk about the fact that the rest of their team had died, and also promised to reward them for their help. Bjorn demanded that they first put their weapons on the ground, but the adventurers were unwilling to do so, arguing that there were monsters right behind them. The orcs themselves were in no hurry, but simply watched and, it seemed, tried to understand whether the researchers had united into one group, but the hero decided that it was even better that way. The next moment, the barbarian threateningly announced that the choice was theirs: either throw down their weapons or get out of here straight into the clutches of the monsters. The researchers nevertheless decided to agree and threw down their weapons. Then Bjorn asked Rothmiller to collect it all. After this, the orcs turned around and hurried back into the forest. It seems they are retreating because they do not want to attack a large group, cunning monsters. The woman began to thank for the help and also introduced herself. Her name is Eliza. Also, her clothes were damaged, especially the bottom. The dwarf, due to his short stature, had a better view, and he was distracted by the girl's appearance, which irritated the barbarian. The others also decided to introduce themselves. One is called Irida Tyson, and the other is called Hans Argoth. The hero asked the latter again, because he remembered the first marauder he had met, who was also the first person he had killed, which was an interesting coincidence. Argoth replied that it was a fairly common name, and also asked if he knew the other Hans. Bjorn answered in the affirmative, and mentally added that he was already a corpse, so the acquaintance was very conditional. Eliza, meanwhile, even shed a tear, and also said that their meeting was probably the protection of the goddess Ritlus, which surprised Rothmiller, and he asked if she was a priestess. The girl replied that it was true, that she served the deity of light who protected explorers and relationships, the star that rose at dusk and guided them. The hero did not believe her speech, because he already knew that they were actually marauders, but one of the guests asked Eliza to heal his wounds. And the girl used a divine spell, which surprised the barbarian, because this meant that she really was a priestess. The comrades behind were also surprised, and began to whisper to each other and express doubts that these explorers were actually marauders. And Rothmiller himself could not believe his mistake, and his feelings can be understood, because in the world of Dungeon and Stone, priests are sacred and pure beings, and people are very devout believers. The priestess beamed and asked with a smile whether this was sufficient proof of their reliability, and whether they could take the weapons. But Bjorn answered negatively, and thought that all this only works for people, and he is a barbarian, a different race, and also a different religion. The hero demanded a reward from their team for saving them, because even though they were using a holy attribute, he didn't care, but the priestess asked about the amount of the reward. Bjorn demanded 2 million stones, but they did not have that kind of money, so the girl asked to give it to them when they got out of the labyrinth. But the hero said that he only trusts those who belong to his tribe, and if they do not have the required amount, then let them give in things. Armor will be just right. Soon the night guests' gear was neatly stacked nearby. This was part of Bjorn's plan to first take as many items from them as possible. The researchers had already relaxed, but the hero, thinking that in any game you need to kill the healer first, had already raised his mace over the priestess's head. The girl's head was broken, blood splattered everywhere, and both the teammates and comrades of the dead woman were shocked by what they saw. The barbarian, however, responded with a grin and an apology, and explained that his hand had twitched, and it also seemed to him that they might be marauders, and he could not help himself. Irida and Hans began to panic. They said that they would die now, and all because of this crazy savage, but they were looking somewhere down. Soon one of them was enveloped in some kind of dark purple haze, and he began to die quickly. Hikuro asked Dvalka if this was his magic, to which he received a negative answer. Suddenly the seemingly dead priestess, whose body lay behind Bjorn, stood up and in an inhuman voice remarked that this was strange. Her face was covered in blood from the wound, Her eyes were red and her head was turned at an unnatural angle. She asked the barbarian how he knew she was an enemy. The hero only wondered whether his life could be normal and why everything couldn't go peacefully. Eliza's resurrection from the dead clearly left no one indifferent, and Rottmiller and Misha froze as if they had seen a corpse golem. Bjorn, saying that he would sort everything out, rushed forward and hit the priestess on the head with his mace again, and he also realized that since she had come back to life, there could only be one answer to the question of how this was possible. This is a hidden class that can be unlocked upon reaching the 5th floor, the Karui priest, who has a huge number of combat spells and curses. It also allows them to use dark and light magic at the same time, allowing them to disguise themselves as ordinary clerics. Of course, there are also weaknesses, for example, the fact that Karui is an evil god, and if such a priest is found out, his head will be cut off immediately. Also, for full use, it is necessary to regularly sacrifice living creatures. Apparently, for this reason, she became a marauder, because it is easier to find prey in the labyrinth. The hero was taken out of his thoughts by the fact that the second researcher was also quickly killed by the same dark purple haze. The mist gathered around Eliza, forming a skull mask across half her face, and she stated that she had lost 2 useful servants because of their group. The hero, it seems, decided to unbalance her, so he said that she had a bad upbringing, since she blames them for what happened, because it was she who killed Hans and Tyson, and now he will avenge them for their comrades. This speech discouraged not only the priestess, but also the barbarian's companions, while he himself was anticipating the amount he would receive for equipping the dead. Suddenly, corpses began to rise from the ground. Now everything was not so simple, because this is the skill of the priest, Karui Call of Death. Usually he calls the dead, but with the bodies of subordinates, you can get stronger undead. The new enemies were held back by 2 tanks of the squad, namely Bjorn and Hikuro, using their standard tactics. Misha, as usual, attacked the enemies, using the cover of her comrades. She delivered attacks with daggers with the poison attribute. And Wabdvalki began to throw his ice spears at his opponents from afar, just as their group had done before. They now understood each other without words. Teamwork was now at a good level, but there was one problem with all this. The undead have quite a high resistance to ice and poison, so the attackers couldn't deal normal damage. Then Rottmiller decided to use an incendiary mixture. It took some time to find it in his backpack, but soon the bottle went straight to the enemy. The living corpse was engulfed in flames, which was their weakness, and he even screamed piercingly despite his dead state. But with the statement that it was all useless, Eliza took advantage of the team's distraction and used the dead man's flame spell. It immediately began to absorb the fire in the surrounding area, which negated almost all of their group's successes. The only attack that could work against the undead was rendered useless, and they had no way to use the holy element. Then the hero came up with another plan of action and shouted to his comrades to deal with the priestess, and he and Hikuro would hold off the reanimated corpses. Bjorn took their weapons and armor in advance, so they should be able to buy themselves the time they need. Brown, Dvalki, and Misha rushed towards Eliza, leaving the rest to the tanks. The beast woman ran ahead as the fastest. But the trio's path was blocked by a new spell from the priestess of Karui, and something began to appear from the darkness on the ground. It soon became clear that these were shadow guards, and they would have to deal with them in order to get to Eliza herself. The Trinity began to fight the new enemy, but the priestess was not going to just stand and watch, so she began to prepare her magic. She cast a curse on Misha, which prevented her from escaping in time from the attacks of 2 shadow guards. But suddenly Hikuro intervened in the battle and covered the girl, instantly destroying one of the opponents. When the beast woman asked him what he was doing there, he replied that Bjorn had told him to help in their battle, which meant that the barbarian was currently holding off both of the undead alone. The servant Karui became angry at her failure to kill the researchers and shouted at Hans and Tyson that they were supposed to be protecting her. The hero, holding the 2 dead men, grinned cheekily, looking into her eyes, and said that they were a little busy right now. Eliza realized that she was losing, and saying that she would not forget this humiliation, began to rise into the air. After looking at the hero one last time and telling him that he would never get out of here alive, she left the battlefield using one of her skills. Looking after her, Björn understood that they had almost won, and she had run away at the last moment, harboring a huge grudge against them. The next moment, the barbarian felt extremely ill. The priestess left him with her entire arsenal of curses, of which there were over 15. It's good that Dvalki understands them, the hero thought, after which he turned to the magician with a request to remove the negative effects from him, to which he only hesitantly asked again. Then Bjorn said that Wob claimed to understand this magic, but he replied that he only knew a couple of spells from this school, but did not know how to remove them. This was very bad news because physical characteristics could be permanently reduced if the curses were not removed by magic or holy power. Soon the squad was running as fast as they could towards their destination. Hikuro asked how Björn was feeling, to which he replied that everything was fine, although in fact it felt like he was dying. It was all because of the negative effects. If it weren't for the vampire essence, which gives resistance to magic and darkness, he would have fallen off his feet long ago. The rest of the crew were also cursed, but they only received 2 or 3, rather than over 15 like him. It was extremely unfortunate that out of all the effects, he received one that hits stamina, but does not affect vitality, which is why high regeneration does not help. In the game, the character stopped moving when his stamina dropped below 10%, and since he was moving, there should be about 30% left, he had no idea that it was actually 5%. Soon, the area around changed dramatically. It became very gloomy. The team finally reached their destination. It was the Witch Forest. 5 hours ago, immediately after the priestess's escape, the squad discussed the battle that had taken place, and the hero noted its enormous danger, as well as the fact that none of them could have dealt with it one-on-one. Björn said that if they hadn't taken the weapons and equipment and attacked first, some of their group would have died in an instant. Misha's eyes lit up at this, and she shouted that reliable barbarians are the best. She had doubts, but the hero simply went and smashed Eliza's skull. Björn asked Rothmiller if he could track the priestess, but he replied that there were no traces, so it was impossible. The hero informed everyone that she would definitely try to finish what she started before the labyrinth closed, because they would be able to reveal her, to which Dvalki said that they did well and could do it again. Bjorn became angry at the wizard's frivolity and asked what would happen if monsters intervened in the battle, after which he said that they needed to go to the witch's forest. This is the area surrounding the portal to the 4th floor. There are monsters of the 7th and 8th ranks here, many of which have a spiritual body that is immune to physical attacks, so it is not the best place for warriors. But right now, this is the best option, because in this special zone, all status effects, except for the effects of the zone itself, lose their power, which allowed the squad to get rid of curses. Rothmiller noted that it was strange that the barbarian understood the local geographic features, and that this was his first time climbing to the 3rd floor, to which the hero replied that he had studied in the library. Misha and Dvalki took it as a joke, because a barbarian who reads books is simply an impossible phenomenon. Be that as it may, Karui's curses disappeared, but now the effect of the zone appeared, which consisted of auditory hallucinations. The voices constantly screamed at him to die and tried to hurt him by telling him that he had no mother, but he didn't care about their words. Björn thought it wasn't that strong to be called a mental attack, but not everyone thought so. Misha asked how he could listen to all this nastiness and be okay, to which he received the answer that it was quite bearable. Hikuro and Brown were perfectly fine. The beast woman was more or less coping. They had all visited this place before, and Bjorn himself was also normal. But Lior Wob Dvalki, who entered the labyrinth for the first time, felt unwell and began to vomit. This happened because, in addition to auditory hallucinations, ordinary hallucinations began to take effect, as well as disorientation. Now the hero looked at the world as if through a crooked mirror. Bjorn asked the wizard if he would be able to use his magic in such a state, to which he received an affirmative answer. Hikuro Murad decided to set up camp to rest a bit, since the hero had barely slept the night before. And then there was this race. The dwarf said he would watch for a bit, but the barbarian was no longer listening. He threw his things to the sides and simply fell right onto the bare ground. The hero lay with his eyes closed, and also thought that with such adventures he would definitely not be able to bear it one day. His thoughts were interrupted by Hikuro, who leaned over the barbarian and said that he had seen Eliza before when he came to the guild to recruit a team. In the Bloody Citadel, where they went with Bjorn, the dwarf received a numbered item called the Guardian's Bracers, thanks to which his rank was raised. Perhaps she heard about it somewhere. This artifact has the number 3112. It is usually found in rifts above the 4th level. It is one of the 3000, so it is quite strong. The hero was again in a bad mood because of his luck, because he had worked so hard to get the essence, and the guy who had barely lifted a finger then took the numbered item for 50 million. Bjorn asked his comrade why he didn't recognize her right away, to which he received the answer that she was dressed completely differently, and her clothes were so dirty and torn to pieces in places. But it was crystal clear that these were just excuses, and in fact, he was busy staring at something completely different from her face. Bjorn realized that when their team was meeting and discussing their plans in the bar, she could overhear everything and set up an ambush. Hikuro said that treasures always bring trouble, but the barbarian told him not to shift responsibility. It was he who was not careful, to which the dwarf quickly left. Soon, Bjorn was awakened by his comrades, and Rothmiller noted that he was sleeping very soundly, and he had heard that even barbarians could not stand it on their first expedition, and Misha simply asked how one could sleep in such noise. It turned out that the hero was disturbed by the presence of a group of enemies nearby. These were fairies who were flying nearby. These are rank 9 monsters whose only skill is releasing poisonous pollen mixed with stimulants, one of the few types of non-combat mobs in the game. Bjorn said that there were quite a few of them, and that certain guy should be nearby, so was it worth fighting, to which Hikuro noted that Dvalki had gotten better, so they could handle it. The fight began with Murad sending his lightning at the fairies, after which the monsters simply fell to the ground. But that was not the end, for a monster of the 7th rank appeared, a half-troll that only appears in the witch's forest and has a habit of chasing large groups of fairies. The monster brought its club down directly on Hikuro, who covered himself from the attack with his shield, although it was not so easy for him. He stepped back a little, and the hero remembered that the dwarf simply did not have the same resistance to pain as he did. This is one of the main reasons why the location is not suitable for warriors, because they have to take damage, but here the pain is greatly increased due to the effect of increasing pain sensations. Most monsters are immune to physical attacks, and also use mental magic. The hero finished his analysis while Hikuro led the fight. Soon Dvalki finished preparing his spells. First he used Improved Freeze, which strengthened the following ice magic, and the half-troll was defeated. The strengthened ice spear pierced through him. Rothmiller urged everyone to get ready quickly, because the witch's forest is not the best place to relax, so they need to quickly move to the 4th floor. But the plans changed abruptly, because some group of researchers was coming out to them. Hallucinations and disorientation prevented them from being seen, but they were getting closer, so this would not last long. Among them was Eliza, who immediately pointed her finger at Bjorn and his comrades and said that they were the ones who killed her dear companions. The researchers prepared for battle, and one of them sent the priestess back, while the hero mentally complained about this woman and the problems she caused. Bjorn knew that this battle could not be won, so they needed to run, but before that they could use one item, which he shouted to the dwarf. He immediately used his guardian bracers, which pushed back the enemies and temporarily provided protection from any negative effects. While the team is fleeing, Misha decides to inquire about how this woman managed to find them, wondering if the witch forest shouldn't be safe. The hero guessed that after entering the forest, Eliza lost their trail, so she began to look for the researchers. She decided to use them by pretending to be a poor priestess who had lost her comrades to marauders. And now he is trying to pit their groups against each other so that he can then simply go and devour all the participants in the conflict. But explaining all this would take too long, and the effect of the item would soon end. So the hero shouted to Misha not to chatter, but to run faster. The scout is the first to notice the enemy's movements, the one who leads the team along the best route. They collect data in advance and then use their rich experience to lead others in the labyrinth. But all their skills are truly tested in the Witch Forest. Rothmiller's key strength is smell, because he has enhanced his sense of smell with special essences, and in this place, he copes surprisingly well. At a certain level of sensitivity, one can even smell mana, which now helps Brown in planning his route. But the enemy also had a good scout, who closed the distance at every opportunity, so they needed to speed up. Now it all comes down to who gets to the portal first. But the problem is that they are all tired, especially noticeable for Misha, who may be fast, but is not particularly resilient. Soon the girl tripped over a stone. Björn immediately rushed to her aid, but she said that it was just a cramp, so let him run on. The hero saw that she was lying. It was actually a sprained ankle, so he decided to take the beast woman on his shoulder and carry her like that. And when Björn turned around, it turned out that his comrades had already managed to run further, apparently not noticing their absence, while Misha began to lament that he should not have stopped and run further. The barbarian called the girl to calm down and said that it was better to stay where they were, because Rothmiller should soon notice that they were missing and would return. The hero himself, although he calmed Misha down, was not completely okay himself, because the situation was becoming very dangerous due to the fact that the Witch Forest could not be passed without a scout. The beast woman began to ask how long they would have to wait here, but her question was interrupted by Hikuro's cry, which rang out across the surrounding area. The girl got scared and asked her friend what they should do because they had to help the rest of the team. Björn replied that relying on sounds in this area was a bad idea, and that attacking them meant that they would not be able to return for them and they would have to move on their own. When asked what is most important in an emergency, the hero would not choose water, food, or tools, although these are important things, but strength of spirit. Right now, Misha clearly missed her. She was screaming that she didn't want to die like this, that she had worked and tried very hard, and it would be too pitiful. The hero told the girl to calm down, and mentally added that when you find yourself in such a situation, you need to accept reality and not deny it. Misha began to blame herself for this situation, because if she had not fallen, then this would not have happened, but Bjorn shouted at her to listen to him, because they needed to focus on the present. He told her to drink the potion from his backpack so that the girl could walk on her own 2 feet, to which she, having more or less calmed down, agreed. Soon they stopped to rest a bit, and Misha began to lament that she couldn't believe that she had swallowed the potion while riding on a running barbarian. She even managed to think that she would die on his shoulders. Sitting by the fire, the hero thought that 4 days had passed in the labyrinth, so it would only get more difficult, and now only the 2 of them had to hold out until the labyrinth closed. The worst part is that most of the monsters are spirits, which they can't attack, meaning they really need attribute power. Then the hero made a decision and first of all asked Misha if she was married, to which she noted the strangeness of this question, but still answered that she was not. Then Björn continued asking, but this time about whether she had any beliefs that she shouldn't show her naked body to men she barely knew. The girl, embarrassed, replied that circumstances vary. The barbarian said that this was great, after which he took off his helmet and began to approach Misha, and she shouted at him not to approach, and that in general she was not ready for this. But he simply put a ring on her finger and said that he was keeping it for the person to whom he could give it. All this surprised the girl. She did not understand what was happening. Bjorn told Misha to swear by her guardian god, and in exchange for this, he would always be by her side. And he continued by saying that from the moment she accepted this ring, then he himself would take an oath on the honor of a warrior that he would support her, and he hoped that the girl would promise the same. Embarrassed, Misha asked him about his seriousness, and then explained that it was a bit unexpected, but it was the first time she had received such an offer, so it wasn't that she wasn't happy. And then she apologized and said that she didn't think of him in that way, and then she tried to explain something else, but she was constantly embarrassed and spoke incoherently, so the hero didn't quite understand her. In the end, the blushing beast woman shouted that she generally preferred thin men, and he, a stupid barbarian, had no masculine charm at all. Bjorn explained that there was a misunderstanding. He didn't mean it, but simply asked to become his comrade, which is why he gave the ring. Misha immediately felt somehow better, but the hero continued to talk about how she could refuse it at any moment, but then she would have to return the same ring or 15 million stones. The girl began to complain about the price, because it was too much money for a simple decoration, so she began to inquire about the reason. Bjorn said that this ring could fulfill her cherished wish, and mentally thought that if he had not played Dungeon and Stone, he would never have done this. But now he is going to awaken Misha. Number 9425, the Frost Spirit Ring, a numbered item that the hero received from the master of the Artemian school. At first glance, it can be considered almost useless, but after destruction, it had a special effect. He did almost no damage, but after all the years of playing, the guy couldn't help but learn this secret, and he figured it all out. If it is worn by a beastman who has not yet made a contract with a spirit beast, a special event will occur, and the ring will be destroyed, fulfilling special conditions. This would remove the seal of Skadi, the spiritual beast of ice, and right now all this was happening. Now the spirit offered Misha a contract, which she could not refuse. Soon the contract was concluded, and the girl could not believe that it all happened so simply, and she also asked Bjorn where he got this ring. But if something like this exists, then why did her father never tell her about it after all these years? The beast woman asked sadly. The hero replied that he most likely did not know about this effect, because the magicians had been trying to understand it for a long time, and had only recently unraveled the secret. Then the girl asked how he knew this and repeated the previous question. Bjorn said that before all this talk, Misha should get dressed, after which he pointed towards her clothes, and also said that there was some useful equipment from the marauders there. The girl noticed that he was also wearing new clothes and asked why she was naked. The barbarian replied that he undressed her himself, because during the ritual all equipment is destroyed. Then Misha indignantly asked why it was necessary to ask about her husband. Bjorn said that if he had been, it would have made him very angry. The girl was angry that he thought about such things, but he did not think to warn her. He replied that he was in a hurry. But despite all the negativity, Misha quickly calmed down from the words that she should say something, and she sheepishly thanked the barbarian. The hero asked if that was all, and the girl, after thinking, decided to share with Bjorn something personal from her past. Misha said that she once tried to commit suicide, but her father found and saved her. The barbarian said that in that case she should be grateful to him, but she was not sure about this, and continued the story. When the girl woke up, he said that if she wanted to die so much, let her do it in the labyrinth and not disgrace their family. The hero realized that her relatives were even crazier than he expected, and Misha said that it was then that she became a researcher, but not because she wanted to die. She simply ran away from that house. She thought that she could become famous and strong even without a spirit, and then her father would pay attention to her. She doesn't know if he will accept her with such an unusual contract, but it is a good thing anyway. And the next moment, the girl bowed to Bjorn at the waist and said words of gratitude once again, and also added that she would not forget his deed for the rest of her life, would seal it in her heart and thank him. A beastman who has made a contract with a spirit beast will receive one of 3 types of enhancement: summon, strength, and fortify. Misha Karlstein received the last one, and now her body is forever imbued with the power of the ice beast, Skadi. Now they have the attribute attacks they needed so much, and finally, they don't have to worry about encounters with spirit-type monsters, and they are pretty weak, so there won't be any problems. Now Misha can fight alone, but like the barbarian spirit seal, the beastman must strengthen the spirit beast. The girl is only in the first stage, so she cannot yet add an attribute attack to her weapon, but she used to be a martial arts master so she can fight with her bare hands. But the witch forest is too difficult for one person. The monsters were weak, but there were many of them, so the partners had to run away. The hardest stage of survival is just beginning. 11 hours passed. All this time Misha and Bjorn avoided large groups of enemies, attacking only small ones. Thus, many were defeated. Despite the difficult situation, the researchers did not stop collecting magic stones, and the hero was simply happy that they did not encounter any 7th-rank monsters or Eliza. But now another problem appeared. The Ring of Frost spirit was destroyed, and now the corpse golem's passive skill became active again. The acidic blood began to corrode the equipment. Even the lithium breastplate and shield lost their shine. Although they were made of 2nd-level materials, it would cost a lot of money to repair. Also, during all this time, the partners failed to find a single attribute essence, so Bjorn could not inflict any damage on the ghostly monsters. Misha was forced to cope with this alone. Now she had less and less strength left. According to the hero's estimates, their chance of returning to the city alive was about 30%. The witch forest's debuffs get worse over time. Now that 12 hours have passed, they've gotten stronger. You can tell by the feel of it. Bjorn decided to tie a rope to himself and Misha so that if something happened, they wouldn't lose each other. He also asked the girl about her knowledge of the increasing negative effects of the zone. She already knew everything. In addition, they are now also affected by the witch's eye status, which is why it is considered that one should not linger in this place. After all, if you stay in one place for a long time, a rank 7 monster, Canevaro, will appear, and the time it takes for it to appear is reduced with each level of the effect. It had been more than 60 hours since the team split, or more than 50 since entering the forest. The witch's eye had reached level 5, and the other debuffs had also increased. During this time, the road was not found, and Misha and Bjorn cannot stop to rest, because at this level of effect, Canevaro appears in 10 minutes. It would take about 15 to kill one, so if they didn't keep moving, it would first turn into an endless battle, and then defeat would follow. The only thing that could be done in such a situation was to stretch a rope between them, because that way they could find each other if someone fell behind or fell. This morning, Misha's condition finally worsened. It wasn't because of illness or wounds, it was exhaustion. The barbarian had to slow down, but the rope continued to tighten. The girl could no longer maintain even a very slow pace. The hero believed that perhaps most of the damage was related to the hallucinations she was seeing. Bjorn told Misha to climb on top of him so she could close her eyes and rest a bit, maybe even fall asleep. The girl tried to object, but the barbarian simply picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. Usually she would have resisted, but now she had no strength left at all. Another 17 hours passed. All this time Bjorn carried Misha. Except for moments of battle, the effects of the zone intensified again, including the witch's eye. The hero felt that he himself was also already at the limit, and if they failed to find a certain thing before it was too late, then everything could end badly. But suddenly Bjorn's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. It was his ex. She was not at all like the illusion of the forest. The guy had a feeling that he would feel warmth if he touched her, and she, seeing his gaze, asked about what he had already managed to imagine. Bjorn noticed that she behaved exactly the same way in life, which meant that his memories were probably used as a basis. The ex skillfully manipulated the hero's weaknesses, made him get excited even in such a situation, and then told him to leave the beast woman and choose her. The guy already succumbed to her words. But Misha intervened in the situation. She delivered a powerful uppercut with the power of the attribute to the enemy and sent him flying. The hero, while his partner was fighting, slowly came to his senses and began to assess the situation sensibly, realizing that it was still some kind of illusion. Misha, meanwhile, continued the fight, apparently winning without any particular problems, even using only hand-to-hand combat. It was clear who would soon win, and so it happened. The girl approached Bjorn, all beaming, and reported that the dryad had been defeated. Then the hero understood everything. It was a very rare monster of the 8th rank that appears in this forest and uses the charm skill. Now it became clear to Björn why the illusion was so realistic, because it was not a zone effect, but a skill, so he thanked Misha. Without her, he would definitely have problems. But the conversation had to be interrupted as a group of researchers appeared ahead. This was the first meeting with someone after their team split up. The witch forest is huge, and no one uses it as a hunting area, so it is very difficult to meet others here. They spent 8 days on the 3rd floor. The main part of the squads have already moved on. They seemed friendly. Misha was already happy and asked Bjorn if they were saved, but he told her to calm down, and mentally added that they could not be trusted. The archer woman said that there was no need to be afraid of them, because they were not bad people. They themselves had children of the same age in the city. But these words never calmed the hero down. On the contrary, they made him wary, because this was even more dangerous, since it meant that they needed to feed even more mouths. This was a motive for making money at any cost. Misha asked what the problem was, since this was the help they needed so much, but Björn told her to just keep quiet. He had gotten into trouble many times and would usually ask for help if he promised a reward for getting him out of the forest. Then it would be a good deal. The first thing the hero did was to figure out who these people were. First, he introduced himself, then they started doing the same, but one of them turned out to be Hans, which immediately took away one point of trust from them. Bjorn analyzed the explorers. Their team consisted of 2 warriors, 2 archers, and a scout. It's all too dangerous. Besides, intuition tells him to be careful. Of course, he may be worrying for nothing, but these people look suspicious, so the barbarian decided to refuse help and began to slowly retreat. It soon became clear that his intuition had not failed him, because an arrow had been fired right at them, from which the hero had covered himself with a shield, which meant that these were not simple researchers. The young man didn't seem to expect this and asked a female archer named Viet why she did this, and she told him to look at the barbarian's equipment. It was made of lithinium, for which you can get a large sum of magic crystals in the city. She was already looking forward to it. The guy said that they were also explorers, but the scout told him to just step back, since he was not going to help. The rest of the squad, except for the young archer, agreed to the attack. Misha asked if they would run away. Bjorn thought about it, because the balance of power is not in their favor, and they also have a scout who will quickly find them in case of escape, so there is only one option. He then told his partner that they would have to stall for time, after which he offered the marauders his backpack and shield. Misha shouted at them to kill this barbarian because she was the princess of the beastmen and would generously reward them for saving them. Her game was so plausible that it made even Bjorn doubt, although he himself proposed the plan. The girl's words made the scout doubt, but the female archer said that this was not an option. They both had to be killed, otherwise their activities could be exposed in the city. The warriors of the squad noticed that the princess might have something valuable, so they rushed forward with the words that the spoils would go to whoever found it first. The barbarian began to prepare for the collision because he couldn't delay any longer, but he also understood that it was no longer necessary because enough time had passed. And he was right, because what he was waiting for happened. A 7th rank monster, Cannavaro, appeared right in front of them. After this, the hero told Misha to grab onto him and ran forward, thinking along the way that it was impossible to escape from the monster because he would pursue the victim until death. Therefore, it was possible to use the marauders as a diversionary tactic, and he began to break through their ranks while they were at a loss. This should have out-aggroed Cannavaro, who took advantage of the fact that no one was attacking him and used his magic mind skill without any problems. The marauders decided to deal with the monster first, because of the mines, they would not be able to pursue the prey anyway, and the prey itself would not be able to get far. The hero understood that there was no way he could dodge the mines, so he had to rely on his strength and regeneration, simply running straight through the traps. Cannavaro, meanwhile, noticed the escape of his prey, so he called for support from a group of hounds, a breed of dog used for hunting. It seems that the marauders greatly overestimated their strength, because they began to lose their lives very quickly, one after another, from the monster's arrows, mines, and dogs. One of the dogs managed to catch up with the fleeing Björn and Misha and grabbed the barbarian's leg, preventing him from continuing his escape. The hero had to use the flesh explosion skill to get rid of the dog, but at the same time, he lost the ability to run further. His leg was finished. In that case, the plan will have to be changed. Björn told Misha that he was leaving the rest to her. She told him to leave her in Canivaro. The barbarian threw the girl's light body without any problems. She rushed straight at the monster, who was not expecting such a thing, and it was finished with him in an instant. Among the attacking marauders, one was still alive. It was the same female archer who first fired an arrow at them. She tried to beg for mercy, but Misha was not going to spare her. The beast woman was worried about Bjorn. She poured a healing potion on the wound, but said that it could not heal such a wound, but the barbarian said not to worry. Thanks to high regeneration, the potion, and the eternal life skill, the leg was restored almost instantly, which surprised the girl very much. The hero understood that this was all thanks to the bonuses of the vampire essence, his skill, and the seal of the immortal. With all these factors and enough time, it would be possible to grow a limb without a potion. Misha asked how he could drink it without pain. Bjorn replied that it was the mental fortitude of the barbarians. He recalled that Einar also took potions without any problems. In his case, it was due to the high value of the pain resistance characteristic, but the effect was the same. The hero suggested that Misha pack up and leave before a new Canivaro appeared, and she herself asked how he realized that those researchers were dangerous. Bjorn replied that one of them was named Hans, and he didn't like that name, which confused the girl, but she quickly put it out of her mind. Misha shared her thoughts that she would never have thought that that woman could change her attitude so quickly. She could have been good. The hero replied that if they had not seemed so weak, if they had not worn expensive equipment, and if they had not met in the labyrinth, then everything could have turned out differently. In that case, she could have been remembered by them as a kind person, but what happened, happened. She attacked first and paid the price. Misha said that she didn't understand this. Then Bjorn asked about her reasons for visiting the labyrinth. She replied that it was for money. Then, the hero said that they had the same reason, because it was the best way to protect yourself, especially in a world where failure to pay taxes would result in execution, and she also needed to protect not only her own life. Both were in a gloomy mood after this dialogue. Misha reported that there was a lot to rethink after this trip. 109 hours have passed since they got lost. Now the beast woman has found the place that the partners hoped to find, the only place in the location where they can rest. The witch's hut is a shelter that appears in random places in the forest at regular intervals and remains there for 8 hours. The effect of the zone is temporarily removed while you are there. It is also safe here, because monsters do not appear. This place is difficult to find, but there is no other way to rest. The partners spent a long time looking for the first shelter, but Misha's keen eyes quickly helped them find the next one. There were 53 hours left to hold out before the labyrinth closed. They had seen this place for the 3rd time, but the girl still didn't get tired of it. She sincerely enjoyed the local beauty and was in a good mood overall. But Björn told her to be quiet, because there was someone here, since only 5 people could enter here, and the portal closed as soon as they entered, which meant 3 unknown people were somewhere nearby. Soon they found a man dozing carefree in a field of flowers. It was one of those who helped Eliza then, but now he looked so-so, so the hero was interested in how this happened. Misha reported that there was also someone in the hut. She also noticed that these were the same researchers. Bjorn decided to knock out this guy first. He raised his mace up and brought it down sharply right on the man's face, and the girl noticed that he was just going to knock him out. Soon all 3 researchers were knocked out and tied up. Misha was surprised that the first of them was still alive, and also noted that it would not be for long if he was not helped right now. Then Bjorn poured a healing potion on all the captives, and they quickly came to their senses, both due to the healing and due to the pain they were experiencing. The chief immediately recognized the barbarian and began to explain that he was not guilty. He began by saying that when their group caught up with the hero's team, there were only 3 of them, after which a quick fight took place. They didn't want to chase them through the entire forest again, so the first thing they did was shoot a guy who looked like a scout, but he immediately clarified that the wound wasn't serious, just a scratch on his shoulder. Then they were thrown back again by some kind of light. Björn understood that it was Hikuro who used his numbered item again. When they came to, their scout had an ice spear sticking out of his head, which meant that at the right moment, Devalki was still able to kill the man. Looking at the captives, the hero thought that the rest of the team seemed to have managed to escape, and that the scream that he and Misha heard after the separation was due to Rothmiller being wounded. The man meanwhile continued his story by saying that due to the loss of the scout, they could not continue the pursuit, and simply wandered around the area. The problem started on the 2nd day after his death. Eliza showed herself. They understood everything. Only after she absorbed the life force of one of the researchers, the girl turned out to be a priestess of Karui. The man started to justify himself by saying that they had been deceived, so it was not their fault, and they had not intended to kill anyone for no reason. But Bjorn told him to shut up. Then tears began to flow from the man's eyes, and he began to apologize and say that they had been very stupid to fall for the deception, and he also promised to compensate for all the damages and beg for mercy. Misha told the hero that she would accept any decision he made, and he himself was thinking about what to do with all this, because even though he had already killed people, back then they were freaks who attacked first. They were not worthy of living. This case was different. They caused problems, but no one died. It was completely different. Björn wondered if it would be right to kill them. It was as if 2 images appeared in the hero's head, one for good, the other for evil, but not in the usual image of an angel and a demon, but in his current, savage and former, from the past world, form. The barbarian said that whether it was right or wrong didn't matter. The main thing was that they could create problems in the future, so it would be easier to kill them. The good man said that you can't kill people because of one mistake, so why does he doubt? Because sparing them would be the right thing to do. But the hero decided that the last statement only applied to his past, the civilized world from which he came, and not to this cruel and merciless one. Björn asked Misha's opinion on the current situation. She replied that she couldn't trust them, whether it was a mistake or not, but they tried to kill, and now she understands that this cannot be forgiven. Then the hero's mind cleared, as if a fog had been dispelled, and he remembered the expression that in Rome they obey Roman laws, otherwise he himself would end up in the grave. Whether it was a mistake or not, he had a feeling that they would repeat it at the first opportunity, so pity was thrown aside, and the explorers lost their lives. The hero, when he first opened his eyes in a new world and in a new body, realized that Björn Yandel was not only his new name. This is also his new essence, the essence of a barbarian, which he must correspond to in order to survive. Misha noticed his worries by his trembling hand. The hero replied that everything was fine. She shouldn't worry. It would be better if she collected the things of the killed researchers. This was soon done, but Misha was disturbed by the sight of Bjorn dragging the body to the fireplace and starting to push it straight into the fire. She asked him about what was happening. He replied that it was necessary. The fire consumed the corpse unnaturally quickly, meaning that everything was as it was in the game. The witch's hut had accepted a new victim and would now be open for another 8 additional hours. Misha was still not sure that Björn was okay, but he didn't answer, and the only thought that popped into her head was that they had 2 more so-called logs, which meant 24 extra hours. The hero pulled off his helmet and asked his companion if she was going to rest, but she simply remained silent. She was clearly uncomfortable with what was happening. Since she did not answer, the barbarian said that he slept on the bed first, after which he fell face down on the pillow and thought that sleeping on the bed was very good. But in reality, he was only unsuccessfully trying to distract himself from the thought that he was increasingly renouncing humanity and accepting the life of a barbarian, and that life was not punishing him for this, but, on the contrary, rewarding him. All night long the hero dreamed about his past life, namely work, meeting a girl, dating her and his future life, calm times. But in the morning he realized that it was just a dream, and his new reality was life in a monstrous body and fighting real monsters. Björn noticed that besides him, Misha was also sleeping on the bed with her head on his leg. He wondered when she had gotten in there, and it was also time to wake up, so he began to wake her up. Chewing the dried meat, the barbarian thought that there were only a day left before the labyrinth closed, and the hut would cease to exist in an hour. They had to hold out for just a little while longer, and soon they would return to Rafdonia. Misha said that this research was very complicated, so upon returning, she would immediately take a bath, after which she asked about her companion's plans, and he replied that he did not know. As soon as the shelter closed, it became clear that something was wrong. Everything around turned red and became even darker than it was before. This meant only one thing. The special condition of 7 sacrifices in the witch's hut had been fulfilled, and now the Chaos Lord Riakis was wandering around the floor. The hero explained to his companion that this was something like zone bosses, but much stronger, and also each level had such a floor lord. The girl had never heard of such a thing, so she was surprised. Björn explained that she didn't know because the method of summoning was kept secret, because if some psycho summoned one, then a couple of deaths wouldn't be enough. When Riakis appeared, erosion began. All the monsters began to dissolve into chaos. The Lord has an effect on the entire floor and kills everyone he meets until he dies himself. Also, his call closed all the portals. You won't be able to escape. If you were here when this monster appeared, then prepare for death. Misha asked about the reason for his appearance right now. Then Bjorn explained that it was all probably because of them, since burning those bodies in the hut was one of the conditions of the summoning. 10 years have passed since the last call. The hero thought that 3 corpses would not make a difference, but someone burned 4 of them earlier. The girl began to panic because of this. The barbarian said not to tell anyone about this, because if someone found out about their participation in the conscription, it would not end well. The barbarian also reported that the zone effect no longer affects them, so they will now be able to leave here, and their path will lie in the orc settlement. The Zarvi clan has settled there. It is huge. They operate above the 6th floor. They have hundreds of members. A meeting with Riakis is deadly, so to increase the chances of survival you need to join them. It's unlikely that the entire clan will be on the 3rd floor, but to control the area they should have at least 10 teams, which would already be good. A huge crowd of researchers had already gathered here. The clan leader tried to call for order, but from everywhere came requests for help, promises of a reward for saving, accusations, and lamentations. Suddenly, a golden barrier appeared around, causing the crowd to quiet down somewhat, although not completely. But this was enough for the man on the podium to shout to the researchers. He explained that it was already safe here, since their priestess had activated the announcement of the destruction of evil, and his clansmen were standing guard. And he continued his speech by saying that they only needed to hold out for a day until the floor was closed, during which time Zarvi would fulfill the agreement with the royal family and do everything possible to ensure that most of the people returned. He ended with a threat that if he created any problems or if anyone disagreed with him, he would be immediately thrown out. The hero decided that the last part was unnecessary, but overall the speech was good because the panic was calmed down a bit, and thanks to the barrier he would be able to rest a bit. Announcement of evil destruction is one of the main skills of priests, which creates a safe zone for explorers and keeps monsters out. Misha and Bjorn were resting by a tree. The latter decided that they were not going to drive them away, but they needed to be on the alert, because some problem might arise. The hero asked the beast woman how confident she was in her ears. She replied that she was not sure, but some people say that they like them. Bjorn was misunderstood, so he explained that he meant her hearing, to which she awkwardly replied that she could hear just fine, so he told her to listen to the researchers' conversations. They discussed how the last time Riakis showed up was 10 years ago, and now they were wondering what kind of madman did this, and also that they were lucky with this clan from the 6th floor. One of them admitted that he had never seen the evil destruction announcement barrier in person before, while the other remarked that it was great in a large clan. The hero understood that if the Zarvi came for the thing he was thinking about, then their chances of getting out of here alive were quite high. After some time, Misha leaned against Bjorn's shoulder and fell asleep, but soon the barbarian decided to wake her up. She asked about the reason for such a sudden awakening. The hero answered that more than 500 researchers had gathered here, a huge crowd. Misha didn't understand what that meant, but Bjorn explained that there were only 50 people from the Zarvi clan here, so they needed to see how they could handle controlling that many people. Soon, the local leader actually began his speech. He started by saying that thanks to the barrier, this was the only safe area of the floor, but the priestess would like them to show respect to her god. It should be 1,000,000 stones per person. You need to pay now. Not only crystals will do, but any equivalent items. The hero admitted that it was a smart move, since not every researcher would have such a sum on hand, and in this way it would be possible to take away some of the equipment from people to simplify control. The man on the podium meanwhile said that this is not only respect for the god, but also payment for protection. They may lose some equipment and potions, but there is nothing to worry about, because they will protect everyone. The hero understood that in fact there were enough reasons to worry, because the barrier, although powerful, was not comparable in strength to the floor master. They were unlikely to kill him, but for now they had to obey the rules, so Bjorn asked Misha to take the things they didn't need. He thought they were very lucky to have taken the equipment from the marauding attackers and wouldn't have to give up their own. Many researchers were unhappy with this situation and were unwilling to pay 1,000,000 magic stones for protection for one day. As the heroes expected, some people began to leave the barrier and cope with survival on their own. There were about 300 researchers left, which meant that the Zarvi clan received 300 million magic stones. They made money and at the same time reduced the number of people, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And now all they can do is pray to the heavens in the hope that the floor master won't come here, otherwise they are doomed. The 3rd floor is quite large. Everyone hopes that they will not encounter it. In this situation, both those who left and those who remain optimistic, but the hero prepares for the worst scenario. And so, 5 hours before the labyrinth closed, it really happened. The reign of despair began. This is the passive effect of the Lord of Chaos's aura. This skill not only deals damage to the area, but also turns it into an erosion zone that removes all effects. It also reduces magic resistance, deals minor damage, and can cause confusion. Soon the floor's ruler, the Chaos Lord Riakis, appeared on the horizon, causing panic among the researchers with his appearance. The leader of this expedition was disappointed, because this expedition would now cause a lot of damage, but despite this, he still ordered to use everything that they had prepared earlier. The next moment, the clan members began to apply various buffs to themselves, using scrolls that increased stamina or energy regeneration. Also used was the numbered item banner of the Lord of the Sun, which imbued the weapon with the attribute of holiness, the light of the god Ursium. The hero was stunned by the number of different consumables that were used at that moment, because not even a minute had passed before things worth tens of millions of magic stones had been used and disappeared. Bjorn realized that they were going to destroy the Floor Lord, and for the first time he was glad that he wasn't the only one preparing for the worst. There are many experienced researchers gathered here who have walked on the edge of a knife more than once to become who they are now, and it is not only a matter of luck, which means that they really should have a chance. The majority of people were amazed by the size and power emitted by the monster. They did not believe in their survival. Watching the battle of the Zarvi clan, the hero began to understand how game raids differ from those that happen in the real world. For example, the fact that tanks and melee attackers always try to avoid direct combat, they can barely deflect even the lightest blows from the monster. Also, warriors have to return to the front line of the battlefield immediately after treatment, even if their body is in terrible condition. But perhaps the most important difference was the multiple deaths of the explorers, who could no longer return to the battle. The current situation is that the melee war was instantly crushed, and the three ranged ones were hit by Ryakis's breath. Such losses immediately lowered the morale of the rest of the people. They don't understand what they're talking about because the clan is doing everything possible to fight the war, holding back the floor lord, and the mages are suppressing him. Suddenly, spheres appeared around the boss, and the expedition leader immediately forbade attacking him, because first he needed to focus on new targets. Bjorn was glad that the clan knew about his features and the second phase, but the other researchers did not understand why they did not attack Ryakis, did not understand their actions. About an hour passed. 11 people died. 20% of Zarvi's force. It's not scary. The worst can still be avoided. It's still possible to hold out until the labyrinth closes. However, the real problem is that ordinary researchers start to panic, and this will not lead to anything good, even though they have reasons for it. After all, every time Ryakis became enraged, someone who had paid for protection died, and the hero believed that it was their own fault, since they came so close to the battle and did not monitor the situation at all. Misha told Bjorn that things looked really bad and asked if they weren't going to do something, but he said what he thought. One man in the crowd said that they could no longer just watch. They needed to intervene in the battle to increase their chances of survival and protect themselves from the monster. At first, they countered that the clan had taken their equipment, but very quickly the crowd's eyes turned to the pile of armor and weapons they had paid Zarvi with. Realizing where all this could lead, Bjorn immediately told Misha that they were getting out of here right now. Now that the entire clan was busy fighting the boss, only 2 guards were guarding the equipment. They decided to negotiate through dialogue. But the panicking crowd did not listen. They attacked even the high-ranking and experienced researchers, but the numerical advantage was on their side. Soon the clan fighters were defeated. The hero knew that things would only get worse, since ordinary fighters had no idea how to properly fight Ryakis, so he urged Misha to run faster. Soon spirits of chaos appeared on their way, but there was no time to fight them. They needed to run away, so they turned in the other direction. But it was all useless, because soon they were swallowed up by complete darkness, which meant that the floor master had swallowed all the spheres and used his ultimate skill. Evil Cleft is a reactant skill that appears after absorbing 10 spheres. The radius of action is 5 kilometers. The term is 45 minutes. If you do not have time to escape, then death awaits you. There are also many chairs, the peculiarity of which is that it attracts all those who fall under the effect to the center of the zone. Soon, Misha and Bjorn found themselves there along with other researchers. There were about 200 of them left. Of the Zarvi, who were originally 50, only 20 remained. With 11 dying in the few hours of battle and the rest in the last minutes, it was obvious what happened when the pair escaped. Now the clan fighters were aggressive towards the other researchers. They bared their blades in their direction and refused to let them get closer to them, because it was because of them that many people died. They also said that they should be grateful that they were not finished off immediately, and that there would be no protection now. The ordinary researchers were at a loss, and then one of them said that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, otherwise everyone would die. He had read about this in ancient texts. He also said that they needed to get out of the 5-kilometer zone. There would be monsters in their way, but if they acted together, then they would have a chance of salvation. Bjorn understood that the main problem was that if you move away from the center, the clones of Ryakis and the spirits of chaos will attack like crazy. More than half of the researchers left, but the hero and the girl were not going to bet on such low odds. They would bet on what looked more reliable, on the clan. So they headed there, but Talon blocked the way. Bjorn started the conversation in a friendly manner and asked if they had received the essence of the orc hero. He first answered that they had, but then came to his senses and asked how he knew this. Meanwhile, the vice-captain of the Zarvi clan, Iraz Magrain, was later informed that 23 people had survived, including 3 priests, 6 mages, 12 ranged attackers, and 2 warriors. He was especially saddened by the fact that only 2 fighters survived, many of whom died when the commotion occurred, and many were unable to get support from the others. They tried to buy time, but Ryakis still absorbed the spheres, and now the lack of melee warriors will be fatal. Only 2 of them will be able to clear the way for everyone else, especially this spear swordsman. The vice captain was constantly asked to give orders, asked about something, reported new problems. Everything was very bad. Iraz Migraine could not come up with a plan of action, but suddenly a cry from the entrance to their temporary camp distracted him from his heavy thoughts. The vice captain asked who it was, to which the fighter replied that it was a barbarian from Karlstein's sister's team, and that he had somehow learned the information that they needed the essence of an orc hero. And he said that he could clear a path with her help. Then Migraine used his skill survival instinct, which can highlight targets that can increase this very chance of survival, and Bjorn glowed brightly. Iraza application saved from many situations, and now it said that this barbarian was a chance for salvation, so he came closer and first of all asked the name of the guest. After that, he introduced himself and asked how he knew about the essence of the orc hero. Bjorn replied that it was an assumption, but why else would such a respected clan occupy a zone on the 3rd floor and take so many expensive consumables with them? These items are clearly not for ordinary orcs, which means their target was higher, a rank 5 monster, an orc hero, a hidden boss that can be summoned at the altar in the orc settlement, and 777 magic crystals of these same orcs. And such a large number of supplies was due to the possibility of calling the orc lord instead of him, and since these things are still there, it means that he did not come. Then Iraz asked the reason why he should bet on the hero. He then replied that he was a barbarian with the seal of the immortal, who had absorbed the essence of a vampire guardian from the rift and a corpse golem that gave pain resistance. The vice captain interrupted him, asking him not to go into details, since he already understood that he could drink potions and fight at the same time. Migraine said that was pretty good for a 3rd-floor explorer, even excellent compared to his remaining warriors, so he was betting on the hero. Talon tried to remind the leader that the nobles had ordered the essence, but he replied that they could always say that they simply had failed to extract it from the monster. By donating crystals, 3 orc heroes can be summoned, each of them a different named monster, in other words, high-level opponents with inconvenient essences. That's why the group that hunts them must be strong and special, even though this monster is only a rank 5. Each orc brother drops an essence of a certain color. Danish drops a red one with the Cry of Passion skill, and Velt drops a blue one with the Banner of Struggle. But the hero hoped that the clan had met Targus, with one special skill that could become the basis for his build. And Bjorn was lucky. It was what he needed, the green essence. Such luck makes him think that something very bad is about to happen. The barbarian absorbed the essence of the orc hero, which instantly increased many of her stats, such as strength, agility, morale, bone strength, and physical defense. The hero felt his body filling with power, and although his pose seemed funny from the outside, no one laughed at the situation. The vice captain only reminded him to take off his equipment before using the new skill. On Migraine's orders, potions and scrolls were quickly brought. Bjorn understood that the former clan would indicate the appropriate support. After this, the hero used all the consumables he had brought, which temporarily significantly increased many of his characteristics. It was not necessary yet that all the clan's mages, as well as their priest, also began to impose their blessings and magical enhancements, among which was something that increased his aggro level, that is, attracted monsters specifically to him. After that, it was time to use his Bloodmaster skill, which allowed him to temporarily use someone else's skill by absorbing the owner's blood. The best target was Talon Orifring of the Karlstein family. Judging by the redness of the eyes, it was the Unholy One, which reduced the maximum amount of essences by 1, but increased the effectiveness of active skills by 1.5 times. After that, the hero finally used the skill he received from the orc hero's essence. It was Gigantification, which increased his body size, his aggro level, and his physical characteristics. All his clothes were torn. The people around him had different reactions. but the blushing Misha covered her eyes with her fingers and then peeped through them. Erasmus decided that the hero needed to cover himself with something, so he ordered several cloaks to be brought, and soon the preparations for the exit were complete. There were 30 minutes left before death, so the giant barbarian, with a cry of Yahello, rushed forward at maximum speed. Behind him ran 23 members of the clan, Misha and 40 researchers who decided to stay here. They were allowed to join in exchange for all the equipment. Migraine also suggested using the sacrificial seal on them, which increased their characteristics depending on the number of victims within 100 meters. Now, with all these buffs and skill, the power and instinct of destruction overflowed the hero's body, and it was good that they did not need to be restrained. The road was blocked by small clones of Ryakis, although they were only that size for him now, but their height was almost 2 meters, but now Bjorn could handle them without any problems. These creatures carry damage to the person who destroys them, and even a barbarian with overinflated pain resistance still felt the numbness, which is why it is very important to have a tank in the evil rift. Of course, in his case, thanks to the vampire essence, and specifically the skill source of darkness, it is enough to simply protect the heart. But for others, be he a famous swordsman, mage, or priest, all this will be useless. All the monsters attacked only him, because gigantification increases aggro proportional to body size, and barbarians are already very large, so it is very difficult to imagine his level. Talon Orifring entered the battle, and after destroying one of the clones he immediately received a blowback, so he asked the priest to heal him so that he could continue the battle. The hero shouted at him to stop getting wounded for no reason and get out of here, because he should be the only warrior on the front line. This is because he has the Orc Hero's Path passive skill, which increases all defense when health drops below 50%, with the maximum effect being achieved at 20. And to use this skill to its full potential, no one should approach the front line. He will deal with everything himself. The giant barbarian was breaking through the path for the rest of the explorers, and he was doing it as quickly as possible. The others were also hurrying after him, because soon this place would collapse. The vice-captain decided to send Tylon to the back of the crowd, because you never know when monsters will appear from behind. He himself was worried that just one single attack had caused him unbearable pain, so he had to retreat like an idiot, and he didn't understand how the hero could stand it. The Beastman wondered who this was, because at first he seemed like a simple third-floor explorer hanging around his sister. He seemed like a simple barbarian warrior. No matter how much resistance he has, even though he is a tank, how can he not hesitate at all? In the crowd of researchers, conversations began to break out about how it was true what they said about the barbarians, that in bravery there was no equal among them, and also that with such a person in the clan, they would be like behind a stone wall. They were surprised that he was still unknown, and no one knew his name. They were afraid to think about what they would do without him. Mac Klana noted that if there was a barbarian hero among them, the famous Balkan, then Bjorn would most likely be like him, while Tylon thought that everyone would soon be talking about him. Soon the exit from this location appeared ahead, so everyone gathered their remaining strength and hurried to leave it as quickly as possible. Immediately after leaving there, Bjorn's soul power was depleted and the gigantification skill was immediately cancelled, and he began to return to his usual size. A few seconds later, when not everyone had yet managed to leave the zone, an explosion was heard that destroyed the entire orc settlement and those who remained inside. They were very lucky that gigantification ended immediately after their exit. It's a real miracle that they managed to escape. But Erasmus said that it was too early to relax, because after escaping from instant death in the evil cleft, one of the survivors would be chosen as prey. The chance that it would be Misha or Bjorn is 1 in 15. And again, the hero's failure showed itself in the video. The partner was chosen as a victim and could no longer move. The so-called prey is a person who is affected by the paralysis effect and becomes the sole target of Ryakis. In other words, he will pursue her until her death. Erasmus offered to help protect her, but on the condition that the hero would want to join their clan. Bjorn replied that he couldn't work with the others yet, to which the vice-captain expressed his regret and said that he hoped to meet him alive in the city, to which he replied that if he got out, he wouldn't mind. Iraz replied that he had a gut feeling that he would succeed, and as a parting shot, he ordered his subordinates to give her buffs that would speed up her movement speed and improve the restoration of her soul power. Björn said words of gratitude, to which the vice-captain replied that it was not necessary, because if they died, Ryakis would run after them, and they would serve as a diversionary tactic, so he also had an advantage in this. There were 15 minutes left before the floor closed. The Chaos Lord had awakened, and the hero hoped to hold out for that time, so he quickly ran away from here. The roar behind them was getting louder and louder. Misha understood that they would soon die like this, and it was also clear that they were chasing her, not Bjorn, so she asked him to stop. And she explained that he had done enough for her, and he didn't have to die for her, because they weren't that close. Without him, she would have died much earlier. He had even already fulfilled her wish. She could die without regrets. But the hero refused, because she really doesn't want to die at all, and doesn't necessarily have to tell him all this nonsense, and he also understands that the girl is afraid of being abandoned. The beast woman shouted that the barbarian didn't understand anything, and she didn't want to be a problem for others. Then Björn said that this feeling was not more important than her life, so if she wanted to survive, she just had to ask him, and then she would have a chance. These were simple words, like the barbarians themselves, but the girl still understood them, because even from the forest he had constantly tried to help her save her life. In his eyes, the beast woman was definitely pathetic and whiny, and simply giving up and saying such stupid things was not what the man who was trying so hard for her wanted to hear. Misha said that if Bjorn saved her, she would be there for the rest of her life to help, to which the barbarian noted that she had already said that before in the forest. Then the girl replied that in that case, she would give him all the money from this study, and the hero replied that this already sounded better. This exchange of words raised both their spirits. But their high spirits didn't last long, because the buffs from the Zarvi clan ended. A rain of despair began to fall, which meant the presence of Ryakis nearby, and more spirits of chaos were getting in the way. The hero was going to use it later, but he had no choice, so he used his skill called gigantification, which raised his stats, but now what was more important to him was that his steps became bigger. With the remaining soul power, the skill would last for another 2 minutes, and there were 200 seconds left before the labyrinth closed. Bjorn told Misha to give the countdown. The further path was blocked by the spirits of chaos, so the hero had to engage in battle with them, but he did not experience any problems thanks to his increased characteristics. There were only 90 seconds left before the labyrinth closed, but things became more complicated because they were now within the radius of its deadly breath. On the plus side, some of the chaos spirits also died from Ryakis' actions as he cleared the way for them to escape. But there was no point in thinking about it, because he was already at a sufficient distance that he could simply take and lower his paw directly onto the giant barbarian. Fortunately, he managed to jump away. The huge floor lord, the Chaos Lord Ryakis, was at an impermissibly close distance. He carried a deadly threat, and his size allowed him to simply crush Bjorn, even under gigantification. In this situation, Misha again began to persuade him to leave her, but the barbarian was unwavering, because she would die in this case, while the girl believed that it was not worth it, and he himself should save himself. The hero told her that he would not break his promise, and also thought about who would return the money for the ring. He also said that they would not die today, they would get out of here alive. But their conversation was interrupted by a blow from Ryakis, which instantly deprived the barbarian of his hand. It happened so quickly that he did not even have time to feel it. Misha, with even greater force after what had happened, began to persuade him to leave her, but the barbarian simply demanded to clarify the time. There were 60 seconds left. Now Bjorn has to hold out for 1 minute without an arm. He can't escape, which means it becomes a little more difficult. The hero turned around and ran straight at the floormaster, which scared Misha, but demanded that she continue counting the time. He attacked with his breath the place where they had just stood. He wouldn't shoot under his feet. The main thing was that he didn't move. After that, the hero managed to dodge this monster normally, because he had managed to study its behavior during the battle with the Zarvi clan. All this was very difficult for the barbarian, because for a very long time he had not been able to rest normally. Even the time spent under the barrier could hardly be considered normal rest. At some point the monster still managed to strike, which the hero could not dodge. Even a light attack from such a monster was very powerful. Bjorn no longer had any strength to dodge, so Riakis was already preparing to cut him with his claw, without any problems. The thought flashed through his mind that this was the end. But just at that moment, the soul's village dried up and the gigantification skill began to cancel, returning the hero to his normal size and displacing the monster's blow. Bjorn was surprised at how timely it happened, because a little more and he and Misha would have lost their lives. In a desperate struggle, the wounded hero, with his last strength, jumped onto the monster's claw and grabbed it, with 10 seconds left before the labyrinth closed and salvation. To somehow compensate for the absence of his hand and to hold on here more securely, he sank his teeth right into the monster. Riakis began waving his paw back and forth to shake off the pathetic bugs, but Bjorn couldn't hold on very tightly. Soon the actions of the huge monster had an effect, and the hero and Misha went flying. There were 4 seconds left before the labyrinth closed. Riakis showed that despite his size, he remains very agile, grabbing his prey out of the air and then wanting to devour it. The hero smiled, because he understood that the enemy would not have time to do anything, because right now, his mental countdown was approaching 0. Meanwhile, the residents of Rafdonia were waiting for the researchers in the square. They were wondering how much money their families would bring this time. The children were simply waiting for their parents. Soon the portals were opened, but the townspeople were faced with a picture they did not expect. Many people were injured and were now simply lying on the ground. Misha came to her senses. She immediately heard the words of those around her about the need to quickly call the guild and so on, but she only paid attention to how they talked about the seriously injured barbarian. The girl immediately pushed her way through the crowd and saw Bjorn, who was lying on the ground and showed no signs of life. Her heart sank into her heels. She was already expecting the worst, but when she put her ear to his body, the beast woman heard his heartbeat, which immediately caused tears of joy to flow from her eyes. Soon, talk about what happened on the 3rd floor began to spread through various taverns and other places. The victims of the tragedy numbered in the hundreds. And the survivor said that they got out thanks to one barbarian who got to this floor in 3 months of research. His name is Bjorn Yandel. He was given the nickname Little Balkan. It didn't take long before this news reached someone high up. He didn't remember such a rapid growth during his entire career, and besides, the hero's essences go beyond the scope of simple researchers. There have been similar cases in history. They were intelligent, born under the star of a special destiny. They were forever remembered by everyone as heroes. The man was interested in who the researcher who interested him, Bjorn Yandel, was, such a hero or an evil spirit. 2 days passed. The hero finally woke up, and the first thing he decided to do was gather the whole team and discuss everything that had happened. Everyone was happy to see each other alive. Rothmiller began to apologize, because if he hadn't been wounded, they wouldn't have had to abandon Misha and Bjorn in the forest. But the barbarian interrupted him, because first they should place an order. The hero inquired about the events that had happened after their separation, and Hikuro then told him that with the help of his emergency recovery skill, he was able to use the Guardian's bracers without recharging. When they ran far enough and healed Rothmiller, they tried to find the missing team members, but nothing worked, and then they ran into the priestess of Karui again. This news excited Misha, so she demanded to continue the story. It turned out that the group had to run to the 4th floor, taking advantage of the entry restriction. This level is called the Sky Tower. The color of the portal that leads there changes periodically, and those who enter before it changes begin to climb 100 floors together, and there are also safe zones there. Hikuro reported that just sitting there for 10 days was unbearable. And also, in the very first test, they got the essence that Rothmiller absorbed. The hero was outraged by the difference in their positions at that moment. The monster whose skills Brown mastered was a rank 7 mimic. It gives the skill Treasure Warehouse, which gives a personal spatial warehouse. The key point here is that when you first open this space, there are various things to find inside. This time, it was 2 million stones, 3 top-quality potions, and numbered items. Hikuro decided to sell the last ones, since there was nothing useful there, and the hero was irritated by their luck, because at that time he was suffering in the witch's forest and fighting for his life, but decided not to take it out on his comrade. He decided to justify the bent cutlery by saying that he couldn't control his strength because of the new essence. Misha said that she hadn't noticed this in him, but Murad changed the topic to the adventures of the girl and the barbarian. After this, the hero told about all their misadventures and the struggle for survival, while leaving out some details that he decided not to report. This impressed the others. Rothmiller decided to congratulate Misha on signing a contract with the beast because she was very worried about this, and also asked about what merit Bjorn had in this. Then the girl said that she would not have survived without him. The dwarf was surprised to receive a new essence, and also that the protection fee was only 2 million, so as an apology, since they were somewhat responsible for this, they would provide 1 million. Dvalki regretted that he was not there himself, because this was the greatest and most amazing story of those he had heard, and Hikuro supported him in this, and also added that he was worthy of the title of Little Balkan. The hero was surprised by this, to which Murad explained that this was his second name, which was a comparison with Balkan, a barbarian hero of the previous era. Bjorn was not happy with the fame that had fallen on him, which had come too quickly, because this was not a game, but reality. Now his name would become famous, and he would receive too much unnecessary attention. Misha interrupted the ongoing conversations and suggested moving on to the most important thing. It was necessary to discuss the distribution of the spoils from the labyrinth as well as the reward for the message about the priestess of Karui. In the end, Bjorn and the girl received 7.65 million stones, but the barbarian took everything for himself because his partner promised to give him her share. After that, several days passed. The hero had a lot of things to do. He picked up the equipment that was sent for repair, replenished consumables, and even dropped by the auction house, and all this time Misha went with him. The barbarian did not understand why she was constantly hanging around him. She must have her own things to do. He thought that it might be about the money he took. Maybe she regretted it. The hero also decided to invest money in Misha's growth, because now she is his main comrade. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that the girl was going to go to her family, while she looked like she did not want to talk. Bjorn decided that this was her family business, and he couldn't interfere. He encouraged his partner, and she told him goodbye to eat right, eat vegetables, and so on. She began to take care of the guy after what happened. On the way home, the hero thought that he himself, with his characteristics, can move further along the floors. But before that, he needs to strengthen Misha, update her equipment, get essence, improve the contract. On the way, Bjorn accidentally came across an execution process. At first, he was going to move on, but he heard onlookers discussing that this time an evil spirit was on the chopping block. After that, he could not pass by. The man sentenced to death turned out to be an acquaintance of the hero named Tarikon, the son of Lian. It turned out that he had not bought the weapon with the money he had received earlier. The poor fellow was terrified. His eyes caught sight of Bjorn's figure in the crowd, and he tried to shout his name, but it was impossible because of the gag. Then the barbarian turned away, unable to look. A moment later, the execution took place. The hero understood that he could well have been in his place. He decided to think about it at home, but some guy called out to him and started asking where he came from, and suggested Europe, Asia, and America. He continued speaking, and the barbarian thought that this could very well happen, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. True, for this case he had one prepared answer, and it goes by the name of Strategy Einar. He made a stern face and said that there was no need for complex words, after which he demanded to speak directly. The blonde praised his acting and said that he was not to be feared. Because they were all here because of this damn game, Bjorn drew attention to the incorrect pronunciation of the last word. The guy continued to speak. He admired the hero's successes, after which he said that they have their own alliance, but the barbarian interrupted him and asked if he was an evil spirit. He answered in the affirmative, after which Bjorn shouted loudly into the sky and said that the leader of the tribe taught to immediately kill people like him upon discovery. After this, the hero simply rushed at the blonde with his fists, because that is exactly how a real barbarian should react. Soon Bjorn was sitting in the garrison. The guard first decided to thank him, because his younger brother would not have gotten out of the labyrinth alive without Jandel. The hero accepted his gratitude, after which he asked how much longer he should sit there, because he was hungry and unhappy that he had not managed to finish off that evil spirit. The man was about to answer when another guard ran through the door and said that the detainee had a certificate of a hunter of evil spirits, which immediately interested Bjorn, but he did not show it. After this, a man who also belonged to this organization explained to the barbarian that they always test those who have managed to become famous in a short period of time and show extraordinary abilities. Bjorn put on a show of being a simple-minded savage who was angry at these suspicions, after which he was released. Now he went home in a lousy mood. He didn't even think that these guys knew such details about evil spirits. That blonde guy was pretty good at using words from his world. But fortunately, the hero noticed the catch when the hunter messed up his pronunciation and said Vigra. If they had reached such a level, then it was no wonder that Tarikan had ended up on the chopping block. Now Bjorn considered this world even more dangerous and out of reach. Upon arriving in his room, the barbarian found an unknown envelope on the floor, given recent events. This could be somehow related. Inside was a pill and a letter, which said that it was sent, presumably, to the player, warned that this cannot be said about the hunters. They also have their own community. It guarantees complete anonymity, and to get there you need to take a pill. It is signed by ghost hunters, and at the end there was an insult to the king of Rafdonia. Meanwhile, in the secret Ministry of Public Order, which reports directly to the ruling family, a subordinate bowed before his superior and began to briefly recount what had happened. After which he said that it would be better to see everything with his own eyes and turned on the magic device, which showed Bjorn's meeting with that blonde man. At the end of the screening, the chief said that in such cases, evil spirits prefer to flee, and he attacked without a doubt, so by all indications, Jandel is found innocent. Standing by the open window, the man was surprised that Bjorn had become famous in just 3 months. He thought that fate might have prophesied a hero's path for him, and that was good, because the city had always lacked talent. The barbarian decided that yesterday's letter was not a fake, but in any case he had to show potential observers that he did not understand anything and wanted to get to the bottom of the truth, so he went to the magic tower. He went to the only competent mage he knew, Raven Alua, who said that this is what all researchers get when they become famous enough. She also felt sorry that it had not come to her, because she would have immediately checked the letters, which had now disappeared. She would have been curious to read what the evil spirits were writing in these letters. Raven also told about the pill. It was made by an extremely talented magician who must have mind control magic, other dimensions, and deep knowledge of alchemy. By swallowing it, you can enter a special world of spirits. Only the mind gets there. The body remains in place. This happens at midnight on the 15th day of each month. There, they most likely exchange information. And those who tried to get in there later died in a pool of bloody vomit. Bjorn asked about the possible toxicity of the pill, but Raven said that the magicians had studied it a long time ago, and there was nothing like that in it. Then the hero asked the reason for the death of these people. Then the sorceress answered that evil spirits, it seems, can distinguish between their own and others, and then separate the souls of the intruders from their bodies. Raven also added that in that place, everyone has the appearance of their soul, so they cannot recognize their appearance. And it is also impossible to establish that the pill was swallowed by someone, otherwise everyone would have already been caught. The sorceress began today's research into the hero's essence, and he himself was thinking about how he could remain anonymous in this world and obtain information, perhaps even about the method of return, maybe take a risk. After this, Björn weighed all the risks and possible benefits before deciding to swallow the pill, because if it was so dangerous, the community would not have created it. However, he wasn't going to accept it right now, because anonymity was anonymity. But the sender of the invitation probably had a way to find out who had joined. For example, it may be that he is the only one who received such a letter in a certain period of time. Then he will be immediately found out as soon as he joins, so it is better to wait 3 to 6 months. 15 days after the labyrinth was closed, in one of the laboratories on the upper floors of the magic tower, a mage asked a certain Queen of Souls if a newcomer had joined, and she answered negatively. He had to send the delayed letters further. The wizard was disappointed that it was again not the one he was looking for, although he took the shield at the coming-of-age ceremony. But it was not the player. Björn didn't notice how time flew by. He was promoted to a 6th-rank researcher. Every day he was busy with various things, and the magic stones flowed away like water, but it was necessary, so he didn't regret it. A new mace was purchased for 400,000. It was gigantic in size and mass, and a spell of immunity to acids was cast on the armor and shield for 510,000. Also, the hero couldn't show off naked with every gigantification, so pants with automatic restoration, size change, and the same immunity to acids were bought. It cost 900,000. For Misha, twin lich blades were bought for 550,000. As well as the blood of a wild beast, for pumping up spiritual beasts for internal use for 2 million, as Björn wanted, invested in its strengthening. The beast woman had upgraded her contract level and could now imbue her weapons with a human attribute, which was noticeable from the haystacks used as dummies. Another million went into the second stage of the immortal seal for Björn. It only took 10 minutes, which compared to the 12 hours of pain of the first stage seemed like a fairy tale to him. But the indicators of endurance and resistance to magic increased significantly. The spirit also increased, and the special ability improved. At the end of the procedure, the shaman offered to tell fortunes. The barbarian did not refuse. The man then said that he was destined to experience countless good and bad events that usually happen once in a lifetime, and that he was destined to share the fate of those who are called heroes. Björn decided that even if this was true, nothing would change. He had to do what he had to do, and in order to withstand any adversity, he would prepare for everything he could. Also, all this time the hero was visited by Misha. She took care of him, invited him to share food with her, and also tried to accompany him everywhere. It didn't take long before the barbarian returned to the shaman for the 3rd stage of the seal. It was time to choose a certain feature. It could be the spirit of flame, the spirit of iron, and the spirit of the wild nature. Björn chose the latter. It cost 2 million stones. In addition to the stats, it increased his threat level and gave him the skill Wild Splash, which also increased his threat level in exchange for giving a bonus to Constitution. To attract the attention of a crowd of monsters and at the same time increase the body's endurance, this is what, plus gigantification, this is best suited for a tank. The hero did not think that he would achieve such success in 3 months. The shaman said that last time he did not tell everything about Björn's fate. He also needs to always and everywhere beware of those who are filled with resentment. There will be many of them. If you dispel their grievances, then you will receive luck, and vice versa. The hero overcame the 3rd stage of the seal and was about to leave when Einar appeared from the bushes, calling him to her shelter, because she should not be seen. The warrior said that she heard from the elder about his new nickname, Little Balkan, and now she is burning with curiosity, so she asks to tell him how he got it. Björn told his story, and Einar was pleased that the hero had joined the team, because she was worried, but now she wouldn't be, because he was not alone and Hikuro seemed reliable to her. Jandel was concerned about the girl's condition, as she had become very thin, So he asked if the elder was starving her, but she explained that she was undergoing muscle compression. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out around the area, asking if Einar had run away again, so it was time for the warrior to leave before her mentor became even more angry. Finally, the girl said that she was glad that Bjorn had become more handsome, because before his face was filled with anger, which she did not consider bad, but now he looks relaxed. These words surprised the hero. Later, the barbarian visited the library, where the girl, who had never initiated conversation before, said that he had become a celebrity. But the hero simply said goodbye. Earlier, he would have tried to get closer to her to get benefit from the magician, but now it makes no sense, because he has become stronger, and there is already a magician in the team. This is rationalization. After all, his priority now is survival. He is not in a position to delve into other people's souls. His moral principle rejects idle curiosity. This is why the hero always treats the people around him with caution and weighs every action they take. That is why he always focuses on their possible value to himself and thinks about using them for his own benefit. That's why Bjorn killed people when they posed a threat, was ready for betrayal at any moment, and thought about how to get the most out of any situation. But at some point this thinking cracked. He kept his cool and acted for himself alone, until that situation on the third floor happened, and the barbarian risked himself for her. He changed, and Einar noticed it. The hero began to catch himself more often wanting to do something useless. His body changed. Something else changed. He doesn't know how to solve this, so he will be like a barbarian and will not restrain his desires. Bjorn demanded that the librarian say what she wanted to say. She asked how he knew about her intentions. He replied that he could see it in her eyes. The next day, the barbarian went to the Promise of Flowing Water Cafe. He somehow squeezed through the front door. The other visitors did not expect to see a savage in such a place, so they decided that the owner was in debt. Soon he was called by the client for whom the hero had come here. It was Shavina Amur, a 7th-class officer of the Administrative Department of Revision, and also a friend of the librarian. The girl asked him what he should get, to which he replied that he would like to have beer with meat, since he was not a fan of sweets. Obviously, there was no such establishment. It was just a little revenge for the invitation here. After that, he asked to get down to business. Shavina was surprised that he didn't know anything, because the librarian, whose full name was Ragna Litaniel Peproch, was supposed to tell her. The woman explained that the mission was to patrol the sewers. Usually they have a trusted squad that is engaged in catching tax evaders and other criminals, but they died on the 3rd floor. The hero had suspicions that these were again hunters of evil spirits, so he asked about the reason for his invitation, because there were more suitable researchers for this. To which Shavina admitted that it was simply a matter of his high popularity, and she was also curious to meet little Balkan in person. After which she said that she would order cookies to go and ask permission to tell her colleagues that he had given them to her, to which the barbarian hesitantly agreed. Amur said that the reward was only 200,000 magic stones, but if they worked together, Bjorn would show himself to be a qualified person in the eyes of other guilds and departments, and people would consider him reliable. Shavina thought that the hero was already up to his ears in tasks, with his fame, but in fact his title in this matter turned out to be useless. People did not consider the barbarian a good worker, so he agreed. He soon left, and the woman thought about how she hadn't met anyone interesting for a long time. The conversation with Bjorn calmed her thoughts, and Ragna talks about other people. It's high time for her to find new friends. 2 days later, the entire team of losers gathered again at the entrance to the sewers. Devalki complained about the stench. Although he expected it, he did not think that it would be so strong. The guard who escorted them asked them to be careful and not to lose the map, helmets with flashlights. The latter also have recording devices built into them, so they would definitely need to be returned later. Initially, Bjorn was supposed to go alone, but at a team meeting he told about the task, and Hikuro immediately decided to join. He could not miss this journey, because it was full of ghosts, and he did not need money. Lior Wab Devalki decided to change the scenery, because lately he had been so buried in books that his head was starting to split. Brown Rothmiller couldn't leave the team in the sewers without a guide, and this would be a great chance to practice his new essence, which, in addition to the skill, increased his luck and sixth sense. Misha heard that there were criminals hiding there, so it could be dangerous, and they also needed to get used to the new twin blades, so they all gathered together. The hero decided not to refuse free help. It is unknown how much help from the others is needed, but Rothmiller will definitely be useful. The passages in the sewers were surprisingly spacious. Dvalki lit the magical fireflies and the squad moved forward. Along the way, Hikuro told a story about a terrible monster living here. Misha asked the magician if its existence was possible, to which he replied that all the waste from the magic tower was dumped there, and a huge number of experiments were carried out there. And if suddenly everything coincides so that the reagents mix correctly and react with the monster's body, then in theory, a specimen that never existed before could appear. Björn thought it was impossible, because first there had to be a monster's body in the sewers, and they usually dissolve, so someone had to bring it here, and besides, it had been quiet here for 2 years already. Suddenly, Rothmiller reported that he felt someone's presence, and with the essence of the mimic, there was no reason not to trust his words, so everyone began to look for the unknown. Misha discovered that some guy was visible from a crack in the wall. The hero didn't understand how he got there, but it didn't matter, so he grabbed him and threw him on the floor. He realized that things were bad, so he launched a desperate attack with his dagger on the group of researchers. It was useless. Bjorn just grabbed his hand and squeezed. His strength was already enough to break the bones of ordinary people with just one effort, but he praised the man for his efforts, because you need to try everything to survive. After this, the barbarian began to interrogate the man, who began to beg for mercy, since he would not hurt a fly, and he also said that he was a simple homeless person. But Rothmiller said that the brand on his forehead was placed on those who had committed terrible sins, so escaping from the tax office was not all that he had distinguished himself with, and it reminded the dwarf of his youth when such people went to the forge where he worked. The people from the department said that they would add 5,000 if the criminal was brought in alive, but they also said that it wouldn't be scary to kill him. The main thing was to get it on tape. The squad was deciding the fate of the criminal. Hikuro exclaimed that he had expected something like this from the administration, and Misha did not want to drag him because he would be executed anyway. The man himself was shaking with horror. Then he exclaimed that he would tell them everything he knew. Just let them let him go. Björn at first decided that he did not have any interesting information, but he said that they would get much more for some bitch. The criminal said that a few days ago, a woman had driven him out of his hiding place, apparently using evil black magic, because she was accompanied by a pack of corpses, and they did not look like the undead of the labyrinth. The hero was surprised by this news, because all this is very reminiscent of the priestess of Karui, Eliza Behench, who created problems for them on the 3rd floor. Björn decided that if it was her, she couldn't just be allowed to walk around here because she had a huge grudge against their team, and the others agreed with him. The criminal was tied with a rope and sent ahead to show the way to their hiding place. They also asked why he was hiding in such an absurd place. He replied that he was simply looking for shelter and stumbled upon them. Soon the group discovered a way down. From that moment it was decided to behave quietly. The man said that there was no other way out. The team moved forward and the criminal said that if this is really the woman they think, then they should let him go. Soon a pile of corpses appeared on their path. The man stopped in fear and did not want to go further, but Bjorn hurried him and he had no choice but to obey. But it turned out that the bodies were not lying there for nothing. This place was full of magical traps, so the hero immediately shouted for everyone to retreat back. The criminal went first. He could no longer escape, and all the power of magic rushed towards him. It reduced his maximum health, and when it reached 0, it killed him. Eliza felt the activation of her spell called Call of the Evil God. The priestess decided that it was the people from the temple who were chasing her, and she still had not found the way to the underground city. And then a voice came into her head, demanding that she make a sacrifice to him, and then the woman understood what she needed to do to get help from her god. Bjorn pulled their guide closer, and he himself was partially trapped, which reduced his maximum health by 29%. It turned out that the criminal was dead, and Bjorn was glad that he had sent him ahead, because he could have ended up in his place. Hikuro noticed that the deceased had a nameplate. His name was Hans Mark, which gave the hero a bad feeling, because all meetings with the owners of this name did not bring him anything good. Soon the team reached the criminal's hideout. It turned out to be quite cozy, which they did not expect, but Eliza was not there. Dvalki found a faint trace of mana. After examining it more closely, the wizard came to the conclusion that something was hidden under the floor. Then the hero took off his armor and decided to break through the stone underneath with his massive mace. The squad's mage immediately said that with magic, everything would not work out so simply. But the barbarian didn't think so he used gigantification, because if you can't break through with brute force, it only means that not enough effort was put in. The squad watched with tension as the big guy began to punch the floor, and he finished his previous thought by saying that, by the way, this doesn't work on ghosts. But soon his efforts finally bore fruit. Hikuro asked Dvalka that it shouldn't have worked, but he himself was no longer sure of it. Rottmiller reported that thanks to his improved sense of smell, he can smell this woman, and there seem to be no other threats, so they can go down without unnecessary fears. The sixth sense is also silent. Meanwhile, in the underground city of Noark, where the priestess of Karui was heading, a guy was running quickly through the streets with urgent news. Bursting into the vice-captain's office, he reported that the entrance had been destroyed, although, judging by the reports from the surface, the royal family had nothing to do with it. The man who received the news said that this passage had long been forgotten. The last time it was used was during the incident with the Karui cult, so it could be the priestess on the run. The vice-captain asked Amelia, the same female marauder that the hero and Einar met on the second floor, to go and sort out this incident. Meanwhile, the team moved along the passages and was surprised that such an incomprehensible labyrinth was discovered under the sewer. Misha was curious, so she first asked Hikuro, but he didn't know. Then she turned to Dvalki, but he didn't know anything about it either. Rottmiller stopped the group and reported that the smell of the priestess was getting stronger here. It was no longer just a trace. She was somewhere nearby. Eliza herself was wandering through the corridors of this place at this time when the voice of her god suddenly laughed. He did this only when something bad happens, and this could mean that people from the temple were already close. After that, she hurried to run away, and from behind she heard the voices of her pursuers, whom she recognized with surprise. It was the same barbarian blockhead with his gang. When Eliza realized what it was, she immediately decided to stop running away, because this time she would not let them go. They themselves were walking towards their death. After this, the priestess began to summon various creatures to help her with the spells Gate to the Kingdom of Demons and Shadow Guardians. Previously, Misha had some difficulties when fighting these opponents, but now she has become stronger thanks to the contract with the spirit beast and new equipment. Björn also became stronger. He rushed into the thick of enemies with the active skill Savage Splash, which increased his threat level, which lured enemies to himself, and also increased his physical characteristics. The others also entered the battle. They had won last time, but now everything was even worse, and Eliza decided to use the curses that had worked so well last time. But Dvalki used the 7th rank spell, Radiance, which removed all the effects with the evil attribute. It was the hero who asked him to learn a spell against this magic, and he went and learned a mass cleansing magic. Bjorn broke through to the priestess and tried to strike her, but she used the spiritual form spell, the same one that had caused her to fly away last time, and it also gave resistance to physical attacks. But Dvalki was ready for this too. He used materialization, which brought Eliza out of her ghostly state, and then used accuracy increase on the barbarian. Now the priestess was vulnerable again, and the hero grabbed her and slammed her into the ground with his enormous strength. But he did not stop there, although after this blow she was no longer capable of resistance. The others watched the beating of the servant of Karui in confusion, and could not say a word. But Dvalki nevertheless reminded the barbarian that they needed her alive if they wanted to receive the reward. Bjorn listened to his words and stopped. The priestess was tied up, and the hero began to carry her. The beating and paralysis magic allowed him not to fear any surprises. The hero, already in a good mood, praised the team and suggested getting out of here, but turned around and saw that the rest were lying unconscious on the ground. Before he could even react, he was poisoned by the basilisk's paralyzing venom, the effectiveness of which was halved due to his body type. Bjorn recognized the woman who came out of the shadows. He knew it was too easy, and it never happens like that with him. The marauder was surprised that the barbarian could still move. She praised him, because he had become noticeably stronger since the last time. After that, she looked at the hero's unconscious companions and assumed that he was not running away because of them, although he could, and Bjorn himself decided that she had come here to tie up loose ends. Then the woman let him go only because he was a greenhorn, but now he has become a celebrity with a nickname, and since he himself descended into this cesspool, it would be a sin not to take advantage of the opportunity, so thought Jandel. Bjorn shouted that he was keeping his promise, so there was no need to pursue him, but the marauder ignored his words. She asked how he knew about the passage here and why he invaded. But the hero did not understand anything, which he said. Then the woman clarified the details, and he replied that if she was talking about that magic thing, then he simply pierced it with a mace. The marauder was somewhat taken aback by this news, but continued the interrogation. She decided to find out the reason for his stay here, to which she received an answer about the priestess of Karui. Then Bjorn cheerfully suggested that they part ways peacefully. Since she had already found out everything, there was no need to give her an antidote. He could handle it himself, but she interrupted his flow of words. Amelia said that since the hero now knew about this place, she could not just let him go. Then he offered to take another oath, but the woman replied that this time everything was different. After that, Bjorn took off all his armor. The marauder asked what was going on, to which the barbarian asked if she knew 2 ways to piss off an opponent. She answered negatively. Then the hero replied that the first was not to finish the sentence, and the second remained unknown, because instead of continuing the sentence, he threw his mace forward. Amelia was perplexed by this development of events, but this did not stop her from dodging the improvised projectile. But after the mace, the hero's shield also flew, which surprised the woman. Bjorn himself called this action Captain America's throw. Amelia was flexible and agile enough to dodge this as well, and the thrower himself rushed forward after the projectiles, hoping to deliver a crushing kick. But as Bjorn expected, the opponent was too experienced and agile. Neither the blows nor the attempts to grab her achieved their goal, but that was not all. The hero decided to act unexpectedly. He used gigantification, thanks to which he was able to reach the woman who did not expect this. After that, he was still able to strike the enemy directly on the head, but it did not seem to bring the expected damage. She snatched the dagger and enveloped it in an aura, which was very dangerous. Such an attack would easily cut off his arm, so Bjorn had no choice but to use flesh explosion, which also splashed the enemy with acidic blood. The woman's view was now not as good, but she still continued to advance, but this time she was no longer able to dodge the kick. The hero was delighted and surprised by the success. He had already decided that he had a chance to win this fight. When the opponent's voice came from behind, it was the self-replication skill. He instantly understood. Amelia said that she heard about Bjorn absorbing the vampire essence, so he should survive this too, and then used the Asura strike skill. The battle ended there, but the hero survived thanks to the source of darkness and was restored by eternal life and a healing potion. The woman said that she was surprised by the savagery of his regeneration, and after all, his head was torn off. Bjorn jumped up from his seat and asked why she didn't kill him, to which the woman folded her arms across her chest and said that he was the one who attacked first, and most people prefer to solve problems by talking. The hero replied that he was fighting for his life because she couldn't let him go with the knowledge of this place, but Amelia clarified. She said that she couldn't let him go just like that, emphasizing the last two words. Then Bjorn asked what would happen next, discreetly trying to reach for the mace, but his recent opponent noticed this and said that she was not going to kill him, so he needed to calm down. The barbarian started to justify himself because he didn't intend to attack and all that, but he was interrupted. Amelia continued for him. He just decided to prepare in case she changed her mind. Bjorn noticed that the woman herself had not recovered from the wound, did not take the potion, which indicated a special essence that interferes with the treatment. She meanwhile handed the hero a drug that erases memory. The barbarian asked why she didn't give it to him last time, to which he received the answer that it was a rare remedy, after which he asked her motives because if she killed them, she would get a lot of money for the equipment. Then Amelia asked who the hero thought she was, but he decided to remain silent because he considered her crazy. Then the woman hushed up the topic and shoved the drug into his mouth, also saying that she had not heard of any side effects. The woman also decided to find out about the second way to piss off her opponent, which he had not told her about before the fight began. The barbarian began to respond, but a drug called Lethe's Blessing began to work, and he fell asleep. After a certain period of time, Bjorn woke up, but was surprised that his memory was still there. Even though the last hour should have been erased, he didn't know. For some reason, the drug didn't work on him. The next morning, the hero visited the administrative office to receive a reward for the task. Shavina said that there was no need to compensate for the damage for the broken devices, because this case was truly special. The hero agreed with this and plunged into memories of yesterday. When he woke up in the sewers, the equipment was with him, but the flashlight and recording device were broken. The rest of the squad didn't remember anything. Their last memory was going down to Hans's shelter, so the drug worked correctly on them. While his comrades discussed the loss of their memories and the fact that Eliza was dead even though they had no memory of the battle, Bjorn himself wondered why his memory was untouched. Rothmiller had a hypothesis about what happened. He came to the conclusion that they caught up with the priestess and won the fight, but she tried to do something with their consciousness, so she had to be finished off. But the damage was done. Devalki agreed with this, because it sounded plausible, and the servant of the evil god should have similar spells in her arsenal, while Hikuro was simply glad that they somehow managed to cope. And at the exit from the sewer, they were met by Shavina and Ragna, who went to look for them. Since they were too late, Bjorn doubted their competence, to which Amor said that Litaniel was very strong. The librarian herself said that her friend had brought her here, and the hero, looking at her equipment, thought that he didn't know how capable a sorceress she was, but she clearly had more than enough money. Shavina said that Ragna was very worried, to which the embarrassed girl began to deny it. Misha asked who these girls were, and when she found out that one of them was a librarian who worked in the place where Bjorn often went, she immediately expressed her indignation. Then a paladin with a huge two-handed sword on his back approached them. He made sure that the body next to them was indeed Eliza Behench, so his church would not forget about this service. At this point, Bjorn finished recalling the events of the previous day. While he was talking to Shavina, he heard the young female employees of the administrative department whispering about him, Little Balkan. One of them told her friends that something becomes really big when he uses the skill. The hero heard this and the rest, and was unhappy that they looked at him like an animal in a zoo. Shavina quickly scolded the girls and calmed them down with a threat to file a complaint for sexual harassment, to which they, covering their red faces with their hands, apologized and ran away. Bjorn decided that he would forgive her for inviting the barbarian to a nice little cafe, and he was about to leave when Amor said that Ragna had something for him, so he should stop by the library later. The team gathered to celebrate the successful completion of the mission, as well as the reward for the priestess of Karui, which amounted to 2 million for each. Everyone was in high spirits. Except for Bjorn, because the rest didn't remember anything and thought it was easy money when the hero tore his arm apart in a fight with that woman. Then she cut off his head, and his comrades thought they had won the lottery. Misha interrupted the barbarian's thoughts. She wanted to whisper something into his ear. She started to say that her dad wanted to meet him, but suddenly a loud voice rang out, and she was not heard. A guy came up to the table. It was Hans Hodge. He once advised the hero to go to the guild after Einar left the team. Maybe it was because all the Hanses Björn had met so far were assholes. But this man didn't give him any good feelings, so the barbarian chased him away. Not even a minute had passed when the Moslans burst into the tavern door. They belong to the organization of knights of noble origin of the same name. They are very powerful. The hero had already decided that it was all because of the meeting with Hans, and that they were bringing him bad luck. But it turned out that this time the problems had not overtaken him, but Dvalki, who was taken into custody for insulting the dignity of the nobility. 3 hours later, outside Moslin's office, the team waited at the gate for the investigation to be completed, everyone in a mood that was the exact opposite of what they had recently experienced in the tavern. Hikuro had already asked the others whether Dvalki would survive, but when the wizard finally came out to them, everyone rushed to him to find out the details of the incident. Half an hour later, in the tavern, the magician said that he would have to leave the team, after which he decided to explain the details, starting with the fact that his older brother is Baron Martuan, but Wab himself is not quite a nobleman. He is the son of the previous baron and a servant, and since the wizard turned out to be a disgrace to the family, immediately after birth, he was adopted by the third brother of Baroness Tirva, although only on paper. In reality, he was raised by his mother. Hikuro didn't understand what this had to do with their team, to which Dvalki replied that his father had died a year ago, and his second brother had taken the vacant place. And after the death of the former baron, his eldest son died, like everyone else in the indirect line of succession, and now his brother sent Moslans to him as a warning so that he would not stick his neck out and live in the shadows. He believes that he was angered by the fact that he had become part of the team as a good researcher, especially considering the presence of a celebrity in the squad. Bjorn clarified that Dvalki was leaving them out of fear of his brother. The wizard answered in the affirmative, but also added that in exchange for dropping the charges of insulting the nobility, he was forbidden to enter the labyrinth. The team members agreed to continue the discussion tomorrow. Rottmiller went one way, and Hikuro and Wab decided to talk some more. The hero decided to go to the library, because he had business with Ragna. Misha wanted to go with him, since she had nothing to do anyway. But Björn drove her away and also said that since she had a lot of free time, then let her train, he was in a bad mood because of the change of plans. Soon the hero arrived at the library, after which he said that he and Ragna had not introduced themselves, after which he began to, in fact, introduce himself, to which the girl replied that she obviously knew his name anyway. She said that she was closing the place soon, but Bjorn said that he didn't come here for books, and offered her to join the team as a magician. She refused without thinking. The hero with an innocent face said that since the librarian was such a worthless sorceress that she couldn't even enter the labyrinth, then nothing could be done. But Ragna didn't rise to the provocation, so Bjorn had no choice but to retreat. It was time to take an interest in what, as Shavina said, there was something for him here. The girl launched into an explanation that it was not from her, but from Emor, because she had raised her status, and Peprok had a debt to her, so she asked her to do this. The hero was not sure of the need for these excuses. Bjorn asked what it would be, to which he received the answer that it was books, after which a spell was cast on him that allowed him to find volumes of high secrecy, and it was allowed only to nobles and the chosen ones. The hero asked if this was possible. Ragna replied that if he didn't blab about it, then no one would know. She had only used this spell a couple of times anyway. No one cared about what was happening here. The top secret books were definitely different from the regular ones. Their contents were incredibly useful, so the barbarian wanted to read all the works he could get his hands on. Bjorn almost missed his chance to start reading because he arrived at closing time, but Ragna let him stay after closing while she put everything back in place. With the help of the girl, the hero managed to read a lot of useful literature. He started with the organizational chart of Rafdonia, which contained information about various organizations, even about hunters of evil spirits. The next book was about the latter. It was called The World of Evil Spirits. It was written by an agent who described a journey into the spirit world from which he barely returned alive. Björn appreciated the security system. Next was the complete book of Rifts 2, which described 4 of them due to volume restrictions. It contained details that the hero had been extracting from the game for 9 whole years. For the locals, it was a real treasure. The barbarian decided to find out the name of the author, who turned out to be Oral Gevis, causing shock to Björn, because this is the creator of Dungeon and Stone. This meant either that the player wrote the book or the real developer. If it is the second option, then everything becomes much more complicated, because it would mean that the reason why the hero ended up in this place was not an accident, but someone's intention, which is much worse. If that was the case, then the developer must not be a mere human, but some sort of divine being. But be that as it may, Björn was glad to know it, even though the world had once again reminded him of his ignorance. If he could track down that name, he might one day find his way back, since opening the gate to the abyss might not send him home, but asking everyone he met about it was a dubious idea, so he had to be careful. The barbarian was so immersed in his reading that he didn't even notice how morning had come. He asked Ragna why she was silent, because he would have left immediately if she had asked. She replied that she had decided to rest after work. Björn didn't believe her explanation. She told him not to imagine anything unnecessary. The hero looked at her face for a while and decided that she was actually a kind person, even though she seemed indifferent to everything. A few hours later, the barbarian was already in the magic tower. He came to Raven, who was unhappy that he came so early. Björn immediately started talking about joining the team, but the sorceress immediately slammed the door. Then he shouted that there was one more thing, after which he gave a piece of Oral's book and asked to find out the time of its writing. Raven invited the hero into the room and demanded that he first tell her where he learned about the tears of the goddess, with which he killed the vampire. The barbarian replied that he had no idea, but he found this relic in a statue. He broke it simply because he was bored, which shocked the sorceress a little. Raven noticed the oddity, because how did the hero know how to use it then? Then Björn replied that he thought that since it had the sign of the goddess on it, then it should help against the godless vampire, and swore on the honor of a warrior. The girl was upset by this, because she had already hoped that she would be able to get a copy of the complete Book of Rifts, but the hero decided not to say that there was one in the library, because it was a secret. Then Björn asked about his request, to which Raven replied that she would take care of it, but he would help her research supervisors with the research, since they were bothering her, and he would receive the results of the paper analysis next week. A little later, at a meeting of the Outcast team, Misha immediately attacked the hero with questions about where he spent the whole night. He replied that he was stuck in the library, which only made the beast girl tense up more. The barbarian explained that he had only read books, after which he remembered that his partner had wanted to tell him something yesterday, but then events had taken a turn and he had remembered it only now. But she was interrupted again, this time by the rest of the team. Their meeting began. Björn immediately said that it would be easier for them to find a new magician. He had already asked 2, however, both turned out to be. Hikuro was angry that the hero had resigned himself so quickly, but Dvalki calmed him down, as he believed that the barbarian was right, and the latter asked if there were any other ideas. Murad replied that they needed to meet and talk with Baron Martuan. Misha was surprised by this. Because he lives in the capital area, they won't even be allowed there. Hikuro replied that he often came to this tea shop where they were now, and usually showed up at this time. Björn was not in a good mood from such a surprise, because it meant that the meeting would be right now. Then the dwarf and the wizard, with an unhappy look, began to ask him not to abandon them, because if not today, then they would have to wait a whole month, and together it would not be so scary to approach him. Besides, Hikuro would give 300,000 each. Soon Baron Martuan entered the tea house in the company of a butler, 2 guards, and 2 servants. Dvalki was sent ahead, since they were relatives after all. The wizard immediately introduced himself and asked him to listen. The nobleman noticed that the surname was somehow familiar. Then one of the accompanying people explained that it belonged to the family of the third wife of the previous baron. Dvalki seemed to have spent all his determination on the first phrase, and then became completely confused by the fact that his brother did not even know about the existence of the wizard. So Bjorn entered the conversation. The baron noticed that he hadn't communicated with the barbarians for a long time, and this was at least something new and would dispel his boredom. Then the hero asked him to lift the ban on Woba entering the labyrinth, but he didn't understand what he had to do with it. Bjorn decided that he had no idea what had happened, and the butler meanwhile told him that Dvalki was a bastard, and he did not include this whole story in the report because he did not consider it a particularly important matter. Martuan agreed that it would be a waste of time, and decided not to grant the request, but the servant informed him that this barbarian was the famous Little Balkan, which immediately raised the spirits of the master. Then he said that he would lift the ban, but in return, Bjorn would do him a favor. In 2 months, the count would organize a large banquet, and at this event, the hero would become the baron's companion. Martuan also asked if the barbarian had any talent that could be demonstrated to the public, such as bending metal with his bare hands, which at first angered Jandel. Who do his people think he is? But the baron offered him 1,000,000 magic stones for this matter. Bjorn smiled and said that he would do anything for his comrades, mentally thinking that he would not refuse this money. The next morning, all charges were dropped against Dvalka. Now he could go to the labyrinth again, but the wizard was still not quite in the mood. It seemed to him that this story ended too easily. Bjorn reflected on the fact that using power turned out to be very pleasant. He decided to start making plans to achieve a higher status, although for now he was satisfied with his current level of influence. Then Hikuro began to distribute the promised magic stones, but the rest of the squad refused the money, and the barbarian was embarrassed to agree to the reward alone. After this, the dwarf thanked Bjorn for humbled his warrior pride and agreed to the baron's offer. The hero himself did not understand why he would refuse 1,000,000, how his relatives lived at all. Hikuro said that he would definitely repay him, but Dvalki interrupted him because he owed the barbarian. Both tried to convince each other, and the object of their discussion himself said that he did not need it. Time flew by quickly, and the day of the opening of the labyrinth arrived. Bjorn again came across a new group of relatives whom he helped to get to their destination. He also gave them a great deal of advice, from how fire burns to warnings about the dangers of evil spirits and marauding people, and they were happy to learn from the famous Little Balkan. The barbarians joyfully saw the hero off on his journey and wished him luck. Hikuro was touched by his sincere concern for the newcomers. Bjorn replied that he was simply helping in any way he could, since learning only from one's own mistakes was quite harsh, and the dwarf agreed with him. The hero also recalled how a few days ago he met with Karak, the third son of Fanun, who reported that the rest of his relatives had mostly died, because due to traditions they had not been properly taught. Meanwhile, Misha asked Rotmiller where his weapon was. He replied that it was in the treasure vault, because he had already gotten used to his new skill and now takes out all the things only when necessary. Bjorn was thinking that his last 3 trips to the labyrinth had been pretty shitty, and now it was time to see what awaited him today. He was not going to relax and was ready for anything. Thanks to a lucky spawn point, the team reached the rocky desert on the 2nd floor in just 9 hours, where they hunted new monsters for experience and reached the next portal in 4 days. On the 8th day, the squad reached the 4th level, where all the monsters from the 3rd appear, but among them were also 6th-rank opponents, unique to this location. In other words, this is a great place for gaining experience en masse, because it's not for nothing that this location is called the Training Tower. Having taken up the hunt in earnest, the team earned 3.9 million stones, 780,000 for each. This amount came only because of Rothmiller's greed skill, which increased the chance of crystals dropping by 30%. It was less than Bjorn's first foray into the labyrinth, and he was beginning to understand why there were so many marauders here, since that was what most people usually got. But the hero was not upset and continued to spend his time usefully. namely helping Raven with research and visiting the library. From the sorceress, he learned that the complete Book of Rifts 2 was created 150 years ago, which is also the date of the death of the first king of the dynasty and the beginning of the game. All this happened at the same time. Even in everyday affairs, Björn continued his thoughts. He would like to know what happened then, but he did not have such an opportunity. There was no choice. He had to continue his trips to the labyrinth. Time passed. Soon his fifth campaign ended. This time 790,000 stones came out per person. Nothing extraordinary happened inside, except that the level was raised, and now there is room for another essence. The hero tried not to be nervous because things were still going well, so little by little his strength was increasing. He was getting new skills, equipment, and so on. But suddenly he interrupted himself, indignant about the course of his thoughts, because one should not forget that if everything is good, then the situation only gets worse, because always when he relaxed, some shit happened. He couldn't stop. He had to keep pumping. That was the only way he would have a chance to survive. If someone saw him now, they would think he was crazy, but Björn believed that he should always prepare for the worst. The next morning, Misha noticed that something had happened to the barbarian, because his gaze had become somehow cruel. Then he decided that this was only his personal problem, that he could not sit still. The hero thought that he needed to improve, but his thoughts were interrupted by the girl's offer to touch her ears, which surprised Björn greatly. Misha explained that her brother always felt better from this, although they were very young then, she says by the way about the older one, who still treats her well. Looking into her eyes, the hero saw only a sincere desire to help, which is why the environment in which you grow up plays a key role, and she doesn't even understand what's bad about this situation. Björn said that Misha shouldn't say such things to strangers because they might misunderstand her, which somewhat discouraged the girl. If the barbarian hadn't found out in the witch's forest that she liked skinny guys, he himself could have thought up something wrong, like that she wanted to seduce him. Misha replied that Björn was not a stranger to her, to which he told her not to argue with this. She agreed and offered to taste meat in exchange for the previous method of calming her down, which the hero considered an excellent offer. Later, he went to the library, where he started a standard conversation about nothing with Ragna, after which he said that if she had any business, then she should ask. The girl was surprised at how he guessed her intentions every time. The barbarian's explanation remained unchanged. He saw it in her eyes. Then the librarian began to explain that since he was a researcher, the information that a dimensional collapse might soon occur in the labyrinth might be useful. This phenomenon is a real disaster. Even floor bosses cannot compare with a disaster of this level. When the hero played Dungeon and Stone, he encountered this event somewhere once in 100 playthroughs. Ragna thought that Björn did not believe her, but he asked where the information was obtained from. She replied that she received it from a mage named Shernal Fergang from the Tarutane school. They have been researching this phenomenon for many years. After this, the barbarian thanked the girl and said that he would try to figure it out, and began to leave, thinking along the way that he had a new matter that needed to be resolved. But he was unable to find out anything. He had already begun to doubt the veracity of this information, and 10 days later Misha heard rumors about this, which she told her partner about. The researchers in the tavern also soon began talking about the collapse of dimensions, and Björn listened attentively to it all. It seemed strange to him that rumors were spreading at such a great speed, although there was not even a trace of their source. He wondered if something was spreading this information. He would like to know what they were talking about in more secluded places, but the barbarian could not even hope for that. It infuriated him. So he was left with the last option. Björn wanted to wait 3 months, or even 6, and only then take this pill to access the world of evil spirits, but he decided that 2 would be enough, and then took it. Today was just the 15th, and soon it would be midnight, just the time when this special space opens. The hero was looking forward to it. And exactly at the appointed time, the barbarian's soul entered into resonance and began to be drawn to a certain place. He realized that he was already in some indefinite space and in a past body. Meanwhile, in the real world, a law enforcement officer was reporting to his superior that Lee Han-soo, 29 years old, had been reported missing by the company he worked for after being missing for a month. The man asked about his family, to which he received the answer that the missing man had a mother, but when informed of what had happened, she said that she did not care about it. Then the boss asked why they, the violent crime unit, had been assigned this case, and the subordinate said that the guy had entered his house through the cameras but had not left it. All the windows and doors were also closed. The case was suspicious. There were no signs of forced entry into the house, no lost items, no one had used his card for a month, absolutely no leads. The clothes he was wearing were found in the room, and the way they were lying, it looked like he didn't take them off himself, but as if his body just disappeared. Whoever did all this was just crazy. The boss ordered a request for an examination, but the subordinate said that he still had something to show, after which he began to take out a massive object. It was the missing person's monitor. It wasn't even plugged into a power outlet, but it still somehow turned on, and lines began to appear on it, stating that the coming-of-age ceremony had been successfully completed, and other inscriptions. The subordinate said that he had already been like that when he was found, and he had also already studied this issue and found out that this was not an isolated case. Something similar had happened abroad more than once. The hero thought about the fact that 5 months of his stay in this world had already passed. During this time he had already repeatedly committed all sorts of barbaric things for survival. Now he could no longer be the same as before. When he saw his computer, his body itself began to type on it, immediately needed to enter the password. Lee Han-soo decided to enter the insult to the king of Rafdonia that was at the end of the letter. Nothing else came to mind. Only then did he notice that he was now in his past body, but he was distracted by the change of surroundings, which turned into his room, which now looked like the real one. The first thing the hero wanted to do was try something from his home world, for which he immediately opened the refrigerator door. Inside, for some reason, everything was filled with cans of cola, but he didn't care. He couldn't resist, so he immediately opened it and tried one, but he was disappointed. There was no taste at all. It was as if it was not soda, but ordinary water. But his regrets about this had to be postponed for later, because suddenly the doorbell rang and a female voice asked permission to enter. The guest explained that this place is the location where the owner feels most comfortable, and because of his high mental defense, everything looks like fog to her. And she came here because the password that the hero entered initially was incorrect, and the girl came to check everything personally. Her name was the Queen of Souls. She was something of a guide for the members of the spirit hunter community, and she tested intruders by making sure they couldn't imagine clothes and a room from Earth. The hero remembered that the suit he was wearing was a gift from his ex, and also wondered how the girl would confirm that he was a player since she couldn't see anything, but she told him not to worry. He was now a member of the community. He decided that there were other ways to check since he was acknowledged, and the Queen of Souls continued by saying that now they would no longer use the method of killing by separating the soul from the body, as they do with NPCs. After that, the girl taught him how to use the community forum, which looked like a regular forum, actually. First, he had to create a nickname, but his usual one was already taken by someone. Then he wrote it a little differently, and the Queen of Souls asked if he was a fan of it, which surprised the hero because he didn't understand what they were talking about. Immediately after that, the girl began to dissolve into thin air, and as a parting word, she said that if he needed help, he should just make a request. All of this made Lee Han-soo feel like he had been trained. It wasn't difficult to figure out the community. There were different rooms with different names. He decided to enter the one called for newbies, and immediately found himself in a new space. The leader asked where he was from. The hero replied that he was from Korea. The man continued the conversation by saying that everything here was not decorated yet, since they had few points, after which he asked to make the nickname visible. The hero did not understand how to do this. Then the leader noticed that he was in the community for the first time, and explained that he just needed to think about it. Here you can also imagine objects with the power of thought. After that, Lee Han-soo managed to make his nickname visible. It turned out to be Elf Nunna. This immediately surprised the other players, who began to discuss it, which discouraged the guy. What they are talking about is his previous nickname was Elf Nuna, and he wrote a stats summary 3 years after the game, but it only had 100 views, so did he somehow become popular without knowing it? Although all this is not important now, first you need to understand the situation. It would be reckless to attract attention without understanding the situation, so he pointed out that his nickname has 2 letters N. He is just a fan. This immediately upset the rest of the people. The room leader also tried to calm everyone down. They were already hoping that they met the real Elf Nunna, so their reaction was immediate. Almost all of them just left. Only a few people remained. The hero also thought about leaving here. He considered their actions somewhat cruel, but what could he do? One of the remaining players approached Lee Han-soo and asked how long he had been there. He decided to lie that it had been a year, because he would probably find the situation strange if he knew the truth. But the hero miscalculated. Because he answered that it was quite late, most people receive an invitation when it becomes obvious that they are evil spirits, and because of their fame, this happens rarely. Then the guy, whose nickname was Pink Guy, praised Elf Nunna for his acting talent, and also said that he should find out about what was happening in the real world, because something like 70 days should have passed there. It turned out that time flowed differently here than on Earth. The ratio was about 5-to-1, meaning that in reality only a month had passed there, which caused strange feelings in Lee Han-soo.